Oklahoma City has done it. The Thunder win their first ever NBA championship over Indiana Pacers 103-91. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 29, named Finals MVP.
Feels amazing. So much weight off my shoulders. No matter what, like you go into every night wanting to win, and sometimes it just doesn't go your way. And tonight could have been one of those nights, but we found a way. I'm so proud of this group.
Tyrese Halliburton left in the first quarter with an Achilles injury. Jalen Williams had 20, and Chet Holmgren had 18. They win the series 4-3. SGA on the Halliburton injury.
Playing the biggest game of my life and something like that happening, it's so unfortunate. It's not fair. But yeah, I just felt so bad for him. And just asked if he was okay. Obviously, he wasn't. Prayers go out to him for sure. Hell of a player. Future's bright. That team's going to be really good for a long time. Yeah, impressive team, impressive player. I wish them the best of luck.
The Dodgers defeat the Nationals 13-7. Max Muncy with 2 homers and 7 RBI. Nationals road trip continues in San Diego tonight against the Padres, with Mitchell Parker getting the call to the mound. Pre-game show begins 9:10 p.m. right here live on The Fan. Mystics beat Dallas 91-88 in overtime. Washington Spirit and San Diego Wave 0-0 tie. United States beats Haiti 2-1 to win Group D at Gold Cup. LSU over Coastal Carolina 5-3 for their second Men's College World Series in the past 3 seasons. Travis Hunter signs a 4-year, $46.65 million deal with Jacksonville. The Suns trade Kevin Durant to the Rockets in a blockbuster deal. Byron Kirk on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. We're holding it down. It's B. Mitchell Finley. Toby is in for Brian. Good morning, Tobo. How do you do?
Can't complain, man, other than it just being ridiculously hot. I'm already over this ridiculous weather. I was complaining about the weather when I was hosting on Saturday, saying I kind of hate summer, and I stand by that.
Hold on one cockamamie second here. You hate summer?
It's too hot, JP. Give me 30-degree weather over this any day.
I couldn't disagree more. I don't mind the heat. I like to go in the sauna. Now, obviously, it's hot, and there are some dangers that come with that. Like, don't leave your dog in the car. You know, if you got to be outside, stand under a tree. That's my heat advice. I think in some ways, man, and I'm curious what B would say about this, honestly. Like, I feel like in some ways, everything becomes such an event that, like, every time it gets real hot, people are like, oh, my God, this is the worst. Every time it gets real cold, every time it rains too much.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I bet 10 days ago, we were all screaming about how much it's been raining. And now we're going to scream about how hot it is. In a month, it'll be that it was windy. You know, like, it's hot. Don't get me wrong. I'm down at the beach, so maybe it's a little bit cooler down here. But I don't know. I'm sorry you don't like the heat. But you're a baseball guy. That's what the summer's all about.
Yeah, I mean, I
baseball games.
I enjoy going to the yard. I enjoy watching the ball fly when it's hot and humid out at Nats Park. But I also don't mind sitting there when it's 50 degrees. I would prefer that.
So, I don't know, man. I love the summer. I get that it's hot, and the next couple of days are going to be really hot. Maybe we get camera on here to figure out when this thing's going to break. But it was also, like, to me, I just try to take the weather in totality. May and all of June until, like, June 23rd have been very cool. Like, we haven't really had much
true.
heat. And there were some downright, like, Memorial Day weekend was cold. Like, I was wearing a jacket. So, I don't know. Just try to take the macro view on the weather. We do have some sports. We got the Nats just get completely clowned upon in Los Angeles, and it really bothered me. It bothered me to the point that I was at a restaurant watching the end of this game, and I was texting Toby because I was like, what the hell is this? Dude, so I'll let you explain, Toby, but the end of that Nats game against the Dodgers yesterday, in a sport that prides itself on unwritten rules and doing the right thing to your opponent, that was a complete S show in my estimation.
Yeah, big time. I mean, they're up by 10 runs, and so they bring in Kike Hernandez, who is kind of their designated position player pitching. I think he's now thrown 5 1/3 innings. His ERA is like 13.5, something stupid like that. He got his first career strikeout last game out against the Giants, but both those games against the Giants and then against the Nationals, he goes out there and makes such a mockery of it that he's not even able to finish the inning, which is the whole point of the thing. You don't want to use another pitcher. They had to use Anthony Bonda against the Giants last week. They had to bring in Alex Vesia to finish this one off. Like, the whole point of it is you throw out a position player so you don't use a pitcher. I would be so frustrated if I were Dave Roberts that I have to go out there and use another pitcher because you can't go out there and do your job. And I get that you're going to give up hits. And you're probably going to give up runs.
Your concern is you're worried about the Dodgers manager being frustrated that his shortstop / fake pitcher is throwing bad pitches? Hell, on the list of where I'm frustrated, that ain't very high.
I mean, I'd be pretty frustrated if my whole point is to throw a guy out there to save a pitcher and then I still have to use one. And on Davey's side, I know you were frustrated from the Nationals' perspective.
It's a mockery, dude.
Yeah, I need you to throw.
Toby, I'll left hand up here. I was in a bar. It was loud. Like, I watched the end of the golf, which was incredible, and hopefully a very positive Ryder Cup preview for the U.S. But the Nats were down 9 or 10. Mm-hmm. I wasn't paying a lot. I wasn't really locked into that game, but it was on the TV. And then they bring in this junk ball pitcher, and I'm literally eating my dinner. Shout out to Starboard Raw. The crystal shrimp are fantastic. I'm eating my dinner, and I look at this and I'm like, wait. What's going on here? Is this dude like, my initial instinct was, the Dodgers must have some knuckleballer. Like, because the first pitch I saw, I couldn't fathom that this was a reliever, right? I was like, they must be working. They're trying to develop a kid with a knuckleball or something, because the pitch was 65 miles an hour. And sure enough, that's just the junk this dude throws. And that's when I started texting Toby, like, what the hell is this? It was such a joke, but equally a joke. And Toby, maybe you'll know who it was. So obviously, this dude cannot throw strikes. I think he threw 30 pitches and 28 of them were balls. But dude, who is the guy? So the Nats, I can understand the thought process if you're just like, all right, we're just going to let him throw the junk and get on base. Some dude with runners on first and second, and it wasn't Lowe. I think it was the batter before Lowe. I don't know. Took the biggest meatball I've ever seen right in the heart of the plate. And I get it's a 3-0 count, but dude, the guy's throwing, literally ass. Like, this dude, you know how whenever you're watching sports and somebody will be like, oh man, I could do better than that. I legitimately think, like, who the best athletes we have at the station at this point, Danny Rouillet. Like, I think those dudes could have thrown more heat than what this dude was throwing yesterday.
Definitely not Jeff. But yeah, for sure. The one time he tried to throw an actual fastball, he touched 86, and it was 6 feet outside of the zone. Yeah, it was a joke, dude. There needs to be. I hate the idea of doing it when you're up by so much, because it's just a mockery of the team that you're beating. When you're losing by 10 runs, it's a little different. Like, the Nationals were getting killed by someone earlier this year at Nationals Park. Shocker. And Ahmed Rosario came out and pitched. And even that gimmick ran a little thin, because he did what Kike did yesterday, and he couldn't throw a strike. And if you're going to go out there, can you please throw strikes, even if it's 55-mile-an-hour meatballs?
How about when they do throw a strike, swing at it? Do you know the at-bat I'm talking about when it was 3-0? When Cal Ripken hit that home run in his last All-Star game, you might be too young to remember that, Toby, but that's a thing that happened. And I remember on, like, SportsCenter the next day, there was, like, the talkie shows where, like, do you think they grooved Cal Ripken a ball to hit a home run on? That possibly grooved ball to Cal for the home run in the All-Star game was a harder pitch than the one this dude just took at 3-0. And,
yeah,
and I
it was Luis Garcia who was looking. 3-0.
I understand getting on base and taking the walk. Like, I can understand that. You're down 10. You know what would help? A 3-run moonshot because the guy just served it on a platter.
Yeah, it's just annoying to watch it against your team. The Dodgers do this all the time, and this isn't even the worst example of this, JP. Earlier this season, the Dodgers were losing by like 6 runs, and they brought Kike in the 7th inning. The 7th inning. Like, they had this guy for 3 innings because they were like, all right, we're done with this game, which I think is incredibly stupid. Now, to their credit, the Dodgers have run into more pitching problems this year in terms of injuries than anybody, but I also don't feel bad when you have a $1 billion payroll.
I don't feel bad at all. You've had some wild takes this morning, Toby, for a usually pretty like centered fella. So far this morning, you said you hate summer, and of all the things that happened yesterday, you feel bad for the Dodgers manager. Those are not feelings I share. In fact, I just got a tweet from Matthew Small, said the baseball expert filling in on B. Mitch and Finley hates summer. I'm tuned out. So, and then another guy made fun of me. Mark Demers said JP is today days old discovering position players pitching in blowouts. Hashtag what a joke. Hey, Mark, you dummy. That's not what I'm saying. I've seen this before. I don't know that I've ever seen it against the Nats in like that sort of scenario. But this dude was also awful. I can't stress enough.
Yeah, I mean, throw strikes,
how bad this attempt at pitching was. So it's not just that. Like, when I saw him throw a couple pitches, I said to my buddy I was sitting with, I was like, oh, this has to be a position player that they're just getting reps with. And sure enough, it was. Like, it was obvious immediately this was not a major league pitcher. Gosh, what a ride that was, though. Did you watch the hoops last night, Toby?
Oh, of course. And I thought it was going to be a pretty good game. And even though Halliburton went down early, the Pacers were hanging around. But at some point, they needed a shot creator, and they just didn't have that once Halliburton was out. So you saw OKC kind of pull away. But valiant effort by the Pacers to be able to come away with or keep themselves in that game for as long as they did without Halliburton.
Yeah, I agree there. They play so tough, and they're all over the place. And McConnell, when Halliburton's out, McConnell's like this awesome spark plug off the bench. You know what I mean? Like, do you remember, I believe his name was Vinny Johnson, and they called him the microwave. If I barely remember him, there's no way you remember that dude, Toby. But, like, what that dude could do is just come in. I think he was on the Pistons, if I recall. I'm sure he bounced around a little bit. But he could just come in and get you buckets. Like, no problem. And it's when you have somebody that can come in like that is just a devastating ability. You know what I mean? But so when you have Halliburton, whose game is really pretty controlled, and in the modern NBA, he's as close to a pass first point guard as exists. And the offense looks smooth when he's out there, and he can create a shot. And then when you just shift that a little and you get McConnell in there, and it's like this ball of frenetic energy just going all over the court at all times, it's like, whoa, and it's something different. But when you have to just go with McConnell, honestly, I thought the Thunder did a really good job in kind of when they pulled away in that like late third quarter to start the fourth of defending McConnell a little bit differently and like almost giving him lanes and avenues, because if he sees open court, he's just going to go. And then he kind of dribbled himself into trouble repeatedly, and they started just turning the ball over a ton. I thought, I've said throughout this, I thought Rick Carlisle was the better coach in this series. And I guess it took, when a team loses its best player in Halliburton and then the coach makes some adjustments, but I thought that was a really smart adjustment. And that it ended up just being not OKC just had too much, man.
Yeah, honestly, I was surprised that a lot of the success that they had defensively against McConnell, like you said, was some adjustments, but Lou Dort was so much better on him than anyone else, and they kept having Case and Wallace and other guys guard him, and he was able to at least
Lou Dort
body them.
Is good on anybody.
Lou Dort is incredible, and I saw Jordan Reed tweeted and said, this dude's playing the wrong sport. He needs to be playing middle linebacker. Like, this dude coming downhill at you, I can only imagine. Like, he is such a good defender, so physical. That's one thing that Oklahoma City, they get away with a lot of fouls, but it's because they basically foul every time down the floor, so you're not going to call every time. They're super physical, and they do a good job of it. They're consistent throughout the game. They have so many guys that are bought into that end of the floor, and so you see them when they want to dial it up a notch, they can go to a level defensively that other teams, especially a team like Indiana that doesn't have a guy outside of Halliburton that can really go get his own. I mean, they were just it was so difficult for them to even just dribble on the perimeter, much less trying to get downhill to the bucket. So it's a credit to OKC. They've been good defensively all year, and they were good defensively last night once they turned it on in that second half. And really, OKC just dominated that second half defensively, and Indiana didn't stand a chance after that.
It is funny, dude, what you mentioned there, because I think you see that more in college hoops than in the pros, where if you have a team that just plays really aggressive defense all the time and they kind of foul all the time, the refs just don't call it. And, like, I remember when VCU got going with Shaka and they were playing that havoc. I mean, you watch Houston, the Cougars with Kelvin Sampson play basketball now. You watch St. John's with Patino. Like, they're just fouling all the time. And even when who's the dude running the Celtics now? When he was at Butler, Brad Stevens.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was just like it does create these scenarios where the refs kind of suck and the basketball is tough to watch. But, dude, this OKC team is loaded. Do you realize? I want to make sure I'm counting this right. They have 2 first-rounders in this upcoming draft.
Yeah, I mean,
and they have 2.
They have like 6 over the next 3 years.
They have 2 first-rounders in this draft. When is the draft? This week, right? Like Thursday or something?
Yeah, it comes up on Wednesday.
All right, Wednesday. All right, 2 first-rounders in this year's draft, 3 first-rounders in next year's draft, and then another 2 in 27.
Yeah, I mean, Sam Presti's done a great job stockpiling picks, and they've gotten to the point where they stockpiled picks past where they really need them. And, they can make some adjustments to their roster if they need to over the next couple of years, whether it's they can't pay a guy or they don't want to pay a guy and they want to find someone to replace him. I mean, you've got so many picks that they can kind of overhaul this as needed. They've got their superstar in SGA, and they can kind of work it however they want around him.
How many years in the pros is Chet?
I think I want to say this is his 3rd year? Second year or third year? 3rd year.
When does his deal have to come up?
I would think that's after next season. But he's an interesting one because he's been injured so much.
Yeah, dude.
But
so it's his 3rd year, but he's only played 2 years.
Yeah, he didn't really play at all his rookie season. I don't think he played at all his rookie season. Then this year he was injured.
He was good last night, though, man.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I think, as a Wizards fan, that's what you're kind of hoping Alex Sarr can be, where he is just a menace defensively, always around the hoop, blocking everything. And, if they drafted Malawach, we've talked about before, maybe they could have him be a little more of a roamer. But I think Chet Holmgren has a lot of the similarities in terms of body type, game to what Alex Sarr is. So if Alex Sarr can get to that sort of level, I think you'd be thrilled with that.
So it's over now. It went 7. And I'm not taking shots at any of the teams involved here. I still think this is one of the most forgettable NBA Finals series I remember in a while.
And I think the last couple of years.
Last year, the Celtics just kind of beat the Mavs last year, right? Like, what was the last? You said it, dude. Is the last really good one when LeBron beat the Warriors?
I mean, because you just look back at it. So Boston, Dallas last year wasn't that memorable. That was a 4-1 series. Denver over the Heat was a 4-1 series. Maybe Golden State beating Boston in 22 when we didn't think Golden State was going to be able to. Maybe that could fit into that. But that's a 6-game series. Milwaukee over the Suns.
That was good. I liked that series.
That was a good series. Lakers Heat in the bubble.
Bubbles don't count. That's not a real title. LeBron takes the ring off.
So it's at least a couple years then.
The last one, I think, the Giannis one was good. I enjoyed that because Giannis just like hit another level of stardom. And, that Suns team was loaded, man. Mm-hmm. They had, they just got up and down the court. It's amazing. And, I'm speaking to a fan base that knows what it's like to have bad ownership. But whatever we're going to talk about this Durant trade in a little while. You know, the NBA Finals, much like the World Series, the NFL doesn't really have to worry about this because they have 2 weeks leading up to the Super Bowl, and they're happy to have all the different kind of news. But I think if we had to look in a 10-year span, right? 3 events that happened in the last week in the NBA. The Lakers get sold, Kevin Durant gets traded yet again, and the Oklahoma City Thunder win the title. Hell, maybe not even on a 10-year span. In the immediate, what's the biggest news to you of those 3 things?
Lakers. It's got to be the Lakers, right? No one was thinking that the Buss family was selling that thing. So, yeah, I mean, it's got to be LA getting sold. And I don't know that that's a good thing for the league when you just had a champion and one of your stars get traded and we care more about a sale of a team for $10 billion.
Dude, I almost wonder if I care more about Durant getting traded again than I almost wonder if the Thunder rank 3rd in that list of news.
Yeah, which is disappointing because I think generally we would say, because this is the first time in NBA history you've had 7 different champions in 7 years. And generally in a league, when that happens, you would say that's good for the league. But I don't know if it is for the NBA. It's kind of been throughout its time. You need a dynasty, right? You think back to the Lakers and the Celtics in the 80s. You think back to the Bulls in the 90s. You think back to the Lakers again with Kobe and Shaq, and then the Heat and the Warriors. It almost feels like the NBA, more so than other sports, relies on that dynasty. And even if it's just a team to hate, you still tune in to hate watch them, right? Like people were hate watching the Warriors. People are hate watching the Heat and all those things. They don't have that right now.
Seriously. Yeah, it's funny. Everybody hates the super teams, but then you kind of need the super teams. Who knows, man? Here's what I do know. It's approximately 117 degrees in the DMV, but nice and cool at my house. You know why? Because I got all new windows and doors from Paul Henry's Window Installation. Paul did a great job, came to my house, gave me an estimate on different windows in my house. This really meant a lot to me. On some of the windows, he recommended getting the Supreme product, right? But on other windows, especially in my back sunroom, he's like, listen, man, this is such an outdoor area. You don't need to pay extra for this because the windows are just going to get that much sunlight. Like whenever you deal with somebody that approaches things honestly and isn't always trying to upsell you on every little thing, it changes your opinion. Working with Paul Henry changed my house. It could do the same thing for you. You need to make sure you hit up the good folks at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Call Paul right now, or you can hit him up on the website at paulhenryswindows.com. Paul Henry's Windows, your clear home improvement choice.
This update powered by Guerrilla Fireworks. The largest fireworks store on the East Coast is now open. Dodgers defeat the Nationals 13-7. It got so bad for Washington Dodgers used Kike Hernandez as a pitcher. Nathaniel Lowe had 4 RBI, including a 3-run homer. Mystics over Dallas 91-88 in overtime. Washington Spirit and San Diego Wave FC play to a 0-0 tie. Suns trade Kevin Durant to the Rockets in a blockbuster deal. The Denver Nuggets are naming Ben Tenzer as Executive Vice President of Basketball Operations and hiring Minnesota Timberwolves executive John Wallace as their new executive vice president of player personnel. OKC beat Indiana 103-91 for the NBA championship. Guerrilla Fireworks, the largest fireworks store on the East Coast, is now open, featuring all major brands of firecrackers, rockets, mortars, artillery shells, repeaters, Roman candles, fountains, and more. 30 minutes from the DMV in Charlestown, West Virginia. Guerrilla Fireworks, just 1 mile from Hollywood Casino. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Boys, love an update from Byron Kerr, man. I'm talking. Jeff, you can't hear me? Just go.
We got you, JP.
Where is Toby? I keep talking to him.
Welcome back, B. Mitch and Philly, 106.7 The Fan. It looks like we're having some technical issues with JP. We'll get those figured out in just a second. Continuing on about the NBA Finals, it's crazy with these injuries that you've seen pop up so often in the postseasons. When you look back and you see the guys that have gone down in this postseason run, you look at Damian Lillard goes down with a Achilles injury. You look at Jason Tatum going down with an Achilles injury. You look at Tyrese Halliburton going down last night with an Achilles injury, JP. I mean, the injuries just keep piling up in the playoffs, and I saw Victor Oladipo on Twitter yesterday. He's obviously known for having an injury-riddled career. I saw Sam Decker, who was formerly in the NBA, kind of playing over in Europe now, talking about, hey, shorten the season, or we got to figure something out because so many injuries are piling up. What's your take on that?
I think that's crazy. I mean, there's going to be injuries in sports, in all sports. If you want to shorten the NBA season, I'm not against it, but with the amount of load management and all this other stuff, like the shorten the season conversation just seems silly.
And one thing
I don't know. If you want to shorten the season, the regular season of all sports, and I don't mean this hyperbolic, in all sports, the NBA regular season is the most devalued of anything.
Mm-hmm.
And it's gotten to that position because that's how the players treat it. So when they try to create the in-game, in-league tournament or whatever, the players sit out too much, which tells the fans we don't have to pay attention to this. That's just the reality of it. If you shorten it, would that create more demand and maybe players would take the regular season more seriously? Maybe, but I kind of doubt it. And I don't think the owners are ever giving back games because games mean gates and hot dogs sold and parking, and that's where the cash is. So I think it's silly.
Well, a couple of things.
Personally.
So number one, I think calf strains have to be taken way more seriously now because you've seen this multiple times. Kevin Durant, I believe, had the same thing happen when he was with Golden State and he blew out his Achilles. Yeah. It was a calf strain. I think Damian Lillard was dealing with the same thing. And then he blew out his Achilles, and we obviously had Tyrese Halliburton. We didn't know if he was going to play game 6 or 7 with a calf injury, and he decides to play both games. He plays in this one and ends up blowing out his Achilles. So I think calf strains are going to have to be taken way more seriously than they have. And I get that you want to get out on the floor. It's the NBA Finals, but it's tough, and now it's going to cost these guys a full season next year. The other thing, too, that I hate is when you look at these guys talking about, hey, shorten the season and this and that, and I hate how they diminish the previous generation of hoopers as if the guys didn't play hard and it was the easiest era of basketball ever. Where they're always like,
Totally.
oh, it's way tougher now and this and that. It's like you're catered to in every sense. Like totally. I don't understand how. I don't doubt that maybe the pace of play is a little bit quicker and there's some different stuff that's in the modern game, but also Jordan would go in the lane and get murdered by the Pistons. That doesn't happen now. You have a guy barely get smacked upside the head nowadays, and we're looking for a flagrant foul. So I hate that modern players sometimes do that and almost degrade the history of the NBA when it feels like players in that league do that to the previous generation of hoopers more than any other league. Like you don't hear, modern NFL players talking poorly about former quarterbacks. Like it's not how it is. Like they talk reverentially about Joe Montana and guys like that versus NBA stars, even if they don't come out and say it, will kind of be like, oh, well, that era of hooping wasn't even close to what we're doing now.
They were playing a bunch of plumbers. No, it's that's a great point, dude. And I had never really thought of it, but again, the NBA is the most, like, they devalue their own product the most, the players do. And you're right, the players. And one thing I find fascinating, if you saw those comments from MJ, Michael Jordan's going to do some work for NBC with the NBA coming back to NBC, right? And MJ went out of his way to say, like, people try to make it too much us against them with like new young players. He's like, that's not how I feel at all. Basketball evolves. Players are playing a different brand now. Like, I don't know why there is like even like the whole boomer thing, right? And maybe this is just cyclical and maybe I'm in like the middle of it because I'm not really young or quite old yet. But like, it does seem like the current youth, right, for lack of a better word, like if you're 15 to 25, really seems focused on being dismissive of folks that are older. And I'd argue that's like across, not just in sports, but I think you see that the most in the NBA. Like Jaden Daniels, I mean, just to flip this upside down, Jaden Daniels was at Fanatics Fest this weekend, and we got to get into a lot of things happened up there. But he did a podium TED Talk, whatever you want to call it, with Joe Montana and Dan Marino. And knowing Jaden, I bet he has watched tape of both of those guys who both probably, I mean, certainly Montana and I would say Marino too. I bet those dudes didn't play football while Jaden was alive. But Jaden's like a historian of the game and cares deeply about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're right. It's reverence rather than dismissive.
Yeah, and I mean, it is totally different. There's no question about it. And the style of offense that Jaden is playing is totally different than what Dan Marino was doing. But there are still things that you can learn. And I think part of the issue with the way that some of basketball has gotten is analytics and all this stuff. They pretend like they're the smartest people ever because they just run a pick and roll every time down the floor. Like, there needs to be some variance. There needs to be some different styles of hoop involved. And with the exception of the teams that have a freak like a Giannis or a Nikola Jokic, you turn on the NBA night in, night out, and you see a similar style of offense from everybody. I mean, last night, Mark Daignault's, I could coach their offense because it's literally just give the ball to SGA and run a high pick and roll with somebody. And then if that doesn't work, give it to Jalen Williams, let him run a high pick and roll. Like, there's too much of the same sort of stuff. And, at least with Jordan back in the day, you're running the triangle, and there was a nice team element with the Lakers, with Magic in the Showtime era. Like, there's an element missing of that, even though the game has evolved and people can shoot better than they probably ever can because you've got 7-footers now shooting threes routinely. Doesn't mean the game's better, and it doesn't mean that it's more watchable. Matter of fact, if anything, it tells you that the game is less watchable because look at the rating. So I don't know. There's some stuff that needs to be tweaked in the NBA. I think it's gotten too far away from the actual product. And then the problem is the product on the floor itself. I mean, I'm just watching with my mom last night, and we used to watch the NBA Finals together every single year. And I'm remembering going back and watching those Warriors and Cavaliers and the Heat Finals, and that was intriguing. And we were setting aside time to go watch it. Last night, we could have turned the TV off, and it really wouldn't have made a difference because it didn't feel like it was must-see television. So there's got to be some
left hand up,
made.
Toby. So that was a pretty good game. And then the third quarter, the Thunder just pulled away. Like late in the third, they started playing really good defense, started hitting a couple threes. And at that point, now because I'm down at the beach, I don't have a multiple TV setup down here. I've been watching this show called The Offer on Paramount Plus. I don't know if you've ever heard or seen it. I'm guessing you don't even know the show I'm watching. Have you heard of it, Toby?
No, never heard of it.
Okay. It's about the making of the movie The Godfather. Unfortunately, I'm going to guess and say you've never even seen The Godfather.
Never seen The Godfather.
Have you heard of it? Are you familiar
I've heard
with
of The Godfather. Yeah.
Okay, thank God. So at the end of the third quarter, basketball game got put on my phone, and the offer was on the big screen. Jeff, have you seen The Godfather?
Yes.
Good. Who else is in there with you? White Brian?
Yep.
White Brian, have you seen The Godfather?
I've seen all three.
Not a boy. The third one's terrible, but The Offer is pretty cool. If you like the movie, you'd probably enjoy that program. I really think it is awesome that the NBA has reached this parity level where it's a different winner for 5 years or whatever. And I know, I think what we sleep on as the American sporting public is how huge the NBA is around the world. I do kind of wonder about this, like the live golf situation happening to the NBA would be really fascinating to watch. But I mean, the fact that we're all talking about Kevin Durant, right? And I love Kevin Durant just because he's from here. And I remember watching him at Texas and just being blown away by his ability with his size. And I credit Steph, but I think Durant too. Like, those dudes changed basketball on a fundamental level. Steph just with his insane shot-making ability and the range. But Durant, like, there weren't 7-foot guards. That just, you were trained to go put your back to the basket and work on your post moves. And then he just flipped it all completely upside down. But the fact that Kevin Durant is still such a big deal, LeBron's still such a big deal, Steph's still such a big deal. And the truth is, those teams probably, I mean, maybe Durant with Houston can contend for a title. You know, maybe LeBron with Luka, if they can build that thing right. You know, the Warriors looked like they were doing pretty good until Steph got hurt. But I just think when you look at like real title contenders going forward, those dudes, the biggest names and faces in the league, aren't the biggest names and faces in the playoffs. I think that's going to hurt them until maybe SGA emerges as like a true global superstar, but not with those dudes still floating around. Here's what we're going to do. We're actually going to go to Houston, talk to my boy Will Kunkel down there about that Durant trade. We're going to do that at noon. I do want to open the phones up. Jeff, here's what I'm thinking. At 11, I want to play this Micah Parsons, Kevin Durant conversation. Because I think some people will read too much into it, but it is different when you hear it from a player. I'll explain what I mean a little later. But before we go, I got to tell you about my boy John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. I always tell you, if you're looking to buy or sell a house, the easiest way to do it is to just Google John Leahy, and you'll get all the information you need, thefinelivinggroup.com. My boy Leahy, it's a weird market right now. Buyers have a lot of advantages. You need to be in with Leahy and the Fine Living Group. He's going to find you the right house. He's going to make it all work on your timeline and with the least amount of stress. If you go to the website, you can find whatever it is you're looking for. And perhaps most importantly, he's got this home valuation tool. That's a huge asset. If you're sitting on a bunch of equity, man, and you don't know exactly how much and you don't know exactly what your next move could be, you should find it right there. Call John Leahy today at 301-835-1519. Go to thefinelivinggroup.com or just Google John Leahy Group and start packing. Professor Landini's on vacation all week. We got Jeff in the big chair, and I did not have Jeff playing Queen as his third song in a week in the big chair. Shout out to Jeff. This weekend was the National Barbecue Battle down on Pennsylvania Avenue. And our boy Donnie from Team Gudis, we had him on, I guess we had you on Friday as you were getting ready for everything. And it looks like you kicked a little ass, dude. How'd you do?
Yeah, we did, man. We sorry about my voice. We were hooting and hollering a little bit yesterday during the awards. We did good, man. It was super, super hot weekend. Like, I think it was actually hotter than it was last year. So that was tough in itself. But yeah, we did good, man. We Saturday we had some ancillary rounds we did, and our chicken guy Josh, man, he really prepped and prepared this. It's called Impossible Meats. So they basically give you a category. It's called Impossible Meat, and it's not real meat. It's made with like plant-based, vegetable type things, and basically you got to make it taste like real meat. So you wouldn't even know the difference. But he whipped up a really, really good Texas-style chili, and we had a hot honey cornbread we made, and it was just really phenomenal. Actually, I'll be putting some pictures up soon. I'm not sure if you've seen them yet, JP, but we ended up doing that and a few other things. But during the awards, it was crazy because I had told Josh, or excuse me, not during the awards, but we turned in everything, and I went back to the judges' tent to pick up our platter that, Josh made to turn in. And I noticed it was like the bowls were like licked clean. There was no cornbread left. And I was like, okay, well, that's a good.
I saw that picture you sent. It looked good.
Yeah, that's right. I did send it to you. Okay, yeah. So we kind of had at least we knew the judges liked it, right? And yeah, sure enough, I think one of the judges came out and said, "Oh, that chili was really good," but of course they can't say anything or tell you. But yeah, it came in first place. Not only first place with that, they called us Josh. He got a 180, and that's like an extra sticker you get for a perfect score, and you get a pin for it. So it was a perfect turn in, and it worked out great. I think that's how our awards started out with that. So Josh ripped it pretty hard on that, and then we had there was a steak entry. Good friend of ours, brother Darren, he's with Cosmos and B&B, and he brought out his PK grill for us to grill our steak on, and it was like my second ever steak entry. And yeah, man, we layered it up with some one of our sponsors, Tillman's, with his beef rub, and a little bit of that Cosmos honey chipotle, and gave it a quick sear, turned it in. And
I am proud of you, but you got to stop talking about all this meat. People in the chat are going crazy. The meat talk.
It's a lot.
Apparently,
man.
our show touches some nerves.
It was a lot, but okay.
When are you going to bring us some of this food?
Yeah, that's the main thing here.
We'll come in and see you again soon. You know that. Yeah,
Donnie only likes to come on Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. I know that one.
Yeah. Well, it's always a good time for sure.
Hey, Donnie, I can't say I blame you for wanting to come in on Fridays, but we had talked on Friday about a little bit of a rivalry. Obviously, you finished in first place. Do we know how the rivals finished?
It's so all right. I swear I'll make this short, but it's crazy you just asked that because Scahill, Old Fireman's Barbecue, they did a first responders award this year, which was the first time they've ever done it. Josh, he's with DC Police, and so we're technically a first responders team because he gets the police union to get us in this, and that's why we do DC. Well, during the award ceremony, they actually had, I think there was like four teams down there that were first responders, and we actually got first place and got the big silver cup for the first responders too. They take your chicken score and your rib and pork score, or chicken and rib score, and do an overall, and we got first place with that too, which gave us that big silver cup, which was awesome. So yeah, we actually won that rivalry. So
big time. Love that.
Congrats, man. Congrats. Do you get any cash? Like, are there actual like cash prizes? Because, dude, I mean, I know you work and everything, and I know this is a hobby for you, but at some point you're flying around the country, you're buying all these grills and different equipment and the food and everything. Like, is there any money in it?
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, that's why the team's great, because we all pitch our part in, but, because it'd be real tough to do it by yourself. Although there's plenty of guys that do, but, yeah, no, I think we won a little over $3,000 yesterday. So, I mean,
Now
it was a pretty good day yesterday. We got an overall combined, we took fourth in the soy category, which is one of the big, sponsors for that event as well. We got a fourth pork. And this was a Masters event. So, and, we're a backyard team still, but this is a Masters event that we did. And we're pretty happy that we can hang with the Masters. And I think we'll be moving up next year to that category. So
that's great, man.
Yeah.
Or I don't know if you know my investment strategy, but it's pretty sound. It's really worked for me. When you win money like that, you should go right to the casino and double it.
Yeah, no, I'm not a big casino
guy. It almost
guy.
always works. 50% of the time, it works all the time.
Yeah.
Proud of you guys, man. Congratulations.
Congrats, man.
Yeah, man. No, I appreciate it. And one more thing, just wanted to tell you too. The chicken we rung in. That's another thing, Josh. Man, got to give Josh credit. He's really been throwing. I mean, he's been pulling this team the past few competitions. He's just on fire right now, and he got almost got a 180 on chicken too, and took second in chicken and the nationals too. So that was pretty cool. Also, man, we slayed it yesterday. We're happy, and yeah, we appreciate you guys.
All right, man. And Donnie, when you're talking to me, you never have to apologize for what your voice sounds like. I think, this is a pro deep voice podcast. Take care, bud. Congrats.
All right, man. Thank you.
All right. That's our boy Donnie from Gouda's Barbecue. They had a big weekend at the National Barbecue Battle. When we come back, Kevin Durant and Micah Parsons had a really interesting public conversation about Dan Quinn. What exactly was said? What can we take from it? How much of that is real? Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley and Toby.
The Denver Nuggets are naming Ben Tenzer as their executive VP of basketball operations and hiring Timberwolves' John Wallace, who used to play at Georgetown, as their new executive VP of player personnel. What a night for Oklahoma City. The Thunder win their first ever NBA championship, 103-91 over Indiana. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 29, he was named the Finals MVP on his team's ability to win Game 7s.
We prioritize winning. We don't prioritize anything else in this game. We want to win, and we want to win on the highest level. And that looks like something new every night, every opponent, every arena. And that's all we focused on this whole season, no matter if it was game 1, game 45. Because we did so, we won on the highest level.
Tough first quarter for Indiana's Tyrese Halliburton goes down to an Achilles injury. Jalen Williams had 20 and Chet Holmgren had 18. OKC won 84 games overall, tying the Bulls' 1997 record for third most all-time, winning the series 4-3. The Dodgers defeated the Nationals 13-7. Max Muncy had 2 homers and 7 RBI. Nathaniel Lowe, a 3-run shot. The Nats are 4-16 in June. They'll take on San Diego tonight at Petco Park. Pre-game show 9:10 p.m. right here on The Fan. Mystics beat Dallas 91-88 in overtime. Washington Spirit and San Diego Wave FC 0-0 tie. United States over Haiti 2-1. They win Group D at the Gold Cup. LSU beat Coastal Carolina 5-3 to win the Men's College World Series. Henry Ford is transferring from UVA to Tennessee. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Jeff playing the bangers. Let this play, Jeff. I haven't heard this one in a minute. Who sings this song? John Cicada?
No, man. Rick Astley.
Rick Astley.
I think that's how you say his name.
Rick, get up in your Astley.
Definitely is.
You like this song, Toby?
Yeah, of course. I'm always down for
All
some
right.
oldies.
Sing it. Sing the chorus for me, Toby.
You up. Never gonna let you down.
Never gonna
turn around. Desert you. Hell yeah. Just the boys singing on a Monday. It's almost like, Micah Parsons is singing that to Dan Quinn. This weekend was Fanatics Fest in New York City. Really cool moment I saw on Instagram. I don't know if you saw this, Jeff. Our guy Peter Rosenberg from ESPN New York, and ESPN does a million things up there. Peter has a little baby girl. She's probably 6 months old now, is my guess. I think it was last fall. Maybe a little older, somewhere around there, little baby. And her name is, I believe, Maya, but her middle name is Jaden. And Peter posted a video of getting to meet Jaden with his little girl. And I texted him. I was like, well, did you tell her about the middle name? And his reply was, what do you think, LOL? So I think that's got to be a pretty special moment. And Jaden did all sorts of stuff, man. Jaden did a podium with Joe Montana and Dan Marino. We got to talk about this rookie card that Josh Harris paid $500,000 for.
Man.
We got to talk about that because I'll let callers educate me on that because the card world is crazy and there's some serious value in that. But I want to start with, what is actually news? It has a very different definition today than maybe it did 5, 10, 20, 50 years ago. I'm not sure Walter Cronkite would really appreciate what the news is today. But when you have a player talk about a former coach that now coaches another rival team, I find that really interesting. So this is yesterday. Kevin Durant gets traded. Kevin Durant's at Fanatics Fest for an appearance, presumably. Starts talking about the trade to Houston, how, Houston was one of the teams he said he would go to. And there's a lot of really interesting stuff. But this is Kevin Durant being interviewed by Kay Adams. Kevin Durant, obviously a huge Redskins football team, Commanders, burgundy and gold fan. And he's never been shy about how much he loves burgundy and gold. But Micah Parsons happens to be standing there also at this Fanatics Fest event Let's hear the audio, and then we got plenty to react to.
Which is here. Do you want to recruit him to the Commanders? Yeah. Micah, get on in here.
I think Micah,
He's not signed to the Cowboys. Let's do this.
I think he will be a Commander at some point in his career.
When?
I would say 2 years from now. Yo, I only rock with Dan Quinn. You know what I mean? Anybody else? Exactly. That's all he need to rock with.
My neck hurts. You guys are too tall. I can't handle this. Micah, I love you. Which is here. Do you want?
All right. So when you heard that, I mean, it's one thing for KD to say, yeah, I think he's going to be there in 2 years.
Yeah.
But so let's just lay out the facts of the matter. Micah Parsons just finished his 4th season in the NFL. He's now going to play on the 5th-year option of his rookie contract. So he's under contract. And let's be real, the team has a franchise tag looming after that 5th-year rookie option. So for KD to say in 2 years, KD knows ball, right? Like he understands the contract mechanisms, clearly both in the NBA and in the NFL. And that's kind of interesting to me. But for Parsons, a dude that is on the Cowboys, to say I only rock with Dan Quinn, clearly their relationship is very real and very close.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think this is surprising, but to hear it, it's also not surprising to come from Micah because it feels like he's always saying stuff that's a little bit edgy at times. But yeah, I mean, it's clear that he loves Dan Quinn. I don't think that's any surprise to the matter. And I think that's why even speculation, it hasn't been as much recently, but speculation basically since he hasn't signed a new contract has been that, oh, he could end up in DC, right? Like until he signs a long-term deal to be in Dallas for 5 years, he absolutely has a chance to play here in DC because he loved Dan Quinn so much. And like we talked about last week, everyone talked about how much everyone loves Dan Quinn, and I didn't fully buy all that stuff, and I was wrong. I mean, it's so clear how much everybody loves him, so why wouldn't Micah Parsons be in that same boat? And he's one of the best pass rushers in the league. I think you welcome it with open arms if you could get him over here, and I think KD's just planting a little seed for us.
So I want to open the phones on this. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Because I know a big portion of like Commander's social media really believes Parsons wants to be here and that there's a path forward. I personally feel Parsons wants a fat daddy new contract. And the way Jerry operates, the way the Cowboys tend to operate is they take a long damn time, but eventually they pay up and keep their guys. Mm-hmm. Parsons, the kind of contract you're talking about here, Myles Garrett just signed a deal that pays him $40 a year, and Myles Garrett is 30. I mean, Parsons has only played 4 seasons. He's only 26. He just turned 26 like a month ago. I think he would reset the market, which is almost unfathomable. That, I mean, he'd be making, what's he get to, 42 a year? To me, all is fair in love and war and NFL players wanting new contracts. So to me, what's very real is the love for Dan Quinn. But what I still have a hard time seeing, maybe ever, is Micah Parsons in Washington, certainly in 2 years. Jeffrey, I know that this stuck with you too.
Yes, it did, JP. And I would love for Micah to be on our team. But realistically, that is what Jerry Jones is playing through his head right now. He probably played this as soon as he heard KD say that crazy stuff. Man, it's not going to happen. I wanted to, though. I'm not going to lie. I would want Micah Parsons here. I mean, I hate the Cowboys, but I don't hate the players, you know. They're good. I would love it, but let's get back to reality now. Jerry is not letting that man go.
800-636-1067. I think if you think there's this, to me, the path here is Parsons has to force a trade and say, I want to go to Washington.
100%.
Because, I mean, what percent chance realistic do you think that could be?
I think it's more real than you could think, but I don't see how Dallas doesn't pay him and just say you're sticking around. Because to your point, I mean, sometimes to their detriment, they wait till the last second to pay these guys. But Dak never left the building. CD hasn't left the building. I don't think they're going to let the guy that, to me personally, like if I were starting a team and I had to choose one defender around the league to start the team with, I'd choose Micah Parsons. I think they understand how valuable he is, and he's versatile. He's really good. I think he's still got places that he can improve and get better at. So I don't think they would let him out, but if it were to be that he would get too frustrated for whatever reason, then maybe that could happen. So I think there is a little bit of a chance that he would ask for a trade, but the likelihood of that still isn't great.
Yeah, I just think this is like really fun June content.
Yeah, I don't think the Cowboys are the Giants either.
What do you mean?
They're not giving none of their stars to a in-conference team.
Well, I mean, they let Saquon get to actual free agency, right? I don't think, dude, I mean, he's going to play on the 5th year. Then they have the tag. Maybe they wouldn't tag him again because it jumps up so ridiculously. But Jerry, he goes through this and he takes it. He costs himself money by going too far with this stuff. But eventually, like, I don't see this happening. And I know folks get really excited. I don't think it's real.
Yeah, I mean, I would love for him to be someone that you could go after, but it's also tough when you've made all these sorts of trades, JP, that if we're talking about the only way that you're getting him is via a trade. You've already traded so many picks for guys where you traded for Tunsil, and I think we like that trade. You traded for Debo, even though that one didn't cost a lot. That's still draft capital, and obviously the Lattimore trade. And the most expensive guy out of all of them in terms of draft capital, if you were going to have to trade for him, is Micah Parsons. We're talking probably multiple firsts, or at least a first and a really good player. So I think that's in a tough spot where maybe down the line they would feel that way, but you'd also be tying yourself to him for a long time. And essentially your top two guys would be Jaden and Micah Parsons, which would be up there in the league as a 1-2 duo in terms of offense and defense around the entire National Football League. But you have to make sure that the roster's built out. If Adam Peters feels in a couple of years that the roster is kind of in a spot where he could give up a couple of picks, like, for example, right now, Philadelphia, if they traded a couple of ones, I think they could get away with it because they've got a built roster. I don't know that Washington can quite get to that point yet. So if they feel like they are, and some of these rookies that they've drafted this past season, last year, some of the guys coming in on these rookie contracts start proving themselves, then maybe you feel like you can do that. But that's a lot if you're going to have to trade for him. If he hits free agency, I think that's a different story, and I think I'd definitely be willing to go top of the market sort of money for him. But if you're going to have to trade for him, I don't think that that's something that makes a lot of sense.
Dude, I mean, just this coming year, they don't have a 2nd or a 4th rounder. So right now, you're looking at 5 picks for the organization, and 3 of those are day 3s. You're right. I don't think Parsons ever truly hits free agency. I think they do get a deal wrapped up in Dallas. But damn, he's good. Like, obviously you'd love to have him. And I think it's cool how much he loves DQ. And I'm sure it goes beyond that. Like, I'm sure it's Joe Witt. I'm sure there's lots of factors there. But I think it's a really fun conversation. I mean, if you look at, Dak's deal is just such a monster. But if you look at next season, they've got Dak with a $74 million cap hit, and then CD's got an almost $40 million cap hit. Eventually, you probably, you trade for Pickens. If that trade's going to be worthwhile, then you're going to have to get him a new deal. But I just think they'll make it work, dude.
Yeah, you can't, if you're Jerry Jones and you've got those dudes there, you want to keep that core together to try and win, because otherwise it feels like a little bit of a failed era of Cowboys football, which it kind of is, right? For the fact that they haven't really won anything with Dak and with CD and the Micah Parsons. But I would think that you got to try to at least keep him, because you don't want to turn into the Cincinnati Bengals where all of your resources are going to be on one side of the football.
Right. I agree with that. Dak has been good for a while in Dallas. Dak's regular season record as a starting quarterback, he's 30 games over 500. And maybe you don't want wins, losses as a stat for QBs. I'm just saying that they've played good football down there, and just the playoffs have been abysmal. In 7 playoff starts, Dak is 2-5. All right, let's hit these phones, man. Do you think this Micah Parsons stuff is real or just kind of fun conversation between two dudes?
800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. Let's get out to Rusty, who is in Delaware. Rusty, what's going on?
You in Bethany?
I am.
I'm in Dagsboro, about 20 minutes from you.
My man.
Hey, I think this is all just fun and games. I mean, Dallas not re-signing a player like Micah Parsons, that would almost be like Washington not re-signing a player like Terry McLaurin. So I don't think that that's going to happen. I think this is all fun. But if it ever does get to the point to where Micah can force his way out of there, sounds like he knows where he would want to go. But I think we're going to see him in that Cowboy star for the rest of his career. And guys, you were just talking about Dak. I mean, I think enough people spent enough time last week on Dak's legacy. We don't even need to go there any longer. Thanks for taking the call.
Appreciate it, Rusty. Yeah, I mean, it feels like, that ship is kind of sailed. I don't know that we need to talk more about Dak and the frustrations there. But, I mean, it's a good point that if something were to come up, JP, if he were to want out of Dallas, I think your top destination for Micah Parsons would be right here in Washington as long as Dan Quinn is here, which is a good thing to have because Dante Fowler was someone last year that talked about, hey, I want to play for Dan Quinn. And he came here, even if it was just for a year before he went back to Dallas. Like, people want to play for Dan Quinn. That's very, very apparent. And when you've got guys like Micah Parsons, maybe he ends up wanting to come here because he gets frustrated by the situation in Dallas.
Yeah, well, let's let the callers weigh in. Do you think this Micah Parsons Washington stuff is real? Because I think the love for DQ, very real. The rest of it, I don't know.
I mean, he's not going to take a discount to come here. Like, to your point, like it's not as if he's going to take less than the top of the market when another team's offering that to come here. If it's, real close between a couple of teams, not talking about the Cowboys, but if it were close between a couple of teams and he had to choose, maybe he would take like a million less or something like that to come here, but it's not going to be significantly less. It's just a tough,
for sure.
Yeah, it's just a tough spot. I don't know where you end up with this. Like, I could definitely see if he becomes available, Washington being interested. But like we were talking about, it's just you're going to have to give up so much in a trade if you want to go after him. So I don't see them doing that. But if he hits free agency, then I think everything is on the table.
Well, and dude, you just traded a third rounder for Pickens, and he's in the last year of a deal. You really going to let him walk after you invest a third rounder in what, a 1-year rental?
Yeah.
I don't know. A lot of moving parts for Jerry, and Lord knows he's kind of senile, so who knows what the hell is going to happen. Where they're not. Let's keep the phone lines open on that. I think it's really interesting because I know a lot of people think the Parsons to DC stuff is very real. I want to hear from them. Tell me why you think it's real. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. What I know is real, the Orsman Automotive Group of Virginia. They've been serving area car buyers in the DMV for over 100 years. And with that kind of track record, they're doing something right. My wife and I both drove to the beach this weekend, and we both drove in Orsman Fairfax Toyota cars. I've gotten all our cars serviced there. The boys over there do a hell of a job. Garv, Jaime, it's a well-run organization, man. They always give me a loaner. I love the loaners, dude. I love driving random cars. I always enjoy that. But it's not just Toyotas. They got whatever you're looking for. Kia, Ford, Lincoln, Chrysler, Dodge, GMC, Chevy, Buick, those big old Ram trucks my boy Kerwin wants. They do it all. Plus, they've got great deals. They've got quality certified used vehicles you could choose from. And it's all backed up by the Orsman Lifetime Edge. Up to $1,500 in extras, including complimentary car washes. And most importantly, the lifetime engine guarantee. And here's another thing to consider. If you're looking to sell your car, say you bought a new one and aren't sure what to do, Ourisman will pay you up to 125% of Kelley Blue Book value. Not just 100%, 125%. Make a little money off that old beater you got. Take it from me. Take it from B, who's bought 100 cars from Billy and Chantilly. We are satisfied Ourisman customers. You can be too. Let's ride together.
Following the NBA Finals, the Denver Nuggets are naming Ben Tenzer as their Executive Vice President of Basketball Operations and hiring Minnesota Timberwolves Executive VP John Wallace as their Executive VP of Player Personnel. Wallace, you remember, played on the 2007 Final Four team for Georgetown Hoyas. On the floor, Oklahoma City Thunder showed why they're the best team in the NBA, 103-91 over Indiana Pacers. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 29. He's named the NBA Finals MVP. Tyrese Halliburton went down with a first-quarter Achilles injury, and SGA was very sad for his buddy.
But yeah, I just felt so bad for him. It just asked if he was okay. Obviously, he wasn't. Future's bright. That team's going to be really good for a long time. Yeah, impressive team, impressive player. I wish them the best of luck.
Dodgers roll the Nationals 13-7. Max Muncy, 2 homers and 7 RBI. Nathaniel Lowe, a 3-run shot for the Nats. They're 4-16 in the month of June. They're off to face the San Diego Padres at Petco Park. Pregame 9:10 right here on The Fan. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. Micah Parsons says he loves Dan Quinn. Kevin Durant says Micah Parsons should be a Washington Commander in 2 years. How real do you think this is? Toby, let's hit these phones, bruh.
800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. Let's get out to Bill in Germantown. Bill, what's going on?
Parsons doesn't fit the Commanders' culture, and I think that's dead in the water right there.
Why?
Well, the Commanders' culture is team first. We play as a unit, and I don't think Parsons fits that culture.
Dude, he played for Quinn, and Quinn loves him, and he loves Quinn.
Does he? How about Peters and everybody else? Does he really fit the culture? I have questions about that.
Well, it also doesn't help. I mean, when you play in an organization like Dallas that is so much about everything else other than football, I think it's totally different if you were playing somewhere else. Like if he came in here, I understand your point, but if he were to come in here, I think he's more apt to fall in line with what they're doing versus when you're in Dallas, there's so much extra stuff going on. How could you blame someone else for getting into extra stuff as well?
I think DQ is a kind of, if you are committed to Quinn and Peters, because they are in lockstep, like if you're committed to Dan Quinn and you are there busting your ass and putting in the work and competing on every play, every snap, every rep in practice, I can't imagine DQ cares if you have a podcast. Like, I mean, these are dudes like pro football coaches understand that pro football players are going to have other interests, and eventually these become like real financial interests. And I think if you told me Parsons doesn't fit here and he hadn't played for the guy, I would feel differently. But he knows exactly what DQ is about, and DQ knows what Parsons is about.
Good point, JP.
I appreciate the call, man.
Yeah,
thank you.
I think it's interesting because another guy had a podcast when he was coming here, and I didn't feel like I saw any clips from it in Austin Eckler. Now, that's a totally different guy. I'm not comparing him and Parsons. They're two different personalities, but it feels like once you get in this building, regardless of what you were at your previous destination, if you're bought in, you're going to fall in line with what the standard is. And I think when you look at Dallas, there's so much extra stuff going on. Jerry Jones can't yell at someone for having a podcast when he's doing everything but football all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think that's a big deal.
I think that's fair, but like just to the point on Eckler, like White Brian, see if Eckler's podcast is still going, because maybe that is not happening now, but Eckler still has business opportunities.
Oh, absolutely.
Like he's like developing his own app to work with. He basically wants to create like a way for fans to directly like text players, and they have to pay for the access, but then you get to talk to the players, and it's like legitimate. And I just did an interview with Eckler for the podcast. He does a ton of charity work. He's got like I mean, he's always embraced fantasy football, and he's still doing that. So I don't know that, like, I think if there is an expectation that people kind of check their side interests at the door in Ashburn, I don't know that that's completely accurate, is all I'm saying.
800-636-1067. Let's get out to Carlos in Maryland. Carlos, what's up?
Hello, guys. Man, this is a dream come true. I'm talking to a DMV legend, Mr. Intelligent, the funniest man on the radio.
Toby's
Mr. Intelligent. Of course, JP, you're, of course, the DMV legend, and Jeff's the funniest man on the radio.
Wow. I'm a little offended. I'm not the funniest, but I'll take the compliment.
I
Thanks,
appreciate
Steve.
the compliment.
But with
Toby
the
also
Commanders,
hates summer.
with this Commanders, right? I might only be a 16-year-old Cowboys fan, but unbiasedly, I really don't think Parsons will go to DC, and I have a good reasoning. It's not that he doesn't love Dan Quinn and Dan Quinn doesn't love him and that he wouldn't play for Dan Quinn. What it is Washington, though, may be such a legendary franchise like the Cowboys, band for band, they cannot compete with the Cowboys. And though Jerry always takes the longest to pay people, he will have a bag big enough to give to Parsons eventually. And it's all about the money for somebody like, everybody in the NFL. So even though he wants to play for Dan Quinn or prefer to play for Dan Quinn over anybody, if he doesn't get the money he deserves or think he wants, then he won't go there, which is the only reason I think he wouldn't go to Washington. Thank you for taking my call.
Appreciate it, Carlos.
Yo, it's a good call, but hold on. What was your name? You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
What was your name?
Carlos,
where are you from?
Maryland.
Why are you a Cowboy fan?
I'm a Cowboys fan because of my great-grandfather who passed it down to my dad and then me, so.
I can't argue with family, I suppose. Thank you for the call, Carlos. It was well said. Jerry's got the bag. Like, if there's anything Jerry's got, it's the bag. And I do tend to agree with him that I think a deal gets done eventually.
Yeah, I would agree. I think at some point you'll see him sign that big contract. Jerry doesn't like to let stars go. 800-636-1067. Let's get out to Jay in D.C. Jay, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, fellas, man? Good to talk to y'all. Thanks for taking the call. Hey, JP, don't be offended, man. You might not be the funniest on the radio, but you can go for the most funniest looking. How about that, man? So you take that?
I'll take it all day, bro.
All right, cool. Hey, no, my point was, I believe the frustration is real from Parsons. And then, so I understand how he could be frustrated. But when it comes down to it, when it comes down to the put up, Jerry Jones going to put up. And that money going to squash all of that. So, and I think and Micah knows when he get paid, he won't get paid. So, it's a slight chance him come to DC, but I don't think it's going to happen because, like I said, when the time comes to pay him, Jerry going to pay him. And like I said, he got the money to pay the extras, the luxury taxes and all that. So, Micah not going nowhere, as far as I'm concerned. It's a slight, I'd say about 10% chance he leave, but 9% chance he's going to re-sign with Dallas and probably retire with him.
Appreciate it, Jay. Yeah, I mean,
I think you're dead on.
He definitely is. I mean, the chances of him becoming available are slim, and the chances of him becoming available for anything other than a trade is highly unlikely. So it just becomes so pricey to do it otherwise. But I would love for him to be in DC. I think it's just a bit of a pipe dream, though, that he would actually end up here.
I agree, bro. I really do. I think it's a fun conversation, and the thing I think people should take from that is I think the relationship between DQ and Parsons is very legitimate, and I think it speaks to the relationships DQ has with players all over. Let's keep hitting these phones.
800-636-1067. Let's get out to Mike in Connecticut. Mike, what's going on?
How's it going? So the way I'm looking at it is 2026, Dak, CD, and a franchise tag Micah Parsons, that's going to cost the Cowboys over $150 million. That's half the salary cap. I mean, it doesn't matter how much money Jerry has, the salary cap's going to restrict it. So they're handcuffed at this point. They're not going to be able to keep signing these big names. And like you said, George Pickens, are they going to just let him go? No. So he's going to have to figure something out. He would rather play for Dan Quinn. I think we can pretty safely assume that he loves playing for Dan Quinn. If he wants to play for Dan Quinn, he knows he's as good as he is. He's going to want to be in a good environment that makes him better. He's going to want to play to the best of his ability, and he's going to be willing to give up a little bit of money for that. All the big players do when they want to be happy, they're either going to get that huge check or they're going to be happy playing. And if he's willing to take a team-friendly contract, I mean, they might franchise tag him for a year, but he's going to be dragging his feet the whole way. He's not going to be playing 100% because he's not going to be happy where he is. Yes, he's a professional. He's going to play well enough, but it's totally possible that the Cowboys have no choice but to let him walk. And where's he going to go? He's going to go into the open arms of Dan Quinn. And I don't know. I'm not saying it will happen. Maybe he gets his payday, but if he walks, I could very easily see him ending up here.
It's a good call, man. Mike. I mean, it's not crazy to suggest that. We're going to keep these phone lines going. Will Kunkel's going to join us from Houston talking about this Kevin Durant trade at noon. Your call's next. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Welcome back. It is B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer in for B. Mitch today. He'll be back tomorrow alongside JP. Taking your calls right now at 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. What do you make of the comments from Kevin Durant with Kay Adams talking about, hey, Micah Parsons, come on down to D.C. We'll see you in a couple of years. And Micah Parsons saying that he likes Dan Quinn, but nothing else. Would you see a chance? Could you see a chance in the future? Micah Parsons wearing the burgundy and gold, 800-636-1067. Let's get out to Commandante Tequila. Commandante, what's going on?
Not too much, buddy.
I don't know what that was.
Yo.
Hey, Jim ain't gonna lose them. I don't think so. You got money problems and everything's all tied up. You eventually have to lose players, and you might be one of the players that you end up losing. Say, but money talks. Bullshit, BS talk, BS walks. You know.
Hey, appreciate the phone call, Commander. We gotta move on.
He know better.
That was a heck of a ride for 30 seconds. Well, whatever that was wild. Let's get out to Nick in Maryland. Nick, what's going on?
Man, I just want to say, never say never. I've been talking about this for almost 2 years, and I know I was trying to jump on the bandwagon and be first. But B. Mitch told me last week it would never happen. And guess what? I know it has not happened yet. I know that. But I've been waiting for this to come all the way through to fruition. And I'm hoping it does, to be honest with you, man. That would be the icing on the cake for this team. I really believe that. And I stopped hating the Cowboys to the point where I didn't want them on my team when we started winning with some players from that team. Last year, our best rusher was a Cowboy. And it's a business now, man. It's been a business for a long time. I'm just now catching on. I'm 65 years old. But I think he would be a tremendous addition. Bottom line is never say never.
Appreciate the phone call. Yeah, I think that's the thing. Like, is it likely? No. Could it happen? Certainly. I mean, like I said before, when you look at what Dan Quinn did when he got here, something that so many people talked about when he was hired as the head coach is how many people like this guy, whether it's working with him as a coach, whether it's coming to play for him. And I was like, okay, sure, that means something, but how much does it really mean? But I think you saw in year one, Bobby Wagner coming over, Zach Ertz coming over, the whole coaching staff staying into year two, basically. And I think you saw that people like to be around this guy. And I think there is something to that. Now, you know, a caller last segment was basically saying, hey, he'll take less and he'll be willing to come in here and play just so he can be happy with Dan Quinn. I'm not so sure about that because Myles Garrett, remember what was happening early this offseason with him? And it was basically, hey, I'm frustrated. I'm tired of playing losing football. Get me out of here. Trade me somewhere else. And then the Cleveland Browns offered him $40 million a year. And he said, you know what? I've always loved playing in Cleveland. Suddenly, it doesn't feel so bad. That contract, 4 for $160 with total guaranteed, it looks like of 100 and about 23 and a half. Yeah, suddenly you feel a little bit better about yourself. Saying, you know what, I'll stay where I'm at. So I'm not necessarily buying the idea that, oh, he'll take a big time discount. Like, he's going to have to be paid top dollar to come play here. He's going to have to be paid top of the market money, which Myles Garrett set at $40 million a year. I mean, you're going to be paying him 41, 42 million to play here, not next season, but probably after that. And I think that could be a real possibility. But the tough part is I don't see Dallas letting him go. I think Dallas always has these bad negotiating tactics. Dallas always had these, they don't fully understand how to do the business of football, where generally, if you're earlier, if you're first, or at least one of the early ones, that's when you can get a deal. When you sign a guy who sets the market a lot of times, or at least is close to the top of the market, but then you end up with the deal because other people look at that the rest of the offseason and base their contracts off of that. They've ended up hurting themselves the last couple of years by doing this with CD. They did it with Dak. They're probably going to do it again with Parsons. And it always gets done. That's the common theme. But you end up in a spot where you're paying more than you probably should. And that's totally fine with me. I hope Dallas continues to do poor negotiating tactics, and I hope they suck. But I would love for Micah Parsons to end up here. I just don't think the likelihood is very high. But when you look at Micah Parsons, the player, he's one of the best in the league. In my opinion, if I had to start a team and that I was picking a defensive player to be my guy, it'd be Micah Parsons. He's that good.
Hey, yo, Toby, I gotta say I agree with the last call on never say never. We never thought we would see Brett Favre not in the Packers uniform. We never thought we would see Tom Brady not in the Patriots uniform. So it can't happen. It's the business. We never thought we would see Saquon Barkley in the Eagles uniform. It can't happen. And shoot, if it work out, we never know. We never know. Micah could see. What if we do go back to the NFC Championship this year, and he see like, oh man, that team really competing for a championship. Maybe I would take a less pay. We never know.
Yeah, and I mean, the clear, obvious hole in this team right now is a legit pass rusher. There's no question about that. And he gives you some flexibility and that understanding that you've had success in that defense before, not even just the relationship that he has with Dan Quinn, but the relationship he has in terms of, I know I can fit into his defense and he's going to get the most out of me. I mean, maybe, but I wouldn't say that there's a high percentage chance that it happens, but I would absolutely love for that to be the case because I think the timeline too would work out where you could pay him a lot of money and you're going to have to pay him a lot of money, but maybe you could front load some of that before you have to pay Jaden. And Terry McLaurin is probably assuming, he's going to get his contract situation figured out. Terry McLaurin's probably coming off the books around the time that Jaden Daniels' contract is going to start kicking in, and that's going to be a ridiculous amount of money for him. So, yeah, I mean, there's always the possibility, and maybe he gets frustrated in Dallas, but I've never gotten the sense that he is frustrated with the Dallas Cowboys organization. Maybe he gets frustrated with the complacency where they're constantly middle of the road, and yeah, sometimes they win 12 games, but then they fizzle out in the playoffs. Maybe he gets to that point, but I don't know. I don't necessarily. So our first caller said that he doesn't fit the culture here, and I don't fully agree with that, but I also understand his point. I get frustrated by the amount of stuff that you see coming out of Micah Parsons' podcast. I wouldn't want that here. I wouldn't want to constantly be having to listen and watch and make sure that he's not saying anything to throw fuel on the fire for someone else. And the worst thing possible would be if this team lost to the Eagles, and next thing you know, some Eagles cornerback is on there chopping it up with him, talking about what's going on in football. I can't stand that sort of stuff. That's new age stuff. I get it. And that's kind of the new age media player personalities mixing together. But that being said, that talented of a football player, sometimes you put up with some extra stuff, right? Like sometimes you put up with a little bit of the drama, a little bit of the extra stuff. And I think this team has built a culture that they could probably bring someone like that in and it would work out just fine. Let's get back into the NBA. Will Kunkel from Houston going to join us next. Want to get his thoughts on Kevin Durant, the DMV native. He's on the move once again. He's going to Houston. Does that put Houston over the top in the Western Conference? We'll talk about it next here on The Fan.
By Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Congratulations to Oklahoma City. They defeat Indiana Pacers 103-91 to win the NBA Finals for the first time, 4-3. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 29. He was the Finals MVP.
Feels amazing. So much weight off my shoulders. So much stress relieved. No matter what, like, you go into every night wanting to win, and sometimes it just doesn't go your way. And tonight could have been one of those nights, but we found a way. I'm so proud of this group. I wouldn't have rather done it with any other group in the world.
Tyrese Halliburton went down with a first-quarter Achilles injury and did not return. Jalen Williams had 20 points. OKC won 84 games overall this season. They tied the Chicago Bulls of 1997 for the third most all-time wins in an NBA season and series. Dodgers beat the Nationals 13-7. Max Muncy had 2 homers and 7 RBIs. Nats are at San Diego tonight on the Fan at 9:10 p.m. The Mystics defeated Dallas 91-88 in overtime. Washington Spirit and San Diego Wave FC played to a 0-0 tie. U.S. men's soccer team defeats Haiti 2-1. LSU defeated Coastal Carolina 5-3. Eric Becker is returning to play baseball at Virginia. There's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west. I believe we're going to get to the Rude Guest Hotline here, and we're going southwest. Will Kunkel covers all things Houston sports. Obviously, a huge trade this weekend with the Rockets bringing in Kevin Durant. A lot of questions with this one. Will, what's up, dude? How are you?
Good, brother. Just landed in Cabo, so hopefully my service holds up and my cocktail takes a minute to get here.
I got to say, I'm quite jealous that you just landed in Cabo. We'll start there. But you're not the only Houstonian on the move, I guess. A big trade to bring Kevin Durant to town, including sending away Jalen Green. What do you make of this pick, of the move?
It's a great move. I love it. Like, Jalen Green was not it. And if a team wants Jalen Green, by all means, go get Jalen Green and see if you can turn him into something. But the Rockets are in a situation where they can win right now, and they need a dude that can go out there and score points. Like, Jalen was irrelevant for 6 out of 7 games in the playoffs. Like, it's not just a one-game deal like it is in the NFL, and you got to wait a year to come back. He had 7 games, and he couldn't do it. This is a great move for the Rockets, and they'll probably re-sign Durant to probably a 2 or 3 year extension is my guess.
Where does this put them in terms of matching up with OKC going into next season?
Man, I think we saw, like, OKC is obviously a champion, but they're not one of the greatest teams of all time. Now, with that said, I think they certainly get better next year. They've been there. They've done that. I think the guys are going to mature and gel probably even more. But the Rockets are right there with them, especially now that they have a dude that can go get a bucket whenever he wants it. Plus, he can go get it down the stretch in crunch time. That was the thing that they were missing all year last year. They did not have a guy with the onions down the stretch to do what he wanted to do.
When you look at Durant and kind of everything he's got going now, I think he's 38 now, 37 maybe. One of the greatest basketball players of all time. That Phoenix situation seemed just like a disaster. But this is not a dude that gives you full seasons. Like, I think on your point, like, to the surface, hell yeah, the Rockets were really good and just added one of the best players ever. But what is the other side here? Are you nervous at all about, a dude that hasn't played a full season in, probably a long time?
I don't think I'm nervous just because he put up all the numbers. Like, he shot over 50%, averaged 27 points a game. Like, he's still got it. And obviously the way that this league goes, load management's going to be a key point for him, which is actually beneficial for the Rockets because they got so much young talent that they want to develop as well. With Cam Whitmore, Reed Shepherd going to get significantly more minutes as well. So I think it's a good place for them to. You don't have to go 100% of the time next year like they did this year. Like they won a lot of games last year just because they were the hardest playing team on the court night in and night out. Not that they won't be that team this year, but now they don't have to be every single night, and they can kind of figure some things out and ramp up into the playoffs. So I think that'll help Kevin and his health as well.
Was there some surprise that you could get him? Obviously, you give up Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks, but only giving up the 1 first-round pick, 5 second-round picks, sure, but only having to give up the 1 first-round pick after we saw Desmond Bane draw 5 first-round picks, only the 1. Is that a little bit of a surprise?
Man, yes, but then also you kind of look at everything, and it was a mere supply and demand situation. Like it was the best offer on the table. The Phoenix Suns are in Barney. Like they needed to get rid of him in order to move forward. So they were caught in a bad spot. He didn't want to go to Minnesota, so that offer wasn't really there. San Antonio wasn't making a great bid, so it just was what it was. And the Rockets are in a great situation to where they have the picks. They have these Phoenix Suns picks even, because that's how bad of a spot Phoenix is in. So I was surprised, but when you look at the totality of how they got there, it makes sense, and it's just great fortune for the Rockets.
Talking with our buddy Will Kunkel here on the Rude Guest Hotline. If it ain't rude, it ain't right. You can follow Will on Twitter at Will Kunkel with a V at the end. Are you the 5th? Is that what that is?
Did we
loot? Well, he did just
got me.
Yeah, there he is. Well, dude, so I'm very curious with the Houston market, because I know the Rockets are a really big deal down there, but Houston's also such a huge city. What is in DC, dude? The reality is the Commanders, the artists formerly known as Redskins, dominate the city, right? What good, bad, ugly, everybody just talks about the Skins all the time. And then the other teams, it's like when they're good, they become more of a topic. What is the breakdown like in Houston?
I think so. The Astros winning put them ahead of the rise.
We'll throw him back on hold and see if we can get that phone situation figured out. He's enjoying Cabo, so I'm
jealous.
I fully blame him. But JP, were you surprised when you saw this trade go down with the KD stuff? Were you surprised? I mean, we all knew he was getting moved, it felt like, but were you surprised to see him end up in Houston?
Not really. I feel like Houston had been one of the rumored spots for a while. Maybe I heard the Spurs. I feel like I've also heard the Spurs for Giannis. One thing I don't get, if I was Durant and all right, Jeff, just shoot Will a text and say thanks very much, and we'll do it another time. I think the one thing, dude. So Tatum's a blown Achilles too, right?
Yeah,
with the Celtics.
Yep.
So Tatum's a blown Achilles. Now Halliburton, sadly, unfortunately, last night blown Achilles. I mean, the East is so wide open. I'm almost surprised, like, Durant didn't want to come east. And maybe
join the Wiz.
KD to DC. My boy Jed was selling T-shirts.
Let's Wizards going on a Eastern Conference Finals run next year, JP.
I never know.
Yeah, but I think the KD stuff is interesting because, I mean, for the brief time that we were able to get him there, Jalen Green had kind of fallen into, and this is sometimes what I worry about when you have young players that come into any league and they're supremely talented, but they never play winning ball of any sort. And that was Jalen Green. And eventually he got to the point where they were winning, but he still wasn't playing winning basketball. Like, what's to make me believe that if the Charlotte Hornets were to turn a corner, that when it gets crunch time, LaMelo Ball knows how to win basketball games? Because he's never done it. So I think that's where they ran into a problem with Jalen Green is he's super talented, but I don't think he understands how to win NBA basketball games. And that's an issue when you're trying to win in the playoffs.
Yeah, totally. I think for what you got, I don't even think they paid that high of a price.
No.
Dude, Dylan Brooks I bet they're happy to get out of town. That guy is such a pain in the ass. And to get Durant with kind of the talent they have built around him, I say this in football, and I understand how different sports are. But like guys that get traded a lot, I always just kind of wonder what they are in the locker room or whatever. And I guess, I mean, Tunsil's now in that world, right? Like he's on his third team, and they've all been trades and not like free agency. Durant, dude, has now played. This will be his 5th team in 17 years.
It's crazy.
I know in the NBA, maybe baseball too, players tend to bounce around a lot more than other spots. But I remember the seismic shift it felt when he went to Golden State, when people here were daydreaming that he was coming to town. And then Brooklyn was supposed to be a super team, and that was a disaster. There was that one playoff run where he got hurt, right?
Yeah, I mean, he got hurt in the finals against the Raptors because he came back a little bit early with a calf thing. It's when he blew out the Achilles. Like, it is crazy seeing him bounce around, and it's weird because it feels like after Brooklyn, because Brooklyn was really, really good when they had Kyrie and him, they had James Harden, and they really probably could have beat Milwaukee in that playoff series if his toe wasn't on the line, but it was, and they end up losing that playoff series. He kind of carried them.
Crazy. Yeah.
It feels like since then he's been irrelevant, and it's a shame because KD is such a good player. He's so fun to watch. He's one of the best players of this generation, but are you going to remember a single moment of him with the Phoenix Suns? I think that's going to be almost one of those ones where you see in 15 years someone throws a picture at you of KD in a Suns uniform, like, oh, that's right, he did play in Phoenix, because just nothing memorable happened while he was there.
Dude, I'm a KD fan. Like, he's from here, I'm from here. I've always rooted for Kevin Durant. His resume is crazy impressive. 15-time All-Star, 4-time scoring champ, 11-time All-NBA. He was Rookie of the Year. He was a Finals MVP twice. He won League MVP once. So maybe this is crazy, especially he's won 2 rings in the Golden State days. But do you feel like Durant has fully achieved his full potential?
I mean, I think he has. I think in terms of as a player, he definitely has, but maybe his career and his reputation and his legacy isn't going to reach the full potential, because you would think that as a player that is that good, to be kind of bouncing around all over the place and outside of, I mean, really, even when he went on that playoff run, it's not like that playoff run for him was super memorable. Like, you're going to remember him as a member of the Oklahoma City Thunder, and you're going to remember him winning championships with the Warriors and his decision to go there. After that, it's not like he's been a worse player, but he hasn't been because so much of the NBA, LeBron was kind of bemoaning this the other day, basically saying ring culture this and ring culture that. Like, it is built on stars, but it's built on stars that play for championships or at least make playoff runs. And KD hasn't really done that since he's left Golden State, which is a shame. Like, my favorite thing watching, did you watch the USA or the Court of Gold documentary about Team USA basketball and the Olympics and everything?
Yes.
I mean, you fall in love with Kevin Durant every time you watch him talk about basketball and playing for the United States of America, and that stuff is all awesome. But it's just, I don't think you could say that he hasn't reached his full potential, but maybe his legacy is going to be a little bit tainted by these last couple of years of his career where he's just kind of bouncing around, even though he's playing well.
Jeff, what do you say to that?
With KD and his career, I'm not surprised that he's on his 15 because of the fact that KD has not been one of them guys that's like emotionally attached to a team. Wherever the business takes him, it takes him. Like, for instance, when he ended up with the Warriors, everyone was like, oh, how could you do that? They just beat you. Now you joining them, blah, blah. That was never the thing for KD. He always wanted to be a part of a team. He never wanted to, even though his talents made him the superstar that everyone focused on, he has made it quite clear that, it's a team sport for him. So he wants to be on the team that gives him the best opportunity. So I'm not surprised. Then, I support him in every move he makes because he's doing what's best for him, his career, and the business following his contract.
You know what's interesting, I think, with Durant is like maybe it's who he always was and it just came out over time. Maybe as he amassed, I mean, is Durant a billionaire? Like I imagine his career earnings are pretty outrageous, and I think he's done some really, really smart business stuff. I don't want to say became a jerk, right? Because I think he's just being himself, but he just seems to care so little about anyone and everyone. And I'm sure he has people close to him, whatever it may be, but like, I don't know. He seems like what do they call it in wrestling? A heel turn?
Yeah,
right?
A little bit of a heel, yeah.
Like he doesn't care. He's embraced it. And then, I mean, even how he is on social media, Jeff, help me understand this. I'm not too familiar with Little B, the Bass God's work. But so I just saw this. This dude, Little B, the Bass God, has 1 million followers. And he tweeted out last night, Kevin Durant really ain't about no basketball. You got no real paper. I can't read fully what he wrote here. There's a lot of expletives. But Durant, like, responded to him, like, calling him a broke boy. Like, how frequently are there engagements like this? You know what I'm like, dude? So, if we were talking about the Commanders, we'd be like, oh, I don't know. He fits the culture. You know what I'm saying? And basketball is very different. But
yeah, see, the thing with Kevin Durant, so he didn't just, it's not like he's just lashing out on that. This all started from the internet trolls, you know? And Lil B is one of them trolls. Lil B is a guy who can't rap. He had a song called Paris Hilton, and it was horrible. Yeah, he's just a troll. But KD, it came a time in his career where KD, people was talking about, you know, it was like, yo, how he got all that money and he don't brush his hair and he be ashy and all this stuff. They was asking him questions, and he basically was like, yo, how y'all doing all this talking and y'all broke? And he was going back at him. Me personally, yo, people on the internet are mean. I don't eventually, if you keep on poking at a dog, it's eventually going to bite you. And it's not like KD grew up in some soft area. He grew up in PG County. He played basketball in the amongst the Sharks. AAU basketball back in the day. I mean, it's competitive now, but the dogs came from the DMV. You had to be tough. If you were good, you were quiet. Nah, you still had to toughen up. Now that they brought that out of him, and I'm not mad at him. And Lil B, how you talking trash? You can't beat KD in ball. And hey, I ain't gonna lie, I think KD could probably beat Lil B in the rap battle.
Could you beat him?
Yes. If I had some time to write, yes, Lil B is garbage.
Could Wild Card Scotty beat him?
They rap the same.
Yeah, but you lost to Wild Card Scotty, Jeff.
But that's also because I wasn't taking him serious and I was laughing the entire time. And I tell y'all all the time, I'm not a freestyler. I'm a writer. You know, I have songs that I have written, but bringing it back to Lil B, yo, he's trash. Like the best song he ever had was with the Pack, and that was I Got My Vans On, but they look like
I like that song. I know that song.
That's the only good song he ever had. Other than that, he was calling himself a pretty woman, but not using a woman word, using a derogatory. He was calling himself a pretty female dog. You can't rap. He was relevant because of his antics.
I got to be honest. That's probably about 80 seconds longer than I needed on Little B. I wish him luck in his career, in his endeavors, but he and I are. Yo, what if we get Little B mad at Jeff?
I'm totally down with that.
Look, the Lil B curse. He say he cursed people, but you can't curse someone that's anointed. So I'm good. I ain't worried about that, man.
Dang.
I don't even know what that meant.
It means I'm godly, JP. I'm godly. He can't do that to me.
You know the meme where it's like, I ain't gonna read all that, but I'm happy for you or sorry that it happened?
Yes.
That's the last 4 minutes of this conversation.
You the one who asked for it, JD.
You're right. You were right, Jeffrey. I did ask. I have a very inquisitive mind. Sometimes that takes me to places I don't belong. Here's what I do know: the NBA draft is this week. I think I'm in on Malawatch. I saw Bickle this morning, watched Malawatch, and is out on him. I think I'm a Con Knipple guy. Nobody wants to hear that. I don't even know if Con Knipple will get to
What do you make
6.
of Ace Bailey? Are you in on the Ace Bailey sweepstakes if he falls to 6?
Let's have an Ace Bailey discussion. When we return, it's B. Mitch and Finley and Jeff and Little B the Base God.
The NBA draft is Wednesday, June 25th, just 2 days away at 8 p.m. We will have coverage of the draft. The Washington Wizards have picks number 6 and number 18 in the first round, and they're trying to get better after losing 131 games in the last 2 seasons. They'd love to get to where Oklahoma City is. Oklahoma City did a complete rebuild. 6 years later, they're the NBA champions, beating the Indiana Pacers 103-91, 4-3, led by Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 29. He's the Finals MVP. The Nationals also rebuilding. Lost to the Dodgers 13-7. Max Muncy, 2 homers and 7 RBI. They're in San Diego tonight. The live play-by-play on the Fan begins pregame show at 9:10. Impressive win for the Mystics, 91-88 in overtime against Dallas. Washington Spirit and San Diego Wave FC have to settle for a 0-0 tie. I'm Byron Kerr on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 the Fan. You know what I just got hit with? Toby?
What's that?
I have to pay my dues for the Pro Football Writers of America. I just got hit 75 bones.
That's
Thanks
always
for it.
fun.
Right. It's like getting a speeding ticket in the mail. So I've actually really been enjoying. I used to love. Sadly, Bickle got to do this with quarterbacks all the time because Washington was always in search of a new quarterback. So the Junks would do this thing where Bickle would watch film in a commercial break and then give his grade on a quarterback prospect. And his instincts often were very correct. I think I enjoyed that. Now we're in a world where we're not looking at quarterbacks for a very, very long time, you know? So now EB's doing this with draft prospects in basketball. And he looked at Malawach today, and Bickle said he's a massive human, but a one-dimensional role player. Hard for me to imagine them taking him at 6. The Malawach stuff has been really interesting. David Aldridge had this awesome article. Did you read DA's draft confidential thing, Toby?
No, I haven't had a chance to read it, but I know he's been all over Malawach as a potential guy for DC. He mentioned the Thunder as part of the reason, seeing how Chet is used, having Hartenstein be able to help out at times to be that true big and letting Holmgren play the floor, even though they were playing him at the 5 a lot last night. Like, I'm down with that idea. I think that it helps out. It sets an identity defensively, but no, I haven't read that specific piece yet.
Well, he just talks about kind of evaluations. Malawach are all over the place, and maybe he doesn't get past 14, but nobody's exactly sure where he'll go. I think maybe the Spurs have the 14th pick, so imagine Malawach with Wemby. Goodness gracious. But it's a really good article. DA also talks about Derek Queen, where he might go, and it seems like, folks are very split on Queen's game. Questions about what he can do defensively, but offensively, he's so gifted. If you get him in the right system, how he can just be an up-tempo kind of guy. For the Wiz at 6, more and more people are saying Ace Bailey could get there. And I listened to Russillo's podcast, and he had the Rutgers coach on. And let's just all kind of give our thoughts on Ace Bailey. Undeniably gifted, 6'9", freshman, average 19 points per game, can get to the rack. He's just this the prototypical NBA wing, I would say, just like big, long, athletic, can do it all. But this, to me, as a draft pick, is purely on potential. Like, you don't know what he is yet. And one thing that's been weird, so I listened to an interview with Ace Bailey's college coach from Rutgers. He said, love him, great kid. You know, he's going to be a part of this thing for a long time. And his college coach said all the right things about him. But the other part of this that we know is Ace Bailey's refusing to take any of these pre-draft workouts. As of now, Bailey has declined workouts from the Sixers, the Hornets, and Utah. Like, just said, hey, I'm not coming, right? And those are the teams in front of Washington. There's some, I guess, belief that, like, he wants to be in D.C. I think, based on what I've read, is that he wants minutes. He wants to be able to get shots right away. And I guess in D.C., he can do that. Russillo, who's like a foremost NBA expert, I would say, says that Bailey kind of chose sketchy representation. I guess his agent is a dude without much, without a lot of like other clients. And I think you can kind of see maybe some, I don't know, maybe just inexperience in how they're handling Ace Bailey's pre-draft workout. White Brian, who is it? I guess you know who it is, the agent?
It's Sharif Cooper's dad, former Auburn Tiger, Warrior.
How many clients does this dude have?
I believe it's just Sharif Cooper.
That gives me a little pause. Like, what is Ace Bailey's relationship to Sharif Cooper or Mr. Cooper? Are they like
I gotta
related?
imagine they are friendly. I don't know the direct relationship.
It seems like there's some inexperience because even if you maybe don't want to get drafted by the Sixers or something, the more interest you can create in you being drafted 3rd overall or 4th overall, the better it is for you.
Yeah, and this isn't a case like I just saw that there was a kid that had been flying all around the country to do workouts, and he just tore his Achilles. Now, he was like the 63rd ranked prospect according to ESPN or something like that. I can't remember exactly, but he was probably a 2nd-round guy. At best, he sneaks his way back into the end of the 1st round. And that's a little bit different than this case where, for that one, he's trying to drum up any interest at all in any team saying, please draft me. Ace Bailey's getting drafted in the 1st round. You don't know where yet. I mean, consensus was, JP, when this whole situation started, it was going to be Cooper Flag 1, either Ace Bailey or Dylan Harper 2, and then the other goes 3. And now it's looking like, because of the situation going on, also, it's not just him skipping workouts. It's the fact that he was thought to be 6'10", JP. He was thought to be this super long wing that would be Kevin Durant-esque, right, in terms of that height. And he's now measured in at like 6'7.5", which you act like it's not that big of a deal, but there are a lot of 6'7", 6'8" wings that can go out there and get a bucket. Not as many 6'10", 6'11" guys that can go get a bucket like he can. So that kind of dinged him a little bit. Then also you have this situation. I don't know. He's intriguing. To me, if I were drafting 3rd overall, if I were the 76ers, I wouldn't take him. I think there's too much risk there. But when you look at the guys that are probably going to get taken ahead of him, if he falls to 6, like VJ Edgecombe, I would take ahead of him. Obviously, the top 2 in Harper and Flag, I'd take ahead of him. I think I would take him ahead of Maluach. I think there's a real discussion to be had of whether you would take Ace Bailey or Trey Johnson, depending upon what you want. Trey Johnson is a very athletic, good scoring 2 guard, or do you want to go
fill it up?
Or do you want the Ace Bailey, who maybe is a little bit more difficult to find? But I think Ace Bailey, I understand why they want him to play, because I think he has to work on his game a lot, because the thing that he specializes in is something that a lot of NBA teams don't focus on anymore, which is a lot of dribble, pull-up, mid-range jump shots. And he did that a lot at Rutgers, and he knocked down a lot of difficult ones. But I don't want to live on that. I don't want to live on a guy always taking contested jumpers, because generally that means he's not creating separation or getting to the bucket. And I don't think his handle's particularly great. But in terms of ceiling, for guys that you could get at 6 if he falls there, I think you got to take a shot.
I think I'd rather have Knipple. You'd rather take Bailey in the upside than Knipple.
I think so. I think Knipple definitely has the higher floor. Like, he can step in and he's going to be a solid role player. And if he hits his ceiling, he can be maybe a really, really good role player. Do you see star potential in Knipple?
No, but I think he'll be the second best player on a team that wins titles.
Sure. Okay. I just don't see star potential in Knipple, and I see potential stardom in Ace Bailey. Now, it's going to take a lot of work to get there. So if you want to say, I'd rather bet on the more sure thing, then that's fine. But I think the thing that the Wizards are missing is they've got a lot of guys that could probably play into being solid role players. They're lacking the star. So I think you got to shoot for the stars in this case, especially considering you can probably find another guy next year that can fit the role player role if you don't end up with the first pick again if you get screwed. The idea is hopefully next year you're getting the number one pick.
I hear that, and I don't know that he showed us anything last year to think he's a star, but they just drafted a kid number 2 overall. Shouldn't that be your future star?
I mean, ideally, but then that was the whole discussion about how, of course, the Wizards get the number 2 pick in a draft where it's a draft that isn't thought to have any really star players, right? So I think that Alex Sarr can be that, but I think that's why you make that sort of a pick with Sarr too. Unique body type, unique style of play, can get up and down the floor as a 7-footer, block shots. He worked on his game, and he was. If you want to dream as a Wizards fan, go back and look at what Alex Sarr did in December. If he can get close to what he did in the month of December, then you could be looking at a star player. I think you saw as the season went on, he got better. I think Ace Bailey, though, I wouldn't take him at 3, but there's not many guys that at 6, assuming Edgecombe, Flagg, and Harper are gone. I think he's probably my 4th or 5th guy just because of the upside that you could get there. You have to work on some of the maturity of his game, I think, and you have to work with him on understanding what a good shot selection is. I think you got to work on his handle. I think you got to work a little bit on his ability to get to the rim, but what NBA prospect doesn't have some things you got to work on? And his ceiling, if you can iron out some of those flaws, I think is just as high as just about anybody in this draft.
Jeff, where you at on Bailey?
I don't mind him, JP. It's just if he come here with the roster that we have, we need a guy that's going to put in the effort. That's all. Because I'm not going to lie, JP. I was so sold on us getting the first pick, and with Cooper Flagg, I was like, I'm speaking it into existence. Now it's like, okay, we didn't get who I wanted. Now the next player.
I was also real in on Dylan Harper. I think, like you guys don't remember Ron Harper, and I only remember like late in his career when he was the point guard on the second three-peat for the Bulls. But he was a dog, dude. And I just I buy that stock. You know, I just. Are you impacted with Bailey at all with all the stuff? Like not his shot selection or his handle, but like why are you not taking these visits? Why are you trying to control where you go? Maybe that's just young players. They feel emboldened and they can control it. I don't know.
Yeah, my thing is, look, if you want to go somewhere and you don't make it there, now the team that you have been drafted to, you got to play. I look at it, even though this would be better for B to weigh on, but I look at it like this. If you're a person trying to manipulate where you land professionally, if you don't land that place, now your job has then become 2 times harder because you really can't have an off game because people are going to look at, oh, well, he didn't want to be here. Is that the reason why he playing like this? And God forbid he come in and stink it up because, it takes some time to adjust into the NBA. That's why there's a G League. Well, that's why there are development leagues in all sports. But he has a tougher job coming in now that he's trying to manipulate it. My thing is, I don't care about all of that. I like I said, I care about the effort. Wherever you land, if you land in Washington, if you're here, you better play like this the team you wanted to play for.
We need dogs. We need canines, as the great Doc Walker says. All right, I'm going to tell you the truth. I don't know what's about to happen. A fellow by the name of Sports Grumpy on the internet, Jeff, is it fair to say the song is about me?
Yo, the song is definitely about you. And I've listened to it like 3 times already.
All right, we're going to play what sounds very, very weird. Song about me next. It's B. Mitch Finley. Yo, Toby.
This song, by the way, is absolute fire. Not this song in particular, the one made about you.
I haven't heard it yet. I'm excited. I did want to share with the world. If you're looking at the stream, I'm holding up the bag. These chips, I don't know if cheese curls count as chips. It might be their own little subcategory. But these joints, the Hers Old Bay cheese curls, are my new one seed of chips or cheese curls. They're unbelievable.
Very good.
And if you have you had them, Tobo?
I don't know if I've had that specific one, but I've had Old Bay cheese balls, which were so good.
Okay.
Have you ever had the hot honey cheese curls?
I have not.
I've had the hot honey Utz chips. Those are banging.
No,
Mike's hot honey.
They got some hot honey cheese curls like the ones you have, JP. You might change your mind after you eat those.
I might. These are fire, though. I do like hot honey. That's like my new go-to buffalo wing order. Is like, I don't know where the heck I was. They did like an Old Bay honey that was awesome. My favorite wing spot, I always get hot buffalo, or I get honey buffalo, which is banging.
I'm gonna bring some in for you, some of the hot honeys, because they're around my neighborhood.
My guy. I'm filibustering a little bit because apparently my man Sports Grumpy is any more introduction needed than that, Jeffrey?
No, we're gonna get it on.
I'm a big ear blogger and occasional jogger, and I'm trying to get better at golf. I got two little girls that rock my world. They're the reason I know there's a God. And I'll kick the coverage for sure when it comes to my wife. My life is what it is, I know, because you're all here. And if you made it this far, I owe you a beer. Sometimes I can't believe I get to do what I get to do. Talking sports all day with my friends is a dream come true. Landfill and Jeff keep it funny and real. And B. Mitch brings the Hall of Fame appeal. I get to share all this with every one of you. It's like a real song. I'm a big-eared blogger and occasional jogger, and I'm trying to get better at golf. I got two little girls that rocked my world. They're the reason I know there's a God. And I'll kick the coverage for sure when it comes to my wife. My life is what it is, I know, because you're all here. And if you made it this far, I owe you a beer.
I mean, this is very nice.
Don't forget about the pod with the big man Beltway. Football is our baby on the weekend. Getting paid to talk ball and beers. If you know a better way to live, I'm all ears. I'm a big ear.
That was a bar.
It's really good, dude. I'm like flattered. I don't know how to react. I thought I'd just be exalted for he's got purses.
Yeah, yo, I listened to it this morning because that was like one of the first Instagram notifications, bro. And I was taken away. I was like, yo, this is actually nice.
It's so good.
Yo, thank you, Sports Grumpy, very much, man. I'm like flattered. I'm like speechless. I just thought it'd be making fun of me, honestly. That's what most people do. It was really good, dude.
It's crazy the stuff you can do with AI, by the way. I'm pretty sure that's an AI song. He maybe wrote out the script or something.
I'm rocking with him. That's Sports Grumpy all the way.
He sang that whole thing. Yeah, I'm sure. But it's crazy the stuff you can do with AI.
I didn't even think that was possibly AI. I just thought that was Sports Grumpy. But that maybe makes me a boomer and why everybody tells me I'm old. That song was really good. Thank you very much, Sports Grumpy. We'll have to play that. Maybe we play it again for B. I think he'll get a kick out of it. What do you say? I'm a big-eared blogger and an occasional jogger. I mean, that's pretty accurate. Sadly, I'm probably an occasional blogger at this point, but certainly how it started. That was really cool. That was fun. We're just eating chips and singing songs.
Yo,
you think B. Mitch will like it?
B. Mitch is gonna love that.
Especially, I like how he incorporated all your podcasts and things.
Sure.
That was cool. I'm all ears. That was cool.
It was dope. And like how he talked about my family and stuff, it was very, very, very nice. Like, I'll be very honest. If you were going to tell me, hey, one of our listeners made a song and brought up your daughters, I'd be terrified and probably a little angry. Like I would walk into that zone mad and hot and like heated. But he nailed it. He and or AI nailed it. That was great. Maybe we'll play that again, dude. I'm blown away by that. That was really, really great. Thank you, Sports Grumpy. If you have a real name you want us to say, we will say your real name. I do want to go around the majors with Toby. There was we were all mad last week at the Washington Nationals. We were mad. They lost 11 in a row. Our head's gonna roll. Then James Wood hits a walk-off. Then they're able to get a win in LA, and it's like, all right. But if you look at everything, they're still a mess. And James Wood is single-handedly trying to give them positive stories. We're going to catch up on the Washington Nationals when we return.
The Oklahoma City Thunder have done it. They've won the NBA championship. Now the focus for the Washington Wizards is to get to the NBA draft and get some good players. At number 6 and number 18, number 6, according to ESPN mock draft, would be Ace Bailey, shooting guard, small forward from Rutgers to the Washington Wizards. And then at 18, ESPN likes Liam McNeely, another shooting guard and small forward from UConn, to go to the Washington Wizards. Nationals baseball travels down I-5. They're in San Diego at Petco Park tonight against the San Diego Padres after a 13-7 loss to the Dodgers. Mitchell Parker will get the call. Live play-by-play on the Fan with the pregame show at 9:10 p.m. Despite the loss, good to see Nathaniel Lowe crank one for the Nationals.
Nathaniel with 47 RBIs. Here's the pitch. Swing a high drive, blasted left center field. Kim going back at the warning track, at the wall. He leaps. It's off his glove again, and the ball lands on the warning track. 2 runs are going to score as Lowe is in at second with a double.
The review, the call is overturned. It is a home run.
Nathaniel Lowe will circle the bases. That's his 13th home run.
The call on 106.7 The Fan. Mystics beat Dallas 91-88 in overtime last night. Washington speared San Diego Wave FC 0-0 tie. LSU beat Coastal Carolina 5-3 to win the Men's College World Series. Shortstop Eric Becker is returning to play for Virginia baseball next season. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Jeff's in the big chair this week. Professor Landini with a well-earned week of vacation. I'm sure he's very busy. Probably numerous trips to the museums, riding his bike through the country. Brian Mitchell, the other part of the program, is, I believe, in a golf tournament today, so hopefully he's having a good time. B was down. B's schedule is just banana land.
He does so much stuff. I don't get it.
It's funny. I was talking with somebody yesterday, and they were like, man, I can't keep up with you. And talking about me, because I'm doing a lot of stuff pretty regularly. And I'm like, I got nothing on B. It's like just last week, we went to Richmond to play golf. Then he rode his bicycle to the beach. Then he went to Atlanta for a wedding. And I don't know where he is today, but he's somewhere playing golf.
Yeah, he's all over the place. So credit to him for having the energy to do it. I don't have that.
That dude's got
energy.
A motor. You don't.
No.
You do not, Toby. And congratulations to Ray Brown. It was his daughter that got married. Ray obviously played for the Redskins, played for a number of teams. Just a mountain of a man that played football into his 40s and couldn't be a better, nicer guy. So congrats to the whole Brown family. Toby, while we have you, I wanted to talk some hardball. There's a number of things I wanted to ask about. Obviously, I screamed earlier about the Dodgers putting in the infielder to pitch and what a joke that was.
PK, yeah.
I feel like we've covered that. So I don't feel the need to circle back. Do you want to start with the Nats and then zoom out, or do you want to start out and then land with the Nats?
No, let's start with the Nats. I mean, they had an opportunity going out to L.A., and they lose game 1. Mackenzie Gore doesn't have his sharpest stuff. You can live with those sorts of losses. They're going to happen. They win game 2. They hit 5 home runs. And then game 3 of the series is where it gets interesting. You're up 3-0. Michael Soroka has been in a spot recently where he'll go 5 innings strong, and then he gets into the 6th inning, and there's some struggles. And Davey ultimately goes to the pen after he loads the bases, brings in Jose A. Ferrer to face Max Muncy, and Ferrer's been great against lefties this year as a lefty on the mound. Muncy is yet to hit a home run against a left-handed pitcher this year until that at-bat when he hits the grand slam. And at that point, it just felt like everything unraveled. And it was disappointing that they couldn't find a way to win the game yesterday because, what better way to tell people to shut up a little bit and calm down a little bit than, you've lost 11 in a row, you finally snapped that losing streak, and then you go out to L.A. and you win 2 of 3 against the Dodgers. And by the way, if they would have won that game, JP, they would have been 4-2 on the year against the Dodgers. They finished 3-3 on the year against the Dodgers. So not too bad there, but they're playing better baseball in some cases, and then in some cases you see them jump right back into the losing ways. So it'll be interesting to see
Told
how
me
they're
they're
looking.
2-8 in their last 10.
Yeah, I mean that's part of that's that losing streak, right? That losing streak is going to stick around for quite a while, and I don't think that going out on this road trip, if you win 3 or 4 games, you feel fine about that because this is a tough road trip against some really good baseball teams. But when you have opportunities, you've got to take advantage of them. And, after that inning where they gave up the lead, you have Louis Garcia started off with an error at second base on a routine play. Jacob Young got thrown out stealing, which he has to get that figured out. He's, I think, 5 for 12, maybe 5 for 13 on the year on stolen base attempts, and
that's crazy.
That's
He's
one
so
of the
fast too.
That's one of the things he's there for. So there are some little things that they have to figure out. I think, at some point they're going to have to make some changes, but I don't know. It's tough when not that long ago, just a couple of weeks ago, we were talking about this team kind of sticking around relevant, around 500. Now they're largely going to be irrelevant for the rest of the season.
Yeah, there is an opportunity for them to have at least a little peak of relevance. I don't know if this will happen. James Wood is now tied for 6th in the majors in home runs. James Wood has 21 home runs on the year. The only guys ahead of him, Schwarber with the Phillies, like Ohtani, Aaron Judge, this guy Cal Raleigh, who just murders a baseball, catcher from Seattle. When's the All-Star break? 2 weeks from now?
Yeah.
Like mid-July, maybe 3 weeks?
Mid-July. So coming up just a little bit, yeah.
Do we get to see James Wood in the home run derby?
I'm hoping so. And I think he's going to be offered. I don't think there's any question he'll be offered.
How does that work? MLB sends out like invitations, basically?
Yeah, I would assume they kind of go through and pick their guys and ask them, and you'll see if they'll do it or not. I would assume that he's going to be asked. Whether he does it or not, I'm not sure. I wouldn't be surprised if he does it because it's early in his career and maybe he wants to do it once or twice in his career. But, yeah, it would be great if we could see him in the home run derby. Absolutely.
I am all for it. Like, I'm guessing there are some that might not be, but I'm in. Like, what is the downside of getting the stud in the home run derby?
I mean, the only thing that everyone always loves to point to is, it can mess up your swing. But if you actually remember a couple of years ago, JP, Juan Soto was terrible before the All-Star break, was in the home run derby. And then after the home run derby, got back to hitting the ball out of the yard and becoming Juan Soto again. Now, that was a while ago because he was still with the Nationals. But sometimes, it can mess with your swing a little bit because you're just trying to hit the ball out of the yard. But I honestly don't even know if his swing is fully built to do a home run derby because he likes hitting line drives. The guys that hit the majestic ones generally are a little bit better. But regardless, I'd love to see him do it and see what happens. And I'm not all that worried that he's going to somehow end up in a funk afterwards. So, yeah, I mean, I think early in his career it would make sense to do it because, if you're not going to do it now, are you going to do it in 5 or 6 years after? Like, I don't know. So why not do it now?
Yeah, do it now. Because, if you look at the guys ahead of him, Shohei's not going to do it. Judge isn't going to do it, right? Where is the All-Star game this year?
Atlanta.
So, I don't think Aaron Judge is going to do it, right?
No, I would think that maybe Cal Raleigh would.
I could see Raleigh, maybe Schwarber. PCA probably does it as a young guy, but once you become a true superstar, established player, Judge, Ohtani kind of level, I feel like those guys don't often do these. I think he should do it, man. You have my full support, James. As a fellow dude named James, you have my full support.
Well, and the thing about James Wood that, he's got such a simple swing. I don't think it's something that'll end up putting him in a bad spot. And he's been so good, JP. 451 feet at Dodger Stadium the other night. The second time he's gone 451 feet this year. Exactly 451. The other couple weeks ago against the Marlins, he had one that hit off the garage door in center field on the fly, which you never see happen. So that's the farthest home run that's been hit at Dodger Stadium this year, 451. And then I think you're going to see a lot more of what the Dodgers did to him. There were runners in second and third. He came to the plate, and he just immediately got sent down to first base. Until they get someone behind him that can give him some real protection in the lineup, I don't know why you would ever pitch to him if you're a team like I don't get what the Rockies were doing when they pitched to him and he hit the walk-off. If I were a team
They're
facing
the Rockies, they're god awful.
Well, exactly. And if I were a team facing him, I'd say screw that. Anybody else can beat me, not him.
Yeah, I'm with you, dude. I think I do have a secret for you, and this is unfortunate. There's not going to be anybody to protect him this year, at least. Like, that dude just, I don't know. I just don't see that.
Well,
Maybe another one.
So my wacky idea, JP, that they did for a little bit was CJ was batting third for a few games, and he actually saw more pitches to hit. I wouldn't put that third. I would just flip the two. I'd have James Wood lead off, which then you're going to have less guys in front of him on base. So I get the understanding, like he's your number one run producer. But I wouldn't hate the idea of maybe flipping those two just so he gets a little bit of protection because, frankly, he's in scoring position as soon as he steps to the plate. So maybe try that.
The speed. James Wood and I, we both share a first name, James, and I think that's where the parallels end. He's 6'7", 230, and 22. We were both born in September.
There you go.
So we got a couple things. All right, I want to go just around the majors. I think I don't even hate the Mets that much. Like I ended up rooting for them last year because that playoff run was just crazy. But I'm surrounded by Mets fans, and the chatter after the Soto deal irked me significantly. Probably mostly because it was Soto, who I just wish was always here.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Mets fans are mad because Soto gets off the slow starts. He's balling now. I don't hear anybody mad. But the Phillies are in first place of the NL East. I think the Phillies are good, dude. I don't know, but my guess is Davey won't be back. I think they should go get Kevin Long if that's the case. The Phillies hitting coach that was here when the Nats were so good to be skipper. But what do you make of the Phillies taking over at first place in the East?
Yeah, I mean, they're good, and they've been good for a long time. They've got some really good
Mets are 2-8 in their last 10.
Yeah, you've got some really good pitching for the Phillies. A former Nationals pitcher in Jesus Luzardo has been kind of a revelation, even though he's struggled a little bit of late. His ERA jumped over 4 because of one really, really bad start. But, I mean, Wheeler is still awesome. Ranger Suarez has pitched well this year. Christopher Sanchez has pitched well. Their pitching is really, really good. And Bryce hasn't been full Bryce yet this year. He's struggled a little bit. He's only hitting 258 on the season, only has 9 homers. But Kyle Schwarber, JP, is just insane. So I play fantasy baseball, and he's on my fantasy baseball team. And it feels like every single night I get a notification that Kyle Schwarber has homered again. 24 on the season for Schwarbs, 55 walks on the year. He's still so good. I mean, they've got so many good players, so it's not surprising. Bohm's gotten going recently. He struggled last season. He's hitting 290. So they're a really good baseball team, and it wouldn't shock you once again to see them there because they've just got the complete combo of having a really good lineup that's deep and then having a pitching staff that is good. Now, I don't know that their bullpen is great. Jordan Romano was having to save some of their games, and he's got an ERA of 6.50, so that doesn't necessarily speak very high. But they've got a couple of upcoming prospect arms, too, that could come help them down the line. So they've got what it takes to be really, really good again.
And then I wanted to go back to L.A., and obviously we talked about how it went for the Nats, but what'd you think of Shohei back on the mound?
So that's what I think is interesting with Shohei. I'm curious where he fits long-term. And because of the fact that he hits so well, obviously, and he's your everyday DH, it's not as if you need him to go 6-7 innings every time out because you essentially have him as a 14th pitcher when you're only allowed to have 13 because of his ability to do both things. And so even if he only goes out there and gives you an inning or two every time out, that's enough because he's still really, really good. And I don't know where he builds up to because I don't know that. It's not like Mark Zuckerman and I were talking about this in the press box the other day. It's not like he can go out on a rehab assignment, JP. It's not like he can go out there and work on building up to 3 and 4 innings. Like, it's just going to happen in big league games. I think part of the reason that they put him back out on the hill is similar to what Davey did with some of the pitchers in 2019 in the postseason, is these guys are going to throw anyways for an inning off a mound as like a sim game. So you might as well just throw them in a real game because what's the point of wasting bullets on a dude's arm when you could just have him go out there and throw an inning like he did against the Nationals on Sunday. So, yeah, I mean, I thought when he signed that contract, JP, it felt like it's such a big one that he has to pitch. But then you realize the cultural significance that Shohei Ohtani has in the country of Japan, which I think we already knew, but it was just even exploded more with him moving to the Dodgers instead of the Angels. And you could have paid that dude just about any dollar amount you could have chosen, and he's still going to bring back enough that it was worth it, even if he just hits. So I think, honestly, anything they get out of him pitching from now on, especially already having won a World Series, like it's kind of gravy. So I don't know that he ever gets back to the 5-6 inning guy. I think at some point in his career, maybe he works out as a reliever because he could be a nasty closer, which is just it's a unique player,
that's
man.
Crazy.
Unique.
Yeah, I mean, you can't take that bat out of the lineup. Like, you just can't.
No.
So the other two other things, back to the All-Star game, the fan vote, Wood just isn't getting like he deserves. So the fans vote in the starters, and then does MLB name the rest of the team?
Yeah, I think that's how it works. I think the coaches and players or something like that vote on the rest of the team.
Okay.
But yeah, I think
so. Wood should get in.
I think Wood's going to get in. I think Gore is going to be there because pitchers don't have any fan voting. Pitchers are all voted on by guys inside Major League Baseball. So I think Gore is going to be there. There's no question about that. And I think Wood will be there. I mean, John Heyman, one of the most respected baseball writers there is kind of already calling for that. So I think you'll see those two. The real question is if CJ can get there. He had a bit of a down spell a couple of weeks ago that lasted for just a few weeks. But he's kind of back to crushing the baseball as well. Had 2 home runs in LA. So that's kind of the interesting one. I think you got 2 for sure, but I don't know if you can force a third in there when you look at the Nationals record and you're like, how do they have 3 All-Stars?
Right. So the other thing that happens All-Star break, I think, correct me if I'm wrong on this, is that when the MLB draft is?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Nats have the number 1 overall pick.
Mm-hmm.
So Wiz couldn't get the number 1 overall pick, but the Nats sure did.
I'm telling you, JP, it's the weirdest thing. So baseball introduced this MLB draft lottery a couple of years ago, and the Nationals have had great luck. They had it implemented at a bad time, so it was implemented the year after the Dylan Cruz selection. And because of the way that baseball works with market size and whether you get revenue sharing and all this stuff, if you're in a large enough market, which DC is, they don't spend like it, but they are in a big enough market that they don't get the opportunity to pick inside the top 10 back-to-back years. Last year, they would have had the number 1 overall pick because they won the lottery last year. And then they get into it again this year where they can pick in the top 10, and then they win the lottery again. So whatever luck the Wizards don't have, the Nationals have had.
Have all of it.
Yeah.
And the number 1 pick sounds like it's going to come down to Ethan Holiday, and that's another one of Matt Holiday's kids, right? So Jackson's in Baltimore. And he's a high school prospect?
High school prospect, could be a potential 30-homer bat for this team down the line, was the Gatorade Player of the Year this year. It's out of Stillwater, Oklahoma. And, yeah, I mean, he's huge, JP. 18 years old, 6'4", 220, something like that. I mean, he is already big. He's going to be a power type of bat, left-handed bat, someone that could come in here and eventually be your third baseman of the future, depending upon what they do with Brady House. Maybe he goes to a corner outfield, but another power bat in the lineup.
All right. I mean, his old man could play. He was a great hitter, dude. I remember him with the Cardinals forever.
Mm-hmm.
So it's either going to be Holiday or the LSU pitcher, right?
Yeah, and Cade Anderson was
that's the LSU pitcher.
Nails. Yeah, he was absolute nails the other day. College World Series, struck out 10, went the complete game, only gave up a couple of hits, walked more guys than usual, but I lean Holiday. Grant and I discuss this all the time, and he's leaning pitcher right now, but it's kind of up in the air. It kind of works in their favor, JP. They can go either direction because the saying is what costs money is power and pitching, and you can go either way where you get the power with Ethan Holiday, you can get pitching with Cade Anderson. There's a couple of other college guys, Jamie Arnold out of Florida State, Liam Doyle out of Tennessee. Maybe they could go all left-handed pitchers. But the thing that sold me, like if I had to go right now, if I were picking, I would go Ethan Holiday. The thing that sold me, JP, had nothing to do with Ethan Holiday. It was everything to do with Matt Holiday and Jackson Holiday. And there was basically Jackson was awesome in the month of May. And the reason was his dad called down and gave him some help, right? He called down and said, hey, man, tweak this thing. And so when you draft a guy like Ethan Holiday, not only do you get to develop him and your staff gets to develop him, you have Matt Holiday as an extra resource, which is a great one to have.
I don't know which way I lean, man. I love stud pitchers. So this kid Anderson's a 6'2" lefty. I love like the big game nature he showed in this World Series, College World Series run for LSU. Now obviously it's incredibly different, right? But like when it was a couple of years ago when the Nats were either going to get Skeens or Cruz based on what Pittsburgh did, it seemed like, honestly, it was kind of similar to when the Wiz had the number 2 overall pick. For a long time, it seemed like the Wiz were going to get Risa and the Hawks would take Sar. And then at the end, it flipped, and the Hawks took Risa and the Wiz got Sar. It sound like I'm going back in time, and maybe it's just like my limited recall or my, I'm not having conversations in clubhouses across America about this stuff because I'm just not like in the weeds in baseball. But like, it felt like the Nats were going to get Skeens because Cruz was going to go 1 to Pittsburgh that year. And then that flipped as it got later. And I think Dylan Cruz might still end up being a great baseball player. Don't get me wrong. But it seems like, I mean, as of right now, Skeens is by far the better pick of the two of them. I think I might want the pitcher, dude, because when you see these true stud pitchers, Skeens, the kid for the Tigers, like these young just stars, and I think Gore is not in that tier, but maybe in the next tier for stud young pitchers. Like bats become available. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean it's tough to find
pitchers are hard to find. Like
correct.
Even dude, I remember when Riz signed Scherzer, and that deal was insane, and everybody's like, "Oh my god!" And he lived up to it and more. But I just feel like true stud Cy Young type guys don't come available as often. I feel like Boris tends to rep a ton of batters, and Boris guys are going to get to free agency.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I wouldn't blame them if they went Cade Anderson. The only reason that I'm not fully on Cade Anderson and I would go Holiday is, Cade Anderson is someone who's really, really effective, but he's sitting with the fastball that's, 94, 95, can get up to 97. Like Paul Skeens dominates hitters. I mean, there's no chance when you stand in the box. Does Cade Anderson ever get to that? I'm not sure that he does, but that's not to say that he can't be incredibly effective.
Jeff, you want the bat? You want the kid bat? Or you want the other difference here is timeline, right?
Correct.
Because Holiday is 2-3 years away, whereas Anderson's probably pitching for you.
I mean, if you were in a pinch, Anderson could probably pitch for you at the end of this season. That wouldn't happen.
Right, like he could be a September call-up.
Yeah.
Now, they're not in a pinch, so maybe just let him chill. But I don't know, man. Jeff, which way you going? Bat or arm?
I think I'm going to go bat.
I might have to change my stance then. I might go pitcher.
Yeah, because, I mean, it's a hard fence to be on because it's like you want to score points, but you need good defense as well,
Yeah. I mean, that's the crux of it. I also just – I don't know about this because obviously you want as many bats as you can get, right? The best teams are just loaded up and down the lineup. If you go bat, is that saying something about Skeens, like where you feel that's going, or is that overthinking it?
I think you're overthinking it a little bit.
I'm prone to do so.
I think the main thing is, JP, you're picking first overall, and the thing I don't want them to do is just think, okay, we're going to cut a deal and try to find someone later. Like whoever the top guy is on your board, whoever Rizzo and his staff identifies as being the top player, whether it's Holiday, whether it's Cade Anderson or someone else, just take that guy. Get the best player you can possibly get at first overall, and don't worry about the rest of the draft. Worry about that when it gets there. Take the best guy.
You got an opportunity to nail it. When we come back, Jaden Daniels spoke this weekend in New York City. You're going to hear it. Nobody go anywhere.
This update is brought to you by Gorilla Fireworks. The largest fireworks store on the East Coast is now open. Breaking news from the NBA. Indiana Pacers star Tyrese Halliburton sustained a torn right Achilles tendon in Game 7 of the NBA Finals against Oklahoma City. Halliburton played through a calf strain in the NBA Finals, only to get hurt again in the first quarter and was out for the rest of the game. And an Achilles tendon injury of that magnitude is going to take quite some time to get better from. Nationals baseball preparing for the San Diego Padres tonight at Petco Park at 9:10 p.m. pregame show live play-by-play right here on The Fan. The next round of All-Star voting has James Wood as 9th among NL outfielders, and C.J. Abrams is ranked 8th among NL shortstops. College baseball, shortstop Eric Becker says he's returning to Virginia to play baseball next season after the coaching change. Gorilla Fireworks, the largest fireworks store on the East Coast, is now open, featuring all major brands of firecrackers, rockets, mortars, artillery shells, repeaters, Roman candles, fountains, and more. 30 minutes from the DMV in Charlestown, West Virginia. Gorilla Fireworks, just 1 mile from Hollywood Casino. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Okay. B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. This weekend was Fanatics Fest up in New York. If we talk to Peter Rosenberg later this week, we got to ask him about it because I know he was there. A lot of folks went. Seemed like a really, really cool event. I mean, the biggest stars in sports are there, including Washington's Jaden Daniels. I mean, on some level, it's just cool that Washington has a star that people want around. You know what I mean? And to be on a platform with Joe Montana and Dan Marino is pretty incredible. Jeff, I know you got like different conversations from Jaden up in NYC. So why don't you let me know when you're ready and we'll play some of that. Toby, even just on the surface, dude, you have been a Skins fan your whole life. You love the team. They have a star quarterback. How good does that feel?
Dude, it's crazy. It's so nice to have a dude that everyone around the country wants to tune in and watch, a dude that everybody is looking for, and someone that people are buying jerseys of, not just around here, but around the country, someone that is one of the most fun quarterbacks to watch in the league. And he's a great leader, a great dude, easy to root for. I mean, it's the first time in my lifetime, with the exception of that 2012 season with RG3, where you feel like you've got the guy that gives you the edge on whoever you're playing because you've got the best quarterback on the field that day. And it feels like this one, outside of what happened with RG3, like the difference is this feels like this is going to continue on for years and years, and hopefully for the entirety of Jaden Daniels' career, versus Roberts was kind of short-lived. But yeah, it's so special to have a guy that, I mean, he's kind of turned into a celebrity because he played that way. It's not because he was out there doing all this crazy stuff, JP. It's because he played so well that everybody wants a piece of him now.
Totally. I mean, he keeps an incredibly low profile, honestly. Like, he's not a big social media. You know what I mean? Like, it's, I don't know. It's pretty damn interesting. Here's some of Jaden's comments from this weekend.
Training camp, obviously, off season was good, but now you just see what he's proven year in and year out, and you get I'm excited to throw him a little screen, and hopefully on the stat sheet it says a touchdown for 80 yards, and I had to do it in work. But I'm excited. He's a great person, great fit in the locker room, rather wide array. So we're gonna see hopefully a lot of touchdowns.
Jaden's excited. I heard a comment he made about Debo that he's hoping to just throw a little screen and let Debo go 80. I love that. Warren Sharp saw that and tweeted this out. Debo Samuel has led the NFL in yak per reception for 5 straight years. While Debo has dealt with injuries and fallen back in some aspects, he still brings the yak, yards after catch. Last year, he had 8.3 yards after the catch per reception. Number 1 in the NFL. 8.3, 8.8 in 23, 8.8 in 22. The monster season he had in 21, 10 yards after the catch per catch. And back in 2020, he was 12.1 yards after the catch per catch. I mean, just crazy numbers. Jeff, introduce the other one. I can't remember what I think. Maybe it's about the corners he's faced.
Yeah, so this is Jaden saying which were the toughest corners he faced during his rookie season.
This year, Queen has a good choice. But this year, I would probably say I'm excited to go against Pastor Tank.
I mean, when the Broncos come to town,
I mean,
it's going to be interesting.
JP, you just know Eagles fans because they are so relentless. And even when we have nothing to do with them, we're not even talking to them. They beat us fair and square here. We're not even worried about any of that stuff. Eagles fans just constantly chirping about winning the NFC Championship game. Glad they won. Whatever, right for them, whatever. But they got excited to hear Quignon mentioned in there.
For sure.
They're just fired up about that.
For sure. There's a bizarre thing with Philly that, like, I think overall, I mean, dude, Cliff Kingsbury said it on the record. He's the play caller. Like, they've talked about, we're chasing the Eagles. That's where we need to get to. And yet Eagles fans remain like in this odd state of like Eagles fans and Bears fans are oddly obsessed with trying to say Washington's not good.
What it is Eagles fans are so used to being that annoying little brother and just like constantly punching and bickering and constantly just picking at people that when they get to the top, they have no idea what to do. So then they start punching down. Like, whatever, you're on top of the world. Leave us alone. Big deal.
Right. I mean, it doesn't make a ton of sense. I just think it's really cool that Jaden is on that level. I mean, Pat Surtain is an absolute star. Are those questions from fans, or do we know what the kind of the format was of all that?
I don't know. But I don't even know what the whole thing was. Like, I saw people buying cards. Obviously, Josh Harris spent $500,000 on a Jaden Daniels card. I don't even fully understand what the whole event was because Fanatics has such a big empire. Like, they could sell jerseys. They could be selling memorabilia. They could be selling trading cards. I don't even know what all was going on, but I know every big name, at least NFL-wise, was there, and there were a couple NBA stars there as well.
Durant.
I mean, that was big time going on in New York.
What? I mean, Fanatics has a massive empire, and yet I can't get a James Wood kids T-shirt. Anyway, the playing card thing is fascinating to me. So I tried to read into this. So it's an incredibly rare rookie card of Jaden Daniels. It's called a Prism card, and Josh Harris spent $500,000 on that, and says he's going to display it at Northwest Stadium. I am not in the collectibles world. $500,000 for a rookie card, to me, like if you told me there was a $500,000 rookie card for like Joe Montana, I could understand that because that would be old and rare and valuable, and like the dude hasn't played in, I don't know, 25 years, and he's undeniably one of the greats. Like if you told me that about Peyton or Brady, like I could get that. But Jaden just played. Like he just had the rookie season. Like how rare are these cards? Where are you going to display that at Northwest Stadium where it's safe? You know what I mean?
Dude, I have no idea. I don't. It's also a card, so you have to get close to it. So, I mean, I can't imagine it's going to be a giant spectacle, but even if you do and everyone wants to see it, like it's going to be a line because you have to get close to a playing or trading card to see it. Like it's not like it's a big thing that you can display somewhere.
I got
don't
a
know.
question, though. How much y'all think my Jaden Daniels Hail Mary rookie card is?
Is there not? When I was a kid, there used to be this magazine called Beckett, and you could look up the value of cards in it.
That was
I'm sure there's some.
Ago, JP.
It was. I'm
You
not.
said look up a magazine.
My point, Jeffrey, was there's got to be a way for you to look up the value of that. Have you Googled it?
Yes, but I don't trust Google. I gotta go to someone because Google told me
Jeff would definitely be the dude that doesn't trust Google.
Yeah, because Google told me I had a card that's worth $100,000.
And how much was it worth?
I don't know if it's really worth $100,000.
Well, I would go check. I would go get that checked out.
Same card. It's a Joe Montana card.
I would get that checked out, Jeff. If it's worth six figures.
Jeff, you're telling me you're sitting on a card that's worth six figures?
When I looked it up on the internet, it said that, and I was like, "Yo, how true is this?" But then you also gotta look at the corners and all of this stuff.
If this card is worth six figures, what would you do with it?
Sell it. I'm not keep. See, my thing is, those cards, like I found them. Like it was a lot of cards. I found them. They was just sitting on a corner in a shoebox. I thought I was about to open up some money or some Jordans.
Well, you did open up money if it's worth $100,000.
Yeah, if it is worth $100,000. But it was a buttload of football cards, and I'm not even gonna tell you where I found them at.
It's kind of weird when you say buttload and then you won't tell us where you found them.
Bro, I found them in an apartment complex when I was a kid. You know, I don't know if y'all ever done it, but we used to like flip off the mattresses and stuff that people would put out.
Mm-hmm.
And it was right there. And I was like, yo, what if it's some money in there? Because I always thought I was going to be the guy that walk across and find like a bag full of money or a box full of money. But it was football cards.
It does not surprise me that you always thought you'd be the guy that would walk across the street and find a bag full of money. Nobody go anywhere. We got to play this song again. Somebody get a valuation of Jeff's Jaden Daniels card. It's B. Mitch and Finley. All right, Jeff. There's a fella named Rob that says he's been collecting cards and can offer you advice. He says your Jaden Hail Mary card will be worth anywhere. Do you want to know what the guess is?
Yeah, that's going to determine if I keep it or not.
He says your Jaden Hail Mary card will be worth anywhere between $20 and $1,000, depending if it's numbered,
cool. I got it for
or
free.
parallel, or signed. All right. Well, good luck. I hope it's worth the G, dude. Speaking of good luck, I won last week. B. Mitch and Landfill get a loss for today. Let's make some bets. All right. There's a sad realization of what today is. We've reached a part of the summer where all there is baseball to bet on. And I know for the Tobys of the world, that's great. But like when I go to the NBA tag or the NHL tag, it's just all empty. So let's pick what,
You
Jeff?
might be wrong about that, man.
You got some darts?
I got some WNBA,
Ooh,
Gold Cup, and tennis.
Okay, Jeff. Apparently there's zero WNBA on today.
Yeah, there's nothing on Monday. I see a bunch of Tuesdays.
All right. Well, Mr. Tennis and Gold Cup, what do you got, Jeff?
I'm gonna take the Jamaican man. Oh, that's tomorrow. All right, I say that. I say that for tomorrow. When I take the Jamaican man.
Give me the Mariners to beat the Twins today, and then parlay that with the JP. Money Mitch Parker's on the mound. The Mitchell JP show right here. B. Mitch and Finley.
He's foremost Mitch Parker radio program in town.
So give me the Mariners and the Nats tonight.
Wow, 2 roadies. A 2-road parlay, Toby. Ballsy.
All right, I got my bet for today. I'm going to the Seattle Sounders versus Paris Saint-Germain.
Yeah.
I'm just saying how they say it or FIFA. And I'm going to take, because they're saying that PSG is going to smoke them. Their odds are -1,000. I'm going to go with Paris Saint-Germain to have a shot on target between 0 and 10 minutes. They might have a goal before that, bro. Like, this is about to get bad.
I mean, they're going to smoke them. There's one team that plays in Europe and one team that plays in Seattle. I'll let you guess which one is good.
So I'm going to take that bet so I can start the week off correct.
What is the bet? You have them scoring a goal in the first 10 minutes?
So for minus, the odds are -150. It's a shot on goal in the first 10 minutes.
If this isn't easy to find,
I kind of like that, Jeff.
That's insane.
What'd you say, White Brian?
If this isn't an easy stat to find, he's getting a loss.
I promise you. PSG might take a shot on goal within the first minute of the game. I promise you.
All right. I kind of like Jeff's action. It's funky, just like Jeff. I'm going to. I meant funky like a DJ, not funky like funk.
Okay.
He's making up for Landfill not being here, betting European soccer playing in the States. So
I'm going to keep it simple. You know me, steak and missionary. I'm going to bet on some baseball. The St. Louis Cardinals.
Hold up.
I can get the.
Hold
What's
up.
up?
We're not going to let you just skate past that. You said
What happened?
Simple what? Steak and missionary.
I said I'm going to bet on the Cardinals, the run line. +1.5 is under 200.
All right,
And that's a
get that down, WB.
I got the Cardinals +1.5. And I like my steak medium rare. White Brian, you got anything?
Inter Miami, Messi.
Who are they playing?
Palikios? Palmeiras?
What?
And you talking about me, fam?
Palmeiras, I think.
Where are they from?
No idea.
I would assume Greece.
Yeah, the logo.
Why
looks
would you
Greek.
assume that?
Brazilian Serie A.
They're from They're from
Great
Brazil.
job, fellas. I would assume Greece. And it's
I
just
have
the
no
other
idea.
side of the world.
No idea, man.
You know, different continent, different hemisphere. Palmeiras is from Sao Paulo. Shout out to Palmeiras. I'm rooting for you guys. I guess maybe I should root for Miami because they're American. I don't know.
Who cares?
I'm rooting for the St. Louis Cardinals tonight. That's who I'm rooting
Go Nats.
Thank you to everybody listening to the show today. Thank you to my man Sports Grumpy. I really enjoyed that song. We're going to play it again tomorrow for B. Mitch. Thank you to Will Kunkel for calling in. Going to be a fun week of realizing the only thing to talk about is baseball for the next month. But if you're like me, veterans, report to training camp a month from yesterday. We're right around the corner, folks. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. I suppose I owe you a beer.
Indiana Pacers star Tyrese Halliburton sustained a torn right Achilles tendon injury in Game 7 of the NBA Finals against Oklahoma City. He played through a calf strain throughout the NBA Finals and now will have to recover from an Achilles injury off-season. On the floor, OKC Thunder defeated the Indiana Pacers 103-91. Behind Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's 29, he was named the NBA Finals MVP.
And every kid dreams, but you don't ever really know if it's going to come true. And I'm just glad and happy that my dreams have been able to come true, and that's a thank you to everyone that's been in my corner that's helped me get here. I wouldn't be able to done without them. They know exactly who they are. So, yeah, it's a win for the family.
New York Liberty and former GW star Jonquel Jones is out 4 to 6 weeks with an ankle injury. The Dodgers roll the Nationals 13-7 off to San Diego tonight with Mitchell Parker getting the call. Pre-game show at 9:10 p.m. on The Fan. The next round of All-Star voting is out with James Wood in 9th among NL outfielders and C.J. Abrams is 8th among NL shortstops. Washington Mystics defeat Dallas 91-88 in overtime. Washington Spirit tied San Diego Wave FC 0. United States defeats Haiti 2-1 to win Group D at the Gold Cup. LSU defeats Coastal Carolina 5-3 to win the Men's College World Series 2-0. Shortstop Eric Becker is going to return to Charlottesville and play for Virginia baseball next season. Travis Hunter gets a 4-year deal worth $46.65 million with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Good Monday afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny, June 23rd, 2025. You are listening to The Fan. In an hour, Richard Deitch of The Athletic, who covers sports media, will be on with us. We want to talk about the coverage of the NBA Finals, how the TNT Inside the NBA crew is going to fit in over at ESPN, among other things, in sports media. That's coming up in 1 hour. Danny, we've got a new NBA champion. Congratulations to the Oklahoma City Thunder, who won their first title. Pacers' Cinderella run ends 1 win shy.
I know the story should be Oklahoma City, and it is ultimately. We'll celebrate them accordingly, and Shai deserved the MVP. That's all correct. They were that run in the third quarter to basically turn the game, and Indiana had no response. I can't stop thinking about Halliburton. Just heartbreaking. I mean, listen, they're real life tragedies. We're all aware of that. We're talking sports within those relative circles. But my God, it's heartbreaking. Heartbreaking what happened to that guy. All he's trying to do is gut through it. It's reminiscent of Kevin Durant years ago with the strained calf leading to the Achilles. And I haven't seen an update on anything official with the injury, but you could see it in slow-mo. I mean, everything sort of snaps and stops working. You could see it through his sock and his shoe. Just like gut-wrenching that it happened. He's on fire to start the game with 3 threes in the first handful of minutes, and you're going, Indiana ain't going anywhere, and then that happens.
He had 9 points as of 7 minutes into the game.
Yep.
He had 9 of the 16 for Indiana at the time. They were down by 2 points. And to your point, he was a game-time decision for Game 6 as well. I mean, this was something where he had to decide he wanted to play. They're giving him, I'm sure, an update on his status and telling him, you're risking further injury, but it's up to the player when you get to Game 6, Game 7 of an NBA Finals. He only had to play 23 minutes in Game 6 because they fairly inexplicably blew out the Thunder. But to see it all happen, where for the third time we've seen it now in this postseason, where somebody kind of similarly is just making a basketball move, and you see the legs snap and that recoil. Remember it from Kevin Durant. It's what you see with quarterbacks, with Rodgers or Cousins or whatever. It's very obvious when you watch it in slow-mo and high def now.
Yep.
The Achilles goes. That was heartbreaking. I don't think I'm overstating that. Like, I don't remember being this crestfallen about a player that's not on my team.
Yeah.
Or a team dealing with an injury on a big stage that isn't mine. Because the Pacers were more fun to watch. They were a better story. I wasn't rooting against the Thunder necessarily because they're still fresh and it's a new cologne and they were so good this year. We'll give them their flowers in a second because that should be the story. But to your point, it really wasn't for me last night The Pacers were on this legendary, this iconic run with the come-from-behind victories and stealing victories out of the jaws of defeat, and Halliburton in the middle of it seemingly every single time. And I did find myself kind of going, man, would it be amazing if they did it one more time? And then he gets off to this ridiculous start to the game. And it was just really, really sad to see it end that way. But you're right. I just don't remember being that heartbroken for a player or a team. And somehow, by the way, that happened 8 minutes in. They led by a point without him at halftime.
Yep.
48-47. Like, they were doing the thing again where I'm going, there's no way.
They just
right?
keep hanging around, right?
Eventually, the Thunder proved to be too much.
And they thundered it, right? Where they forced a million turnovers. You look up and you go, oh my God, we're down 20. When the hell did that happen? The last couple minutes, the whole thing's a blur, right? I mean, Oklahoma City was the best team because they can do that. Whatever gear that is, no one else in the league had that. And it wasn't like Oklahoma City did it once. They did this with one of the great turnover margins in the sport's history. And that's their DNA, right? They're not always great in the half court. They're going to go through some ups and downs like everyone else is subject to in a league about shooting threes and spacing people out. But it's that vice grip defense. It's the next guy, in this case, Cason Wallace, making unbelievable defensive effort after unbelievable defensive effort. And then Alex Caruso takes a turn. And then, you forget about Dortz, who's, diving. I call him Dortz. Dort is all over the place, elbowing people and shoving guys aside and diving for loose balls and just making every little hustle play to get their big guns more and more opportunities. They are awesome, and they deserve to be champions. Really, really cool for that young group of guys that's hopefully going to start something really, really neat. But I couldn't escape thinking about Halliburton. I mean, that run for Indiana was reminiscent of Villanova going on and beating Georgetown, reminiscent of NC State survive and advance, reminiscent of some of the great Cinderella stories, USA hockey. I mean, that they were underdogs everywhere and always. Every time they took the court, basically, they were underdogs, and they just kept punching back.
Well, I picked against them like 19 times in wins, it felt like, in the last month. I mean, they were the 4 seed, and it was a generational run led by Halliburton, who was hitting more big shots as the centerpiece than Robert Horry. And for the Achilles to go early in that game, it just felt like we were robbed of a classic.
Yeah.
Because in the first 7 or 8 minutes, it was, a boxing match where they're standing in the middle of the ring, blow by blow,
right,
just landing
Rocky
punches.
and Apollo just taking turns,
And
haymakers.
You knew in that game on that stage, like, Halliburton's not going away. He's going to keep hitting shots. He's going to keep taking shots. And the only way he did end up going away was because the Achilles just gave on him. But I think it's important to point out for the Thunder, as we dissect how they did this, this was about defense.
Yes.
Here we are in a market where the Wizards can't play defense, won't play defense, haven't in years. This Thunder team, for all of the talk about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander as an MVP and some of the firepower that they have, they forced 21 turnovers. This is what they've done all year long.
Mm-hmm.
They stole the basketball 14 times last night. They had a 32-10 edge off of turnovers in this game in scoring, plus 22, 32-10. And that's how they are built.
That's how they're doing.
By the best GM of his era, probably, at this point. But they are built with harassing, pain-in-the-butt defenders. Alex Caruso, you mentioned Cason Wallace last night. Lou Dort he'll hit threes. He gets credit for that, but he is there to
bother you,
infuriate you for 36 minutes a night or whatever he's going to play. And then in the second half, to the Thunder's credit, because I kept saying, where is Chet Holmgren? I thought he had a terrible finals offensively. I know with his length, he defends the rim and he's good on that end of the floor. But finally in the second half, they had 47 points at halftime.
Mm-hmm.
They're down a point to a Pacers team that spent the majority of the half without Tyrese Halliburton on the road in a Game 7 where your whole season's on the line. I couldn't really make sense of that except to say they needed more out of Williams. They needed more out of Holmgren, and they got it. They combined for 28 in the second half. Williams had 15, Holmgren had 13, and that was the biggest reason they went plus 14 in the third quarter. But I do think they won this championship because of their defense.
I do too. Pacers went small for a while when Halliburton went out. It was a lot of McConnell in the lineup. Mathurin got big minutes too, but it was a lot of Nembhard, Neesmith, and Oklahoma City couldn't really punish them. That, to your point, I'm going to the first half. If Chet Holmgren doesn't step up and do something, they're going to lose this game. Because Indiana's getting away with being small. And he's a full head taller than everyone else on the court.
Didn't you think Chet played like that most of the finals?
A lot of it,
I kept waiting for the Chet game, the 25, 27-point game.
And Pacers deserve some credit for that, for making him uncomfortable and not giving him, some of those looks. But at some point, dude, come on, man.
So here's my Thunder question, or point, I guess, that I want to get a reaction to. First, I want to give them their flowers because I don't think we've done that enough, as we've talked a lot about Halliburton and the Pacers. All-time season we just saw.
Yeah.
68 wins to lead the NBA. Superstar guard wins the MVP in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Now you win your first title as an organization coming over to Oklahoma City. By the way, SGA, I thought last night, 16 in the first half, he was the only thing cooking. The only thing they had going is they scored 47 in that half. And then he finishes with a great line, 29, 12, 5, wins finals MVP. That was a foregone conclusion. He was not efficient. He missed a lot of shots. It really wasn't a good shooting night at all. I want to say he was like something like 6 for 28 from the floor or whatever it was, or 8 for 28 or something.
Yeah, 8 for 27.
Is that what it was?
Mm-hmm.
Like, not a good shooting night, not efficient, but 29, 12, and 5 every single time, please and thank you. They are great. And I believe this is the first of a few in this window. They're probably going to win 3 or 4. We've had 7 straight new champions. There's a parity in the NBA now that makes it hard to go back-to-back, which I love. But you'd agree with me probably that this is the first of a few because they've got a guy in Sam Presti running this thing as a GM, drafts better than anybody, the best GM not only in the NBA.
Playing 3D chess,
I mean, he might be the best executive in sports right now. Like, that's what we're talking about. Is that fair?
Yeah,
Sam
there's a
Presti?
conversation, sure.
He is a stud. But here is my hot take or whatever. I don't find watching their style aesthetically pleasing. Like, watching them in the playoffs as much as I did in watching the finals closely. See, I don't watch as much of them in the regular season. It's not that fun to me. And what I mean by that, I know that it's kind of the new school NBA, but it's so much like iso ball. It's so much high pick and roll. And then it's just a lot of SGA ball sticking. And I love him as a dude. I love him as a player. I'm not trying to knock him. But like when the Pacers have the ball, it looks different.
Yes.
And it just looks better. I like it. The ball, there is no like alpha. The ball is constantly moving. They're getting these backdoor looks. It's just a prettier version of basketball. And so I don't even know if I have a big picture point here other than watching this. And it was a great finals and it was memorable. And screw everyone who wants to talk about the TV numbers. I don't care about them. Give me more of these. But if this is going to be the team for the next 5 years in the NBA, I guess my point is it's going to be a little bit of work because I just don't find them like the Warriors were the most sexy thing to watch.
That's
ever.
what I was going to ask you because it's like, you think of those Spurs teams with Duncan. Obviously, he's the linchpin, but the ball's flying around. Everybody gets a chance. Everyone's going to get fat.
Yeah,
and
he's Mr. Fundamental, and it's supposedly he's Mr. Boring. There was nothing boring about those teams.
Right. Ginobili wasn't boring. Parker wasn't boring. Yeah, the way those guys are moving and cutting.
But
Golden
don't
State
you
was
agree?
the same
It's
way.
like the same thing. It's like high pick and roll, SGA. I don't know. There's the number has to exist. Some basketball guy could tell me. There's no way anybody has dribbled the basketball more this season than Gilgeous.
The most dribbles per possession. Yeah, it's probably up there. I mean, yeah, I actually think it's a really savvy point by you. Thinking about how Denver did it, for example, when Jokic is right and healthy and they got all the pieces around him that, again, are right and healthy, where it's him in the high post, it's him up top, it's him, kind of everywhere in between. If there's too much attention, the ball's, getting flung to the corner for a 3 for Porter Jr., or getting flung for an alley-oop to somebody. So, yeah, it's not as much fun when a team is built on turning you over without pressing. It's not like Arkansas 40 minutes of hell style from back in the 90s. It's a half-court vice grip with a bunch of really excellent, limmy, long, or physically stout defenders in Dort's case. I think it's a really smart point. I mean, they basically were able to hide Gilgeous-Alexander on defense because he's got so much offensive responsibility. Early on in this series, Indiana was getting a lot of things they wanted by basically saying, whoever he's got, that's who's going. So people are going, where's Halliburton? Why isn't he scoring a ton? Didn't matter because Nemhart's taken Gilgeous-Alexander off the dribble. Then it was Neesmith's turn. I mean, everybody is going at that guy. They're able to kind of hide him defensively to make it so that it's iso ball on offense. I think you're right, but they remind me a bit, not exactly the same, but they remind me of those UConn teams recently here that won a couple back-to-back titles where you go, all right, we're in this. We're going punch for punch. It's not as if their offensive firepower is too much for us to deal with. They got guys hitting shots. And then you look up and you're down 12 and you go, what just happened? It's that defensive vice grip that takes away shot opportunities for you. That third quarter disparity, I think they missed more shots than Indiana took in the third quarter. It was close to that.
Well, yeah, because that's where a lot of the turnovers and the
happened,
steals were, for sure. We'll get more into this at 3 with Richard Deitch, but I do want to bring this up really quickly before we move on from the finals. And I'm not alone based on social media because it seems like a lot of people agree with this. I thought ESPN's television coverage of the NBA postseason and the finals were embarrassing. Mostly.
Yep.
You got a lot of like just individual fan analysis from guys that were just like backing their teams. I think it was awful announcing, but somebody did a big piece on this last week where like You had Pat McAfee, who's their superstar, in the middays or whatever, who's just Mr. Pacers. You have Stephen A. Smith, who was just Mr. New York Knicksing it up essentially while they were alive. Kendrick Perkins was like Mr. Thunder, where he played. There's just so much of that, which there's a role for that kind of thing on your staff, and talk radio as an example. There's a little bit more fan takes or fanalist work, as I would call it, than say on TV. But like Stephen A. Smith screaming at Kendrick Perkins about his take and arguing over whatever it is in the middle of the day on the Bad Shouty Stephen A. Smith show. Cool.
Yeah.
Like, let him explore the space. Let him let his hair down, whatever. Why is that the pregame show? And why is there halftime show? And I'm not exaggerating. 4 people talking over each other for minutes at a time. I don't understand how a network executive at ESPN would watch any of that and go,
"We did it, guys.
We should ever allow this to happen again." And I don't have nearly as big a problem with the in-game broadcast as everyone else seems to. Like Doris Burke got crushed, who I think is actually pretty solid.
She's really good.
I like Doris Burke. Richard Jefferson, same thing, that Breen 3-man team. Because, by the way, it's hard to build chemistry. It takes time, and this was their first year. They got demolished by fans. I don't know if that's just Twitter, which isn't real, or basketball fans everywhere. But that's not even my issue. It's the pregame to a lesser extent. But definitely halftime, postgame. I just thought it was awful. And like the days of Stuart Scott with, Michael Wilbon sitting there and Bill Simmons and just like basketball insider analyst type. Where's Tim Legler or, just someone who can sit there and make analytical points without yelling at each other about dumb sports bar barbershop arguments that don't matter. Like they're kind of turning all the shows into the midday crap.
Yep.
I hated watching it. I thought it was awful.
And I generally try to shy away from like when there's a big Twitter pile on something, where because a lot of times it's just like, oh, okay, come on, guys, you're complaining because it's a Wednesday or whatever. I think this time everybody's right. I mean, the glaring example, kind of my case in point to sort of kind of slam the gavel and make my case here is, where's Bob Myers from? Golden State, right? Where'd he cut his teeth? Golden State, doing all the things with Golden State. In the finals, a superstar that played for Team USA tried to play through a calf strain and basically, blew his Achilles up. For Bob Myers and Kevin Durant. Not a single question. Not a single moment of discussion. It was basically Stephen A. Smith angry that the Oklahoma City Thunder weren't winning. Man, and you got the resource sitting there. What was it like as an executive? What were the conversations like about him and the risks he was running, playing through this? What sort of conversations were had before the game, during the game, in terms of what can the training staff do? What were the thought processes going through for the player? What sort of conversations were had with his family? None of those things come up. And it's, I don't know what Chet Holmgren's doing. I don't know if they even give a damn about winning because they're 24 minutes away from being embarrassed. And that's the show? Yeah. That's what we're doing?
We'll talk to Richard Deitch about it. But remember that they've got Inside the NBA's crew coming in. Now, the plan is definitively not to have them do like pre or post or anything on the mothership, supposedly. But I don't think everyone's just complaining about this because they're trying to crowbar them in. But they do have a fix here if they want it. I just don't get who that's for. Like, a lot of people actively avoid their daytime programming, but we tune in for the games and we expect to get analysis that is more smart and I don't know, just analytical and game oriented and less like big picture nonsense time filling debate stuff. Keep that stuff to the screamy shows, the shouty shows that I'm so good at not watching those, and I don't complain about them because they're on and someone is watching them and good for them. But now you're going into my time and you're taking my time for real basketball insight. And someone said to me last night, it was a really good point. I tweeted about this, and one of our listeners said they pay him $20 million a year. What do you expect? They're going to use him on everything. And that's actually probably true.
That's right.
Like when you pay someone as much as they're now paying, like Pat McAfee will be sitting there soon enough doing NBA. I'm surprised they didn't have him on the panel, to be honest with you, for one of these games in a tank top, talking about the Pacers, Yins, and that. It's just what they're doing now. But It used to be that the games at least could be the game.
There was something sacred. It's not anymore. You're right.
We'll talk to Deitch about that coming up in 40 minutes. Before we move on from hoops, the NBA draft is Wednesday.
Wednesday, dude.
The Wizards have the 6th pick. I want to get into some storylines with that, and then we'll get to everything else. We'll do that next. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Main Street Bank, Cheer Local, Bank Local. Well, we're getting word now, the bittersweet end for the Indiana Pacers last night, the injury to Tyrese Halliburton, according to Shams Charania of ESPN. The Pacers star does indeed have a torn right Achilles tendon, so not only cost him a legit shot to win the NBA title last night, that could keep, obviously, Halliburton out the entire season next year as well. The early odds for 2026 have the Thunder as a clear favorite to win it all again next season, plus 220. Cavs and Knicks are next, plus 650. Pacers odds plummeting with the Halliburton injury. They've gone from 10-1 down to around 40 to 50-1 now in some places. Baseball, after dropping 2 or 3 in LA, the West Coast swing for the Nationals continues tonight in San Diego, 9:40 for the first pitch. Late night Nats again all week long here on 106.7 The Fan. Main Street Bank's a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Run it out. The Thunder have taken the NBA by storm. For the first time, the NBA champion resides in Oklahoma City. The storybook season is complete.
Mike Breen on the call. NBA Finals last night on ABC. Welcome back to Grant and Danny. NBA season in the rear view, and there's no time down for the association. Just like that. The draft is Wednesday.
Here we go.
Kevin Durant's already been traded to the Houston Rockets. Like, they didn't even wait for the finals for that one. But the draft and the Wizards, let's get into that really quickly, because Wednesday's coming fast. We're going to have a short show for 90 minutes on Wednesday, so we're already getting gypped a little bit on how much of the draft we're going to be able to cover. So, Danny, stop me when you disagree with anything, but it feels to me like picks 1 and 2 are already known. Cooper Flagg is going to go 1 to the Mavericks.
Yep.
That's been months in the making. It was just a matter of who's going to get the pick.
Certainly wasn't Washington.
And the Spurs are going to take Dylan Harper. Flagg's the 6'7" phenom from Duke, who's been the consensus 1-1 for years, and he's going to make his debut, by the way, at 18 years old. Sneaky, way younger than people think. Meanwhile, Harper's the guard from Rutgers, 6'4" with a 6'10" wingspan who can create his own shot, and he's a good passer, and he can finish. And for those reasons, he's kind of separated himself as the best non-Flag player in this class. And so he will go second overall to San Antonio and team up with Wemby. So as far as I'm concerned, for my money, the draft officially starts at 3 with the 76ers on the clock. The Wizards don't pick for another couple of spots after that. And they've got to sit around and wait to see what plays out in picks 3 through 5 ahead of them.
Everything I co-sign. There is huge degrees of variance here. I mean, the consensus guy at this point, but again, this is silly season for the NBA. It doesn't last as long or as dramatic as it is with the NFL, where, you know, there's conspiracies and guys are dropping and falling and rising. There's some dramatics with this, which we'll get to. But right now, it seems the consensus is VJ Edgecombe, kid from Baylor, an unbelievably ridiculous athlete, 6'4", shooting guard, can do everything you want. Really, really, you know, high upside player with some production right now, goes 3 to Philadelphia. That's the consensus, but would you bet your mortgage? I wouldn't.
I think the most fascinating storyline is the possibility of Ace Bailey falling. There's a reason this is getting the most attention. It's because Bailey for a while was viewed as maybe the number 2 pick. With the separation for Harper, his teammate from Rutgers, the 6'7" wing is now probably like the number 3 player in the class. He played the 2 and the 3, 7-foot wingspan, has an upside of being basically a shot-making wing in the NBA. But he has become, in this pre-draft process, a gigantic pain in the butt to teams in the top 5. He's the only American player in this draft class that has not visited a single facility pre-draft of an NBA team. Think about that.
Yeah.
Everyone else is doing it the way it's always been done, the way the draft works, and he's going, nah, I'm good. I'll do it my way. And that's what he's doing. He's trying to reinvent the pre-draft process. He has declined workouts with the 76ers, with Charlotte, with Utah. He is saying, I'm not working out for you. And what people are basically saying from what I was reading today, he is trying to push his way outside the top 5 to 6 through 8. He likes those teams better as options. That's Washington, luckily, New Orleans, and Brooklyn. So he may not get his way. It very well could be that Philly, Charlotte, Utah, one of those teams grabs him. He's costing himself by doing this $10 to $15 million, depending on where he would have gone and where he's going to end up. But he's okay. Him and his agents are going, we'll lose the money up front because he's going to make it on the back end in these other markets that we like better, and because the situation's going to be better for him. I guess that, to me, is the most interesting question. If I'm a Wizards fan, 2 days from the draft, what I'm wondering the most is Ace Bailey acting like a malcontent pain in the butt that you don't want to deal with pre-draft just to kind of get where he needs to go, see Charles Barkley or whatever? Or is this the type of guy and teammate and player that he's going to be? And is he interested in Washington? I have an idea. I don't.
Is it just kind of a hyped version of what Alex Sarr did last year, who kind of tried to engineer his way to Washington? It got less press.
That's true.
Less
He didn't want
dramatic.
to go to Atlanta.
Yeah,
That's
so
a good point.
But again, and I'm not necessarily comping the two, but there's something to that, right? Where a prodigiously talented dude that probably should be talent-wise, whether he's 6'7" and 3/4, 6'8", 6'9", I don't know, I don't care. He should be talent-wise the second player in this draft. He's not. And we're all trying to figure out like how dramatic this stuff is. Is it smokescreen? Is it that he's really trying to reinvent the process? Is he actually just smart? Like he and his agent just actually playing this well to get what they want out of a process that usually doesn't reward that sort of thing? Or is this that word that you use? Is he I have no idea. Is it kind of a malcontent who's going to, already be looking at the next destination 3 months into his rookie contract?
I just think it's been a really long time since somebody acted like this before the draft.
Agreed.
The Sarr comp, if we're saying that, is not real or authentic.
No.
He did the Caleb Williams thing, like a little bit of agitating and thinking about what if I did this and how would it affect me. This is literally taking your ball and going home, basically. Like, you want to take me, but I'm not working out for you. I'm not playing the game. And supposedly it's so that he can get outside of the top 5 to Washington, New Orleans, or Brooklyn. But if you're the Wizards, what are your interactions with his agent and him like, to the point where do you feel like he wants
do you
to play
feel good
for you?
about it? Yeah, exactly.
We just don't know. The guy I love is Trey Johnson, the Texas guard. I don't think he'll be there for the Wizards. And there's certainly unlikely, just based on the way the numbers work out, that they would be picking between Ace Bailey and Trey Johnson. Like one of them might fall. The other one probably won't. But the shooting guard from the Longhorns would be my dream scenario. He's 6'4" without shoes. He's got a 6'10" wingspan. He can knock down shots from the perimeter. He was a freshman at Texas this year. He led the SEC in scoring, and he shot 43% from the floor and 40% from deep and about 90% from the free throw line. He's got a pure touch. He averaged 20 a game as a freshman, and he can create his own shot. And when I look into these scouting reports for all the knocks on him, it's things like he struggles to handle physicality. He's going to get bigger and stronger. It's things like bad shot selection. He needs to work on his shot selection. Or the college player who fills it up from outside as the leading scorer in his conference takes some bad shots sometimes. Like, those are such fixable things.
Yeah.
I really, really like Trey Johnson. That would kind of be my one seed option.
He's my favorite there. So what has to happen then is, again, it depends on your mock draft, but Charlotte's got to take a Konkanippel, got to take Jeremiah Fears, who a lot of people like at Oklahoma, really athletic, toolsy point guard.
He's kind of Trey Johnson-ish in terms of like guard who can score and work around the perimeter.
People seem to really, really like Fears, who I know a little bit less about than some of these other guys. But that means math-wise, Johnson could be there, or Ace Bailey could as well.
Don't you agree, though, that if Bailey were to go 4 or 5, that it would actually be a huge help for Washington to get Johnson?
100%.
Like, that's what I'm counting on.
Then Philadelphia's the variable. I mean, no, Utah's the variable.
Today's the first time I actually have thought, and maybe I'll look foolish, that Ace Bailey will fall to the Wizards. And that if they take him, look, I'm not telling you that they hit a home run or that they got Cooper Flagg, but it could work out. Like, there's a potential where it's almost as if they got the second or third pick, because it was only several weeks ago that Bailey was in the mix at 2. And probably if you just take all of the red flags and the non-basketball stuff out of it and you just rank basketball players, a lot of people would have him in the top 3.
I think he's the second most talented player in this draft.
And you'd get him at 6. So that would potentially be a huge win. I just worry about the stuff. It's hard for us sitting here not getting to talk to players and agents and get any intel behind the scenes. So, I'm nervous and I have anxieties about what kind of guy he's going to be. But assuming that all checks out for them, it could be a huge win if he falls right into your lap.
So over the years, and Danny Ainge is a wild card at 5 for the Utah Jazz, right? Like his scouting mantra, the way he's looked at players over the years, and I've seen some interviews with him and hear people that know him really well talk about this. I think actually Bill Simmons talked about this the other day, that where everyone else sees a problem, he sees the ceiling, right? So a guy like that, Ace Bailey, who could be a high 20s point per game scorer in the NBA. Like, he's that gifted. He'll just go, we'll figure it out, right? Like the rest of it. Even if he doesn't want to come here, we'll convince him. We'll wow him. We'll build the offense around him. We'll show him and it'll fit our thing. So maybe there's that's somebody. He could also just say, yeah, I don't want to deal with that. I got that same skill set in Trey Johnson or in Jeremiah Fears, the kid from Oklahoma. You don't know. But at 5, if he gets past 4, talking about Ace Bailey, that could be very intriguing, whether he goes 5 or then 6 to Washington. And if Trey Johnson gets past Charlotte and Utah, I think that would be the Hail Mary. That's the godsend. I actually happen to think both are gone. And I think it's going to be between Fears and Malawatch.
So that's my biggest concern. I was going to say fear, but I'm going to avoid a bad pun there. It's not that I don't even like
your
Fears.
biggest Jeremiah.
I just don't think they would take him. And it's going like the Con Knipple thing or Malawatch. It's going to be something like that, which I'm not nearly as excited by. But 6th overall, Wednesday night, Wizards going to be on the clock. We've only got a 90-minute show because of Nats baseball out in San Diego on Wednesday, but we're going to give you quality coverage in the days ahead leading up to that draft pick. One of the things I want to talk about later, and maybe we could take calls on into tomorrow because we got a lot going on today. I have seen some rumblings about the possibility of the Wizards trading up. Like they are interested in going up the board. I don't know who that would be for, which we could discuss, but what would the 6th pick and say Bilal Coulibaly get you? And is that something they should even consider? Is that a guy that should be on the table to go way up the board? But there's a lot of different conversations we can have about the Wiz in that regard. Next, wait till you hear how much money Josh Harris spent and on what this weekend. You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan. G&D, welcoming you back on the Fan. We had the founder of Fanatics on the show a few weeks ago, actually, talking about what was going to be taking place at Fanatics Fest. Michael Rubin saying that they were spending an ungodly amount of money, basically, to make it the biggest party in the history of sports. Did you see any of the videos or coverage of what happened?
I did. What a spectacle. Kudos to those guys for figuring it out, right?
Tens of thousands of fans in lines to meet players, and hundreds of the biggest names in sports and athletics and with different teams all showing up. I mean, it really was it was a Comic-Con kind of deal, but for sports. I would have loved to have been there, frankly. It was up in New York City, and maybe I'll go next year. It did seem like it was maybe a little even too crowded for my liking, but that having been said, there were just so many superstars there and panels, and it looked really, really cool. But I bring this up, Danny, because during the second night of Fanatics Fest over the weekend, Jaden Daniels, who was on site throughout the entire weekend, and Josh Harris, the owner of the Commanders, show up on stage with the CEO of Fanatics, Michael Rubin. And he grabs a mic and he asks, I don't really know what trade night is, but I think this was a big like memorabilia and cards portion of the event. And they had a bunch of people with some of the best cards on the market, essentially, that came together. And he asked who had the best, rarest Jaden Daniels card. And this guy named Josh Roth, who owned a Daniels 1 of 1. I don't know a lot about cards, but I'm guessing it's the only one of its kind. That's what that means.
Or it's a Deshaun Jackson.
Black finite prism card of Jaden Daniels 1 of 1. 2024 Panini Prism. I guess that's the type of card. And he's like, I've got the most rare Jaden Daniels card here. And so Rubin says, okay, well, how much will you sell it for? I got Josh Harris and Jaden Daniels right here. They want the card. And he initially said $2 million. And he tried to comp it to a Paul Skeens 1 of 1 that had just gone for $1.1 million during a Topps event that they'd had. It was a Topps Chrome Update MLB debut patch autograph card. So like Skeens' first game ever with a piece of his jersey and an autograph. Can you imagine pulling that card, by the way?
No, that seems pretty good.
And then it's appraised
at, Mom, look at what I just got.
I don't know if it was appraised or sold, but it went for $1.1 million. And so this guy Roth says, the Jaden Daniels, I want $2 million. Like, well,
shoot your shot, dude. Love that.
I'm not so sure about that.
Like, it's if Great and Andy are bidding, it's like, what do you guys give me? But like, you got the owner right there. Yeah.
The most recent appraisal he'd gotten was from the Reddit founder, who I guess said he'd be willing to pay $250,000 for it. Like, that's how much the card was worth to him, and he would pay. They grade these cards on like a 1 to 10 level. So a lot of our listeners, I'm sure, are into cards right now. It's gotten massive again. I'd love to get my little guy into it, and we'll be casual with it, but I know a lot of people my age are suddenly like marks again for card collecting. It seems like an expensive hobby and a little bit like gambling, and I already do a lot of that and probably lose too much money as it is. So I'm not sure if that's the game I'm going to get heavy into. But this card was graded by Beckett. You remember Beckett?
Sure.
The book you thumb through to see what your card is worth. I get a Ryan Leaf. It's worth $3.75 from Spotsylvania Mall or whatever. Well, it's worth apparently Beckett grades it as a 9.5 card out of 10. So 9 and above is like elite, no blemishes. 8, not great. Anything lower than that, you get dinged a whole bunch. So I tell you all this to say that the owner of the Commanders, Josh Harris, then decides, I'll give you $500,000 for the thing right now. And he and Jaden Daniels agree. Daniels will sign a jersey for this guy, Josh Roth, and Harris is going to pay him $500,000 for this card. And they're then going to display this card at Northwest Stadium for all of you guys to see when you go out to the game. And so they strike this deal.
That's pretty amazing.
Right there in front of everyone at Fanatics Fest. The owner of the Commanders dropped $500,000
on a decoration,
on a football card to display somewhere, I don't even know where, at the stadium. Just like that. Like I go to the store and I'm like, you know what I want? I want a new grill. And I'm looking at Home Depot and it's like $350 and I'm like, I can't do this. Like, I really want a Traeger. Those things are like $800-900. Those are super nice. That's out of the price range. I'm just getting a nubby. I'm just going to get a $300. I want charcoal and propane. I'm like, okay, probably can't do that. Josh Harris walks in and he's like, card $500,000.
I'll take every grill you've ever had.
Just an amazing weekend for Josh Harris scooping up the Jaden Daniels card. What do you
That's so
think?
wild. I think it's so neat. Now, some are just going to roll their eyes. You're like, oh, what a waste of money or whatever. But I mean, to me, the whole point of it was it's a celebration of Jaden Daniels. You're not buying like I don't know, a Todd Rutledge card or something like that, like some backup number. You're buying like a superstar.
Well, wasn't he just kind of also being a showman at the event?
That's part
of it was like,
yeah. But it's also that it's not going to hide away in some, locked office somewhere, like in some safe. This is a display for all of us. The whole point is like you're enhancing our shared experience. And the thing that I've admired the most about Harris and Rails and Ein and Magic Johnson and company that have gotten this thing, they understand that they own it. Of course they do. You spent an outrageous amount of money. It took all the money and everybody pulling together every bit of liquid they had to get this thing done, to get it over the finish line. I saw that. But they also get that it's our thing. I know I don't own it. I'm very aware. I got no receipts. I got no deposits. I've never like paid any money towards a fraction of ownership. I don't have one of those Green Bay Packers stupid pieces of paper that when they need some cash. But these guys understand that this is part of this big public trust. And they're caretakers. They own it, and they know that. But there's a sharing with us, and we all get to partake in it to a degree that they're kind of embracing. And that's another example of that to me. That's the first thing I thought of.
I think that's actually a really good point. And I think this is symbolic. It's a good observation of what they talk about all the time, that there is some fiduciary responsibility that they have with the fan base, with the city. And they really do view this as an obligation that they have to return this thing to the form it once had, but also just to do right by the fan base. And so in their minds, I mean, think about I don't know if you guys saw this, but like Jaden Daniels, there were thousands of Commanders fans there. And maybe they're not even Commanders fans. Maybe they're just other market Jaden Daniels fans. But the amount of Commanders 5 jerseys that were around the stage for the events that he took part in was astounding to me. He was one of the more popular events at the, guys at the event. And I think in their minds, they're going, let's give people a chance to really celebrate Jaden by having this card on display for them. Let's go to Brandon, who's in Warrenton on G&D. What's up, Brandon?
How we doing, gents?
Hey, dude.
Doing well.
So I'm actually one of the few people in the world that owns a Jaden Daniels 101.
Oh, you have a 1-of-1 Daniels card?
I do.
Wow.
I pulled it in a single pack that I bought from Panini. So
Can I
was
have
actually at Fanatics Fest as well.
Can
so
I have
saw
the
that
card?
whole thing go down. Can you have the card? Yeah, you could see it. Sure.
You can't touch it with your hands, though.
Do you have any idea? Have you gotten it appraised or like the Beckett or somebody look at it for the quality yet?
So I have. I sent it off to PSA, which is typically the gold standard along with Beckett. And I actually graded a gem. It graded a perfect 10.
No way.
Dude. Yes.
So
PSA charged me for the $25,000 evaluation level. So I'm right around the 25 to 45,000.
So you buy a pack for, maybe 10 to 50 bucks, depending on how many cards you got or whatever. The
Correct.
greatest investment of all time. You pull this card and it's worth $25,000.
Yes. In one word. Yes.
Wow. That's amazing.
Yeah,
so what's so
now,
special? What kind of card is it?
There's a ton of luck.
Of course.
It is
course,
a
totally.
Panini Donruss Optic. Panini Prism is the one that Roth had, and that's like the gold standard product. Everybody loves Prism. That was the first one that Panini came out with back in 2012, I think.
But I mean, is there a special? Did he autograph it? Is there a part of a jersey on it, or is it just a normal card?
So that's another thing that you get into. Panini is actually losing their licensing. Topps is picking all of that up, Fanatics. And Jaden Daniels is an exclusive with Topps and Fanatics. So he does not sign for Panini. That is actually a non-signed card. It's just a 1-of-1.
Wow.
But it's still just as desirable as one with his ink on it.
Good nuggets. By the way, Brandon knows what he's talking about when it comes to cards. That guy's got a 1-of-1 card worth 25 G's.
That's pretty neat.
I get sized for that.
But can you imagine sending that off somewhere? Just like, just put it in the mail. Like I would be so nervous.
Oh my
to
God.
stuff that in an envelope or whatever.
My buddy pulled a 1-of-1 Caitlin Clark that he thought was going to be worth $30,000. He sent it off. They appraised it as like basically a 7.
I'm glad you have it.
They said
Yeah.
it was an issue. And he's like, no. And they show him this mark and he's like, that mark wasn't there when it went to you guys. So it's a whole big ordeal.
Oh
now.
my God.
By the way, Darius, grab that guy's info, let him know. I'll give him my address and he could just ship the card over to me. I don't think he understood when I'd asked. I wanted the card, not to see it.
Yeah.
I don't think he got
He
that.
got confused. You can tell him I have a 20 in my wallet.
$20.
I have $20.
That should do it.
Yeah.
Richard Deitch, sports media coverage for The Athletic. Want to talk about the very unpopular work of the ESPN basketball crew during the NBA Finals. Next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Earl Forsey. This update is brought to you by the Fredericksburg Tattoo Invitational. The NBA season ended last night. May be over for Tyrese Halliburton for next season as well. The Indiana star injured, according to Shams Charania of ESPN today. It is a torn right Achilles tendon for Halliburton. Of course, an injury that could keep him out all, if not most, of next season in 2026. The early NBA odds for next year are out. The Thunder, who won it all last night, clear favorite to do it again at plus 220. Cavs and Knicks are the next choices, plus 650. With the likely addition of Kevin Durant, Houston's odds are up now to plus 850. The Pacers plummeted after the Halliburton injury. They were 10-1, down now to 40 to 50-1. Wizards, in case you're wondering, about 500-1, near the bottom of the NBA. With the draft coming up Wednesday night, 8 p.m., Wizards have the 6th and 18th overall picks. We've got more baseball tonight. West Coast swing continues for the Nationals. They dropped 2 of 3 in L.A. It's down the coast to San Diego tonight, 9:40 first pitch for the Nats. First of 3 against the Padres tonight here on 106.7 The Fan. Mark your calendar. It's a Fredericksburg Tattoo Invitational, June 27th through the 29th at Fredericksburg Convention Center, hosted by Black Horse Tattoo Studio. Live tattooing, contest, family-friendly fun. Get your tickets at fxbgtattooinvitational.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Welcome back. Thanks for the update to Earl Forsey. We're Grant and Danny. We're sponsored today and each day by the law firm Kondori and Murad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration, and more. Their attorneys are there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com. Mention us to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Let's go to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. That's where we find Richard Deitch, who's the outstanding media reporter for The Athletic. You can check out not only his work at The Athletic, but also his weekly sports media podcast. Richard, it's great to have you on the show. I was thinking about you last night as I was watching the finals, and I wanted to have you on because I've kind of thought throughout the finals that the halftime show, the pregame show, like they're unwatchable, they're awful. I just don't enjoy them. It's becoming more shouty show, middle of the day, Stephen A. Smithy to me. And I thought I was kind of maybe in the minority, but I saw more and more of the complaining online. And I wanted to get your take of how we got here. Is this the idea from ESPN that they spend $20 million on Stephen A. Smith, so he's got to be on everything? And then if he's on the show, it just takes on that kind of, type of broadcast? Or is that what they prefer? Like, how did we get here, and what do you make of the blowback they got for their coverage of the finals?
Well, first of all, great to be on with you guys. First, I think the blowback and feedback is very fair and, quite frankly, accurate from those who are close watchers of the NBA. And the good news for NBA fans, you're going to get a lot of choices next year with NBC and Amazon coming to to regular season game broadcasts. So if ESPN executives are not familiar with how it might be done differently, they're going to get to see that firsthand. I would say, so it's a couple things, like very, very big picture, and this is no sort of genius synopsis from me. ESPN has made a decision over the last couple of years that they're going to invest in some very, very big names. They're going to pay those people an inordinate amount of money. They're going to give those people an inordinate amount of freedom. And they're going to sort of run their personality-driven shows around that. Stephen A. Smith is essentially at the top of the list. Pat McAfee is obviously there. Scott Van Pelt is there. Mike Greenberg's there. And then on the talent side, obviously they pay Joe Buck and Troy Aikman a lot of money because they call their most important property. So, their thesis is that they would like to get Stephen A. Smith in as many places as possible because, one, he certainly works hard and he's available. And two, they think what he has to say creates dialogue, creates virality. Business-wise, it's not necessarily the worst premise, but what I find, and I think is absolutely accurate from seeing the same response, on social media, is that too often the broadcast becomes about Stephen A. Smith. The broadcast becomes too often about what an ESPN personality has to say, as opposed to the broadcast itself. And when you watch that halftime show in particular, because there's not a lot of time and they have a lot of commercial obligations, it really becomes pronounced. You know, it's like 30 to 40 seconds of Stephen A. Smith, and sometimes Bob Myers does this as well. Sort of, it's all about like what their opinion is. And that's sort of where the sort of the thesis of the show exists. And, you know, you can get away with that for a little bit, but at a certain point, especially because a lot of the commentary becomes very negative. It's not like, oh man, look how awesome the Pacers are. It's man, the Thunder have absolutely not taken advantage of the fact that Tyrese Halliburton's gone. So it's sort of two ways to look at it, but you sort of have too much, but at a certain point, you just have too much negativity. It's not engaging for the audience. You don't bring the audience in. You know, ultimately sports is about camaraderie, community. You want to go for the ride. And so, yeah, there are times certainly criticism is warranted and stuff, but that's my issue with ESPN is it's become too much about what the analysts say, at least during what I saw during the finals outside of the game, and not enough like bringing me in, like wanting me to hang out. And they've been criticized probably about as severely as I have seen them being criticized for a finals presentation as long as I have written about that network.
So, Richard, I was watching the game with my wife for a little bit last night, as I'm sitting there grumbling and grousing and, like, you know, doing that, like, that huffy thing that sports fans are probably doing at home, where I'm, like, pointing to it and shaking my head and, like, muttering stuff under my breath about the way it used to be with my 11-year-old son within earshot and everything. And she's going, what's your problem? Like, what's bothering you so much? And here's the example I used, and I actually saw you tweeted about this. Bob Myers, who is a welcome addition to any panel, I think, from his experiences, had a superstar try to play through a calf injury that led to a torn Achilles. What a unique resource to be able to throw to him and talk about what are the trainers what are the conversations before the game? What does the star think? You know, what sort of precautions are taken? You know, what sort of things are we weighing? And it was never mentioned. And it was, you know, Stephen A. Smith calling out the manhood of Oklahoma City for something or other, you know, and I'm going, that to me is the microcosm of it. Just expound on that if you would.
Yeah, first of all, ESPN, I would have done this for free. They could have thrown it to me because I was at the Raptors-Warriors game when Kevin Durant went down. So I would have been happy to weigh in on that as well. Although my experience in running NBA teams, you know, is about the same experience.
It's slightly second behind Bob Myers, yeah.
Yeah, as in zero. But you're correct. Like, they literally had a guy who could speak, like, the second most important person in that series went down. Right. And the most important player, the heart of basically the Indiana Pacers, went down. You have a guy on set who lived it. He lived Kevin Durant going down. That entire series ended when Durant went down. You know, Warriors continue to play out against the Raptors, but that was it. And I still believe it's, again, someone who lives in Toronto. Kevin Durant doesn't get hurt. The Warriors are beating the Raptors. As much as I love the Raptors and love the city of Toronto, I think that would have happened. And that would have been fascinating. That would have been, like, interesting. Like, what, you know, where were you when that happened? I assume in the arena. Like, what do you think about as a general manager or president of basketball operations? Like, when that goes down, like, how does the team react to that? Like, that would have been interesting. So I'm with you. And that's frustrating because, again, I think too much of it is just, it's a POV or like an ethos. It's just, and the ethos is, we're going to highlight what our personalities have to say. And that's going to be the driving force. I do want to sort of just make a point because it really is important, and it's important to distinguish this. That's not the game coverage. Like, that's not what Doris Burke, Mike Green, and Richard Jefferson do. Mm-hmm. Like, I really think whether you like them or not as a trio, they're focused on the game. Like, that's not about, like, you know, who could say something that, you know, that gets them to Twitter. So it's very much with their NBA coverage, I feel like, a product of their pregame show and halftime. And then lastly, and they also made a larger decision on this, you know, they have gotten rid of some very, very heavy basketball people. You know, Zach Lowe would be probably the biggest example of that. And, you know, like, people aren't dumb. Viewers aren't dumb. Like, you make some of these decisions where, you know, you're trading, like, very hardcore X's and O's. Maybe someone who's not as, you know, maybe someone's not as television friendly for the people who can give you takes. But that's the decision they made. It very well may be the smarter business decision, But this is just my belief. I just don't believe it serves fans at the end of the day, particularly in a final setting.
Richard Deitch of The Athletic with us on Grant and Danny. One more on this, and then I want to pivot to what's next for the Inside the NBA crew from Turner. But maybe the days that I long for are just dead and gone. But what I'm looking for in those shows is just so different than the rest of the day, right? Whether it's Stuart Scott or Malika or whoever else, someone's sitting there teeing people up, and it's grown-ups having conversations where they're not talking over each other. Wilbon, like Bill Simmons, I know you have to be an athlete or a GM now to have an opinion on sports, but Bill Simmons sitting there is awesome when he was doing it. And it's just so gone that it feels to me like at some point there was a meeting at ESPN where they went, like, I was half surprised Pat McAfee wasn't in Indiana for one of these games in a tank top sitting at the set with his face painted. It was like Stephen A. Smith's Knicks and Pat McAfee's Pacers, and there's a time and place for that in the middle of the day for the personality-driven stuff, but it just all bleeds together now. And like when I need my analysis, I can't get it.
You should be writing columns for The Athletic. Basically, I'm going to retire. There's nothing left for me to say. No, you nailed it. I mean, like, I agree with you. Like, I used to be much more hardcore when I was younger about, man, like the takes industry is just like, it's destroying everything, et cetera. I feel like it is what it is. Like, America in 2025, everybody's got an opinion. You hope people's opinion are intellectually sound and you're not, garbage deliverers like Skip Bayless. But like, opinion is opinion. It's going to exist. But I'm with you. Like, again, it is so hard to sometimes, or at least I found so hard during the pregame again of this series to find myself like learning stuff. In many ways, I really feel bad for Malika Andrews, who I think is very, very talented. Actually gave a very, very thoughtful Game 7 note. But like, what can you do? You can only do so much in the pilot seat, basically, because the entire infrastructure exists at this point at ESPN to highlight these very bold opinions by, again, the Smiths and McAfees and Greenbergs, et cetera. So I don't necessarily think it's going to change outside of sort of this one thing. And this is a big thing. For so many years, ESPN could not obviously touch Inside the NBA. I know internally executives hated the fact that, their coverage would be crushed where Inside was always praised. And at a certain point, just given the economics of the world, Jimmy Pitaro, president of ESPN or chairman now of ESPN, made a great decision, traded some college football game inventory for the right to have that show on next year, particularly during the NBA Finals and some high-profile postseason games. So in some ways, they've solved the problem. They haven't solved it for every regular season game, but for the games that matter most and for the games that are going to draw the most audience, you're going to have Shaq Kenny and Charles Barkley next year. And if not, whether it lasts a year or 3 or 4, during that run, you're going to see the criticism of ESPN's, pregame and halftime and postgame during the NBA Finals essentially not exist because they have they couldn't beat their competition, so they bought it, and that turns out to be a pretty good move.
Richard, you tweeted about this also. I think it was yesterday, and I'm trying to find a way to quantify. You also mentioned this earlier in our conversation just now. I feel like there wasn't enough about the play. Like, everyone's going to complain these aren't 2 major market teams, so they'll sort of roll their eyes at the ratings, whatever they end up being, whether they're good, bad, or indifferent. I don't care. I had a great time watching basketball, but I feel like there wasn't enough drawing in with the players and their stories. Like, it's impossible not to connect SGA's quote-unquote failure at the Olympics, where he was so pissed off and disappointed that Canada lost to France, not to bring up a sore subject, but that was sort of the driving force behind this world tour, this MVP campaign, where he was the best player. Wire did something that 3 other guys in history have done, and it's basically Michael Jordan a couple of times. MVP, lead the league in scoring, finals MVP. Like, his revenge tour coming from that, and I feel like I never heard about it for these finals or any of the other remarkable stories about how the Pacers got here, et cetera. Just drawing people in to what could have been a kind of a renaissance sort of new frontier for the NBA with parity and a little bit less, it's LeBron James versus somebody else. This could have been a golden start. It feels like it was squandered a bit.
One of the things that, by the way, it's an excellent point by you. One of the things, I think it might have been Brian Curtis of The Ringer, or if it wasn't, whoever it was, and if I don't remember, my apologies. Although the likelihood of them, unless they're from your area listening to this, I'll probably get away with it. But the point was that one of the things that you see on College Game Day and some very other famous signature shows are these like 6-7 minute long features, right? Where you really get to know the person. A lot of times when it comes to College Game Day, it's usually like somebody who suffered some tragedy.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a college football player maybe whose parents passed away or maybe had to overcome illness or something like that. But Shai Gilgeous-Alexander would be the perfect example of, okay, let's do a 7-minute feature where we go to this guy's hometown, which is Hamilton, Ontario in Canada, and like just figure out like how on earth could one of the best players in global basketball come from Canada and like come from this like, sort of mid-city sized place. And how was the Olympic experience like part of the driving force? Because, I can tell you obviously living here that it was a major disappointment. Canadians thought they were going to medal, and, they ended up losing to France before the medal round. So I'm with you on that. And again, that's the kind of stuff that like, I think people would appreciate. And remember, again, no one is saying it's got to be, no one's saying it's got to be the PBS NewsHour or Frontline, but it also can't be like, who can I blast and rip for sucking like all the time? There has to be, at least in my opinion, a little bit better median. And then here's the other thing too. Like, you guys know this. NBA fans, especially the diehard ones, they are very, very into like X's and O's and analytics and the draft. Like they happen to be like very smart, educated about their sport. So if you just give them like BS hot takes, they're going to think you're a clown show, because like they're the type of people who are like going really, really deep on like, okay, like what's the expected points of this team, or like, how is this player like, like what kind of player, how is this player like within 15 feet versus outside of 15 feet? Like, I'm not saying everybody's a nerd on that, but there's a lot of like nerd out kind of NBA fans. And I would say there's a very high percentage of, in many ways compared to some other sports. And ESPN just doesn't cater to that. But, at least during the finals, at least from my perspective, it was just like catering to like the lowest common denominator kind of quick take, like who sucks at the moment, why do they suck? Or it's like, hey, I think this, and let's put this up on ESPN.com and blast it out there because this is what I think. I do. If your listeners want one piece of good news, and I think this is, competition usually makes you raise your game. And I think ESPN's going to watch Amazon and NBC next year, and they're going to be like, I'm not going to curse on your network, but they're going to be like, holy bleep.
Yeah.
Like, we got to get our act together. It's like these guys are putting together some really good productions. And so I do think it's going to help raise ESPN's level.
Richard Deitch of The Athletic. I'll squeeze one more in here in our final minute off the beaten path, but I'm a big hockey fan. I watched the Stanley Cup. It was incredible. We had a Hall of Famer in our midst, one of the greats ever, and Connor McDavid, and a back-to-back championship winning team that might be the most dominant team going into next year in all of the professional sports in Florida. And I premise this to say nobody watched the Stanley Cup. Like, more people watched what was really fun and entertaining. But when internationally we got all the countries together for the Four Nations during the All-Star festivities, why can't the NHL get people to watch their championship series?
Well, I mean, listen, I love hockey, and especially, having moved to Toronto a couple of years ago, you can't basically escape it here. It's like, as an American, I'm like in the wilderness trying to look for college football on a Saturday, but trust me, like
you can't turn on a TV without bumping into hockey.
Yeah, right. Canucks Hurricanes. It might as well be like a Taylor Swift concert. So you're like inundated basically with hockey everywhere. And so in this country, it was no issue. Like both series between the Panthers and Oilers did really, really well. My sense on hockey is that I think at the end of the day, it's a great regional sport. Like, it's not a national sport. And outside of a star playing in one of the traditional big U.S. markets that draws television numbers, Chicago, Philly, New York, Boston. I don't know if there's an answer. Like, I think it's a great product. They've really improved in terms of the television part of it too. But I don't know if there's a fix on this, because the play is great. Like, if you watch the NHL postseason, I think it was far and away the best postseason of any of the postseasons.
So good
for the major sports. So it wasn't about the play on the particular field or arena. I just think it's ultimately a regional play. And if I had to guess, this is just like sort of being a little bit of a sociologist, I think there's just too many people in the United States who just don't grow up skating, or just don't grow up in an environment where hockey is like a big part of their lives. Like, if you grow up in, Houston, Texas, right? Or Jackson, Mississippi, or something like that. It's just, I'm not saying like you've never ice skated or you don't know what it is, but you know what I'm saying? It's not like you walk down the street and you see pickup basketball or you see kids playing football. And I don't know what the solution is on that. Where the other major sports, particularly in this case, baseball, and football and basketball, they kind of have that. Like, most kids do grow up sort of seeing it around them. So I don't know what the NHL fixes. I will say that this one in particular, a lot of things were conspired against the NHL. One, it has a Canadian market, so you get no viewership in the United States for that. Two, Florida's not the biggest media market, so you're going to be hurt by that. And three, and this was a big one, games were on cable, keep in mind, right? They were on TNT and not ABC. So that alone you're losing about 1 million viewers on that, just that little fact alone. It still makes a difference in 2025. So there were things sort of running against this one that were going to hurt the NHL, no matter what. But if you're the NHL, I mean, honestly, if you get, let's say, like Rangers, just make this up, Rangers Avalanche next year, it goes back to ABC, you'll see 30% increase for the Stanley Cup final. So their story, the one thing I can tell you, having written about this all the time, they'll have a much, much better viewership story next year, no matter what. Unless, knock on wood, unless it's Edmonton, Toronto, and then we sort of have some of the same issues.
Richard, great with us as always, man. Really appreciate the time.
Great. Thanks, guys. Be well.
Thank you. There's Richard Deitch, outstanding. Check him out in The Athletic. Good insight on sports media coverage and the landscape right now. A massive movie theater release anniversary just came and went, and it's got us thinking about all-time fun theater experiences. Next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. A lot of NBA to talk about today. The most recent report from just a few minutes ago, ESPN, saying that three-time All-Star Chris Middleton has picked up his $33.3 million player option with the Wizards, fan favorite in Milwaukee. He was traded to Washington at the deadline last season. He's about to enter his 14th year in the NBA. With the finals ending last night, there are reports as well today that Pacers star Tyrese Halliburton did indeed tear his right Achilles tendon. Of course, that's an injury that could keep him out most, if not all, of next season. Baseball Nationals, West Coast Swing continues tonight in San Diego, 9:40 first pitch on the Fan. Main Street Bank's a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Grant and Danny welcoming you back on the Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. Our double play is coming up at 3:45, and we're going to stretch the double play a little bit today. I want to talk about movie theater experiences because I saw, Danny, that the 50-year anniversary just came and went of Jaws in movie theaters. Now, your boy is in his mid-30s, okay? So I was not around in 1975 when Jaws dropped. But the way that it has been explained to me by people that were around and did go to the movies as teenagers or older at that time was that it completely changed the genre, so to speak.
Without a doubt.
It was the first summer smashola. It was the movie that everybody went to see and cared about and loved. And if you hadn't seen Jaws, you were just on the outside looking in. Like, for me as a kid, not a summer smash, but the Titanic was that way. When that movie came out, Titanic, and it ended up winning 14 Academy Awards. It was one of those things where at school or whatever, I was like in young elementary school. If you hadn't seen it, it's like, what's going on with your
What's wrong
family?
with you? Is something
You guys
wrong?
didn't go to Fredericksburg to the Regal Gallery Place in Central Park to see Titanic? What's going on with the Rouilles? But 1975, 50 years ago, Danny, which is wild to think about.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Like, we are basically the same distance away from when Jaws came out in 75 as we are from like the Roaring 20s.
Right?
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's same distance there as it is to 2075 in the other direction.
But
I'm sure everything's fine.
That movie supposedly had the biggest theater effect on people enjoying that experience as any film that's ever come out.
It's up there. I mean, that one changed everything. I mean, before it was these filmmakers' films, whether it was Streetcar Named Desire or Citizen Kane back in the day, and then you go into The Godfather, where it's, master's courses in filmmaking, but not this big summer epic kind of thing. Star Wars a couple of years later, of course, would kind of piggyback off this, and the blockbuster kind of became what we were used to, right? Like every summer, it's like, now that a movie released in January, nubs. It's a B action star throat chopping in some impossible situation. The big badass, right? Starts in May, comes out sometime in June, July, August, whatever. That's when you're going to go see that big epic thing. So I wasn't alive at that point, but my dad's talked about that one, and it's one of those that still holds up. Talking about Jaws, but yeah, there have been a handful of those where you had to have seen it, right? Like that's the way you'd phrase it, right? Kind of what you're talking about. What do you mean you didn't see it? Of course, everybody saw it.
One I remember from my childhood that was iconic, and people talked about their experience because of the visuals and the sounds, was Jurassic Park in 1993. I was only 5. I didn't go, but I still distinctly remember my dad talking to people about that movie. And remember when it came out at the time, dating myself a bit, on VHS and was on TV or whatever, and we got the movie. I remember as a kid watching it and being scared, but like the scene where, it's like boom, boom, and the water's moving. in the theater, that was supposedly just like an all-time moment.
Because again, we had all these advancements in,
of course,
all the lights
like
and
now
the sound
we don't
and
even
stuff.
think about
Yeah.
it. But at that time, there were these huge technological breakthroughs where it was like, damn, that does sound like a dinosaur's coming toward
all the LucasArts stuff, the THX, the Industrial Light and Magic sound, adding all the different practical effects and the different surround sound deals.
I just took my kids, I told you this last week, to see How to Train Your Dragon. And we saw it in 3D. I was told to see it in IMAX. We just couldn't make the times work. Apparently, it's silly in IMAX. And after seeing it, I actually, like, even without them, I would go back to see it in IMAX. I mean, it's visually a stunning film. And in 3D, it was breathtaking. I mean, I'm not even a 3D guy. I don't really enjoy it. But I guess my point is, for my kids who are 4 and 6, they don't know what they don't know.
Right.
Like, they put on those glasses. They watched those dragons flying at them and the fire coming at them in the theater, and they just didn't get it. They've been to the Legoland over at the mall where it's like a 4D experience where they blow air and there's a little water that drips on you and all this stuff. What we have now compared to, like, if you were to go today, Danny Rie and me would go back in time and watch Jaws in theater, it would be nubs. You know, we'd be sitting there like this, but it's just a matter of the times, right? And I don't want to take away from that. But this got me to thinking, 50-year anniversary, Jaws in the movie theater, people reminiscing at the time they kind of fell in love with going to the theater. And I was talking to my wife about this over the weekend, and I said to her, and she's not a movie guy, okay? She doesn't like watching movies. She doesn't like going to the movie theater. I take my kids all the time. She normally stays home. Like, that's her time away from dealing with us. And so I said to her, do you have a movie that you remember going to the theaters and having an amazing experience that you were excited about or that you still look back on? And even she had one, and that's how I knew this would be a fun conversation. Hers was, I hope I'm not saying the wrong nerd movie, but I'm pretty sure she said last night, Lord of the Rings. Like the
really?
Yes. Like the first Lord of the Rings, because she read all the books.
Fellowship
or whatever.
of the Ring, yeah.
Like that was her answer. I knew you'd be sized.
That's a great one. That's a great answer.
How old would we have been? She's about my age.
Yeah, so that's early 2000. So I can't remember the exact year. It's like 03, 04, somewhere in there.
High school.
Yeah.
04, we would have been high school. So that, I think that's a reasonable enough answer. Here's mine. I've got a few, like recently.
Yeah, I've got several.
Recently, Top Gun Maverick. Darius, fire up the Top Gun theme for me when you can. But it was post-COVID. I was a Top Gun guy from the original, the OG, which is before my time. But
it was
awesome. Cool because it was cool. Like, I remember people saying, you got to watch Top Gun when I was growing up. And I'm like, okay.
Sorry about the anthem. Sorry.
The anthem. When it hit in the theater, chills.
Every time, dude.
Why do I have a water system in my eyes? What's happening here? I love Top Gun Maverick. And Steven Spielberg has made the case that movie and Tom Cruise saved the movie theater industry after COVID because no one was going, and they brought him back. And by the way, it's one of the biggest, most successful North American releases as far as summer blockbusters in history, right? You start to dig into, well, how did he save the movie theater industry? Like, well, why would you say that? He literally was like calling different movie makers, different companies, and going, hey, we're making this movie. Are you guys making your movies? And they're like, no, not right now. He's like, well, we're going forward, so you better go forward. And like, he got people to start making movies again by lying to different companies and stuff. I mean, it was crazy.
Yeah, like a personal thank you to me for coming into the theater, that he recorded before the movie.
Which is now becoming the norm, and he does that on Mission Impossible and whatever else. But, so that one's high up there. But my all-time number one seed, as far as exciting movie theater experience that I was giddy about and it thoroughly enjoyed, Dark Knight. The Dark Knight on opening night at the Udvar Hazy. Beat that. The hype about that movie, people sleep. They completely forget. I don't even know why the hype was so big. But Christopher Nolan was
Batman
taking
Begins
over.
Was awesome, and this was going to be the opus. This was the you had the prequel, the prelude,
but
at
it's
the
bigger
beginning.
than that. So Batman Begins was sick. Christopher Nolan's the man. He's taken over this thing. He hit a home run with the first. This was the bigger, better story movie anyway. And then the Heath Ledger hype. Heath Ledger had already passed before that movie came out. I'm almost positive, right? Heath Ledger is the Joker, and because of what had happened, may want to double check me, but I'm pretty sure he was no longer with us when that movie came out. I think that the hype around that performance was like, this is one of the all-time villain performances ever in history. And so I wanted to go see it the best way I could possibly see it. And I think one of the reasons I had such a great experience is how do you see it, right? Udvar Hazy, biggest screen, best audio, best everything. That opening bank robbery scene.
With the one note on the whatever the
God.
string instrument.
Guy, I wanted
Perfect.
to stand up in the theater and just start screaming, yes! Yeah, like 5 minutes into the movie.
Yeah.
It was like you could have stopped the movie then and said, give us another $1,000 and walk out and don't say a word. And I would have been like, no problem. It was just, I don't know, something about that night, that movie. Maybe it was where I was in my life as a young person who had money and no kids and could go do what he wanted to do.
Because within a matter of minutes, 6 different moments of misdirection, an homage to Heat, by the way, an all-time classic gangster bank heist movie with your boy, the guy that played Colonel Willie Sharp from
That's
Armageddon, as the bank manager with the shotgun, like chasing the guys down. Like, where'd you learn to count? What doesn't kill you makes you stranger.
I will take that bank robbery scene against any bank robbery scene in any movie ever.
I'll agree with that.
And I will stack it up and say, beat it, and you won't be able to do it.
Perfect.
But for me, it's Dark Knight. I want to get yours next, and then let's hit the phones as our double play here. What's your number one theater experience movie when you look back at your time going to films? Based on Jaws, 50 years ago this week, hitting the theaters and changing the game. You're listening to Grant and Danny. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. It is time for our double play, driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealers today. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. You already know. 50 years ago this week, an iconic movie theater film dropped. It was one of the first ever summer smashes.
Summer blockbuster, yeah.
Everybody's still chasing, right? And it was Jaws. And so it's got us thinking about our number one movie theater experience ever. Danny, I gave you mine, The Dark Knight at the Udvar Hazy. I think it's Udvar Hazy, but it's out in Chantilly. It's the gigantic IMAX. It's basically like you go sit there and you can look at the stars above your head. Biggest screen ever. One of my favorite movies ever. I'll have that until the day I die.
Yeah.
It was perfect.
Similar, saw it with a couple comedy pals in Upper West Side. This IMAX theater in New York was amazing. A couple of are on the phone, so I won't take those away. I'll let Darius hit the soundtrack for mine. My first R movie, I got permission. Say smash hit in the 80s. Years we waited for the sequel. Usually the sequel lets you down. Not this one. One of the great sequels in history. It's James Cameron. It's Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's Linda Hamilton. And introducing the T-1000. That's Terminator 2 Judgment Day.
Oh, yeah.
This the no paper what we make. And we learn about the final destiny. It's supposed to be. And then they made like 7 more afterwards. And I'm not sure if it's Genesis or Dark Fate or whatever.
In 91.
I was 12.
Okay, so I was 3. This is a little before my time. I can only imagine.
We begged and pleaded. We had like an older kid. So my buddy's older brother, who I was friends with too, he was the guy that was going to take us, right? And he was the one in charge. Parents finally okayed it. No one knew like how.
Was it a no parents night?
Yeah, there wasn't much like R rate. No one's sure about PG-13. What's R? I mean, there's no way we should have been seeing this movie, but we did, and it ruled. 12-year-old Fanny Mouillet was a pig in mud.
I can imagine. All right, Darius. You could call us at 800-636-1067. Ryan, I want to get yours. I want to go to the producer room here. So maybe we'll start with you, Clary. Your all-time movie theater experience, 1 seed.
It was the late 2000s, and at that point in time, I was just kind of getting into like the grown-up movies. Like I was big into Toy Story and all the other cartoons out there, and then one movie piqued my interest. Avatar. Avatar was awesome. It was the one movie in my life I went on the premiere night, AMC Tyson's Corner. We saw it in IMAX. We saw it in 3D. We watched all 3 hours of it, and it was an awesome film. I even have a story. This is like when you have reserved seats. So I had to sit actually in the aisle because there was no open seats next to my parents. It was an awesome, awesome movie. I still watch it today. I'll watch all 3 hours. It's a great movie.
So I would love the Joan, and I know if I let Danny, he will. So I'm going to just
keep moving.
We're going to cut you off at the pass.
It's his theater experience.
It is his theater experience, and also number 1, number 2, number 3 all time highest grossing film.
Yeah,
doesn't mean they're good films.
I know,
but they are. To Ryan's point, Avatar, James Cameron, $2.9 billion.
It's so much. How much? It's astounding.
I guess it's just the first and the third because Avengers Endgame actually became number 2 all time with $2.8 billion. But Avatar is 1 and 3 on the all time list in terms of highest grossing films. I respect that, Clary. Look at you going to Avatar.
You went to a movie.
It was an awesome movie. IMAX experience, 3D. I loved it.
Looked weird to me. Never saw it. All right, Darius, you're up.
So my actual 1 seed would be both the Avengers movies. Both the last 2 Avengers movies. Avengers Infinity War, Avengers Endgame.
Endgame, number 2 highest grossing film ever.
Right. Infinity War, I say, just because the experience of leaving the theater with the way the movie ended and everybody just kind of like being like, wow,
what?
Really, like, we really lost. There's no way. How did we lose?
Alert.
That never happens.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry if you haven't seen the movie. That was 10 years ago. And then Endgame, it was the interaction, everybody coming together and cheering for that big finale of that
moments.
movie. Yeah, all the moments that brought everybody together. I just never experienced anything in a movie theater like that.
That's such a good point.
Yeah.
If you want to talk about, like, I remember
people
in the
going
movie,
crazy.
Wedding Crashers, when Will Ferrell comes on the screen for his cameo, where he's like, "Mom, the meatloaf." He got a massive ovation in the theater, and it wasn't like annoying that everybody was clapping. It was like He was on the greatest heater of all time.
It was Chaz Reinhold, man.
Old school and Anchorman and all that stuff. And people are like, yes, it's Will Ferrell. Yeah. Like, what a great moment. But to your point, that is one of the greatest theater experiences ever with like the reveals and the cheers. I remember
like as soon as you know who says on your left, I mean, like people are screaming.
Silly. What was the movie that Ryan ruined for Darius?
For me.
Oh, that was Deadpool. Deadpool Wolverine. Yeah.
So like similarly, not on the same level, but when Deadpool Wolverine came out, and there's some huge reveals in that, in the theater, it's like oh my God. And then the next one's like, oh no. It's just a fun thing to be at. You don't get that in your living room. All right, let's go rapid fire. We want to knock out as many of these as we can, so you got to be real quick. Let's go to Sean in Falls Church. Lightning round here. What do you got?
So, Grant, I was in the same theater and the same night and everything with you. I'm not even kidding. I was sitting in a section. Apparently, some guy wanted to ruin it for the rest of us because it was amazing. He, as soon as they open up to the Chicago skyline in Dark Knight, he goes, "I can see my house from here." And I spoke up because I wanted to make sure we got what we wanted. I said, "I can see your mom from here. Shut up." And we all laughed for 3 seconds, and then we were silent for 3 hours. It was beautiful.
That night, I kind of remember there was a little bit of shtick happening.
There's some shtick,
at different points. But that night couldn't have been more perfect. Dark Knight, Udvar Hazy. I'd love to live it back, run it back. Chris in Hyattsville, best movie theater experience you had.
All right, so Danny stole my number one seed, The Terminator 2, which, by the way, Danny, I'll say you'll fall off the parents are dead. But one of the great things about going to the beach as a kid was I went to a place where there was a movie theater literally at the end of the block, and I got to go to movies unattended.
Oh, that's cool.
With a note that said, "Please let my child watch R-rated films." That was the 80s for you, okay?
It's a different time,
1989, Michael Keaton, Kim Basinger, Jack Nicholson, and Prince. I'm talking about Batman.
The OG.
Yes, you are. The OG Batman's damn good. I get it. Especially if you're a young guy alone with a little freedom on vacation.
Because that was the comic booky style, right? That was the sort of the fun, campy take, and it was great.
John in Herndon, what's up? John, you there, buddy? Let's go to Derek in Manassas on Grant and Danny, looking for your best movie theater experience.
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
So, a little older than you guys. So, 1977, 7 years old, and got to go see the original Star Wars in a theater. Not the greatest of picture quality, not the greatest of sound, but we had a thunderstorm come up right during the Darth Vader Obi-Wan, fight. So that clap of the thunder and everything while the evil guy is taking on the good guy. And of course, we know how that ended. So.
You can't script that one.
That's pretty amazing.
Let's go to Seth in Clarksburg on Grant and Danny. Best theater experience?
1994 with my oldest brother, just graduated high school. Ace Ventura. Opening scene as the UPS man set the tone.
Dude.
HTS, got a package, people. Sounds broken, most likely, sir. Bet it was something nice,
too.
though.
Some of mine are going with my brothers.
Oh, my God.
Because you just don't have that anymore. Everyone's grown up.
He had all the heat coming off of In Living Color. We're like, what's he going to do in his solo venture? How about make the funniest movie ever?
Chris and Culpeper, how are you?
Hey, what's going on, brothers? Great topic like usual.
Body.
The movie that sticks out to me, 12 years old, enamored with weather. That's when everything technology was changing with the movie theaters. At least I noticed it. I had to go with Twister. I watched it at the old Spotsylvania Mall theater. Not the greatest experience there, but being 12 years old, be able to watch it with my friends and see that movie and looking at the inside of the tornado and the meteorologist getting grabbed and whipped out and thrown out. It was just it was an amazing experience. So I just wanted to throw that in there.
Being 12, a couple of Helen Hunt scenes in there you probably didn't mind too much either.
Why? What happens?
Twister, great film. Dave in Leesburg will give you the last word on this. Movie you loved in theaters.
All right. Well, guys, great topic again and some great choices there. But the one I'll have to go with is the one that made me love movies. My dad took me when I was 11 years old, in 1981. And I know, Grant, you're going to disagree. It's Raiders of the Lost Ark.
You saw that in theater?
I did.
Because that's based. So think about this run for I was calling him Han Solo, for Harrison Ford.
Solo, yeah.
Han Solo again, and then he plays like swashbuckling archaeologist with a whip and a pistol, solving the whole world's problems. This is basically going back and forth between Han Solo and
But
Indiana
I won't
Jones.
yuck his yum. He does shtick because he knows I didn't love those movies. But my dad and my brothers talk about those movies based on those experiences. They're older than me, obviously. My brothers and my dad, they remember those nights and the theme and the coming over the speakers. I get that. I think that's a good answer. All right, the Beltway Blitz is next. Again, 50 years since Jaws dropped in theaters. Fun to reminisce with you guys on G&D.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're powered by JTF Gov, the #1 HP Federal Power MPS partner. Well, with the NBA season ending last night as the Oklahoma City Thunder win the title, the offseason business begins today. Shams Charania, ESPN, reporting within the last hour that three-time NBA All-Star Chris Middleton is picking up his $33.3 million playoff option here in Washington with the Wizards for next season. Middleton was dealt to Washington by Milwaukee at the trade deadline this past season. That move not really a surprise. Middleton will be heading into his 14th year coming up in the NBA. It's a big week, of course. The draft is coming up Wednesday night. That'll be 8 p.m. for the first round in Brooklyn. Wizards have the 6th and 18th overall picks. Baseball, after dropping 2 of 3 in L.A., the Nationals' West Coast swing continues tonight in San Diego. 9:40 first pitch for the Nats against the Padres here on the Fan. They got a full dose of Shohei Ohtani Sunday. He tossed a hitless first inning with 2 strikeouts and then homered and drove in 5 in a 13-7 Dodgers win. Even with that, the Nats have split their last 4 after that 11-game skid. Mission Critical, that's JTF's specialty. We're a top-ranked HP MPS Power partner for a reason. We don't just ship products. We deploy fully integrated mission-ready solutions from DC to Europe, powered by HP, delivered by JTF. Check us out at jtfgov.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
It's Beltway Blitz time on Grant and Danny here on the Fan, brought to you by our friends, the law firm Kondori and Murad.
Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
On the Beltway Blitz, we will cover the Nats, who lost 2 out of 3 to the Dodgers, the NBA in the wake of the finals with the draft 2 days away, and the Commanders always busy even in the offseason. But let's get things started on the diamond. Mark Zuckerman, MassonSports.com. We'll start with that Dodgers series. The boys lose 2 out of 3. Everything was going well yesterday. They had a 3-run lead through 6 innings or into the 6th inning. And then in about 9 real-life minutes, they'd given up 11 runs to the Dodgers. It's bad baseball. Another caught stealing for Jacob Young, Mark. How about another bad play in the field for Luis Garcia? And then the floodgates completely opened.
Yeah, guys, I mean, you look at that weekend as a whole, and I think it applies to yesterday as well. There were times that they played really good baseball against, one of the best teams out there. They won Saturday's game pretty convincingly. They barely lost Friday night's game because of a couple little things that they didn't do right. And then yesterday you saw it magnified that in the biggest moments when it really mattered, they just wilted. And that applied, in the field, on the bases, and especially on the mound when you start bringing the bullpen in, and it just turned ugly after that. And so, like, on the one hand, you can say, hey, they pretty much held their own against the Dodgers, and given the state of things, that's all right. On the other hand, you say, it's time for these little things to be cleaned up. Like, you have a chance to win games against good teams. It's time for the team to start doing that themselves and start actually winning more games. I think that's where the frustration comes in.
Should folks be, I don't know what the exact word is, Mark, put out, irritated, frustrated, upset, whatever you want to call it, that they chose to pitch Kike Hernandez in a with a huge lead there in the 9th inning?
Yeah, I didn't like it. I didn't sense that Davey Martinez liked it. I asked him about it. He sort of deflected it. I think he didn't want to say anything too controversial there, but I mean, that was kind of insulting in my mind. You're up 10 runs and they're saying, well, hey, we don't care. We can finish out this game without even putting a real pitcher on the mound. And then, by the way, they wound up putting a real pitcher on the mound because Kike was awful and, retired, I think, one of the 6 batters that he faced. My issue with it is this. I understand Dave Roberts got to manage his bullpen and take care of his guys, but they chose to throw Shohei Ohtani for 1 inning yesterday in his second start of the season. And that set in motion everything else, the domino effect that led to them in that spot in the 9th. If they're truly
kind of a self-made situation they got themselves into. So I didn't love it. I think the whole position player pitching thing has lost all of its charm. It happens way too often. It used to be kind of fun. To me, I don't enjoy it anymore because these guys go up there and they're throwing 40-mile-an-hour ethos pitches, trying not to get hurt. It just kind of makes a mockery of everything.
So I agree with the last few parts there, Mark, but I guess I'm confused. I didn't see the blowback. What was the issue? What unwritten rule was violated? I mean, isn't that common? We see that all the time in 10-run games.
When you're losing by 10 runs, but he does it when you're ahead. I don't remember how often I've seen a position player pitch up by 10 runs. And it's, if you're going to do that,
but isn't it
okay,
the same
fine.
point? I mean, it's, why he's got to worry about the Dodgers tomorrow, less the Nationals feelings.
No, understood. But the point is, if you're going to do that, the guy better at least be able to get 3 outs.
That part I agree with.
One.
This is twice that Kike, they've had to go to a pitcher to use, as you said, to finish it. Like, he is incapable, clearly. Stop using him. You know what I'm
Yeah, I'd go to a different position player.
There's probably someone else on the team that could get the ball over the plate.
Right. And, it just, I don't know. I don't love it. I think it kind of turns everything into a mockery. And yes, you're right. It's Dave Roberts' job to worry about his team and setting them up, not just for that day, but the day after and beyond. That's his only priority. But it did, to me, kind of come across as him saying, like, well, hey, you guys aren't good enough. I'm going to throw a position play out there and we're still going to win this game.
Mark, I want to get your insight on Nathaniel Lowe's season. We did, I'm embarrassed to admit this, about 35 minutes on Nathaniel Lowe on the Bustin' Loose Baseball podcast I do with Toby Altizer. Like, what has our life come to? And basically, is he having a good season or not? But he is basically a zero WAR guy. People love pointing that out. He's not as good defensively as they thought he was going to be. He's slow and not helpful on base. But he is on pace for about 27 homers and 100 runs batted in. And they've had 3 guys do that, named Rendon, Soto, and Zimmerman since Adam LaRoche in 2011. That doesn't grow on trees. And for a team that has had RBI leaders and offensive leaders in the 50 and 60 RBIs like Joey Meneses the last couple of years, I'm unwilling to just look at the WAR and say this guy's not that helpful in a clubhouse with no veterans. What do you make of his season? And then also, he's controlled through next year. Is it a lock that he'll be back? Is there a chance that like a guy like him could be non-tendered? And if that's the case, should they consider possibly putting him on the trade market? I know there's a lot of different angles there.
Yeah, there is. I could see how you went 35 minutes on it. Al Goldie and I didn't go quite that far on Nats chat this morning, but we did about 5 minutes on the same subject.
That's probably more reasonable.
No, you're 100% right. I mean, you don't just hit 27 homers and drive in 100 runs, which is what he's on pace for. Like that, to me, that still matters. And the overall numbers, I was surprised by the defensive metrics because just watching him, it feels like he's been better than that. But I feel like he's been sort of exactly what they wanted him to be when they got him. He's not the star of the team. He shouldn't be the guy batting third or fourth probably for them, but in this lineup he is, and he comes up with guys on base all the time, and he's done a pretty good job of driving them in. I think the question beyond this year is, they took him to arbitration last winter. He's probably going to make 13, 14 million, somewhere in that range next year. Are you going to do better than that? Or if you decide, hey, we're not going to spend that kind of money, where else are you getting that kind of production from? So I think if this is a team that believes finally that it may be trying to win next year, I think you could do a lot worse than Nathaniel Lowe for $13, $14 million. Now, if they're not thinking of those terms, then I do think you have to consider what you could get for him this summer, because the last thing you want to do is non-tender him, get nothing in return. If there's a market for him, and it's kind of like Lane Thomas last summer, they got a good package for him. So I'd be interested to see what you could get for him this summer. But my preference, I think what he's done and where the team is at right now, that I think you should bring him back at that kind of salary, because I think he's helpful to your team.
Mark, thank you as always, buddy. Have a great week.
All right. Thank you, guys.
You got it, man. Hit that Wizard sounder, please. Our guy, Varun Shankar, covers the Wizards. That's why he's going to talk about the Wizards with us right now. Varun, great piece in the Post, as usual. Who are the Wizards drafting at 6, and who's available?
Yeah. Are you asking? Because if so, I mean, it depends a lot on what happens before them, right?
Totally. And I guess that's my question here is, I don't know. I feel like the top few now, I think if Edgecombe goes 3, I've got a decent feeling about 1, 2, and 3. And then maybe you could tell me I'm wrong about that. After that, I don't have a great feel for Charlotte, Utah, and then Washington, kind of that conditional spot at 6. What do you think?
Yeah, I tend to agree with you on Edgecombe going 3, and then after that is any group of Ace Bailey, Con Knipple, Jeremiah Fierce, Trey Johnson, and maybe players that we're not even thinking about. But I think those four are probably going to go in those next four picks. What order that is, no idea, to be quite honest with you. So I know that there are fans of Fierce in a lot of these teams. I think that there's a real attraction to his ability to put pressure on the rim. Ace Bailey is a very polarizing prospect, but I don't think it's hard to talk yourself into his size and shot making. Trey Johnson, the movement shooting is pretty advanced already for someone his age. And then Con Knipple is such a high field player already, and he's really already shown that he's much better than just a shooter.
There's a lot of talk about the Wizards having been interested in trading up. To what extent? What are they trying to do? And then directly, I guess I wonder, Varun, if they could package 6 and say Bilal Coulibaly, and you'd have to tell me if they'd be interested in doing that, and like some seconds or something, to go up to 2 to get Harper, who says no? Would both teams be interested in something like that? Or is that is that enough value for the Wizards to give up? Like, what is on the line here if they actually try to go up? What's the idea?
Probably not enough to go up to 2. I just don't think that at this point in time, Bilal's value is high enough where he is enough for San Antonio to justify going down 4 spots and kind of the teardrop that you see after Dylan Harper from Rutgers would go. I think the Wizards, if they had that opportunity, would be ecstatic to make such a deal. They like Bilal a lot. I think he's a player that they still have really high hopes for, but I think that they have an understanding of where the tiers in this draft shake out. I don't know that for sure, but just kind of speculating here.
So realistically, are they trying to get up to 3, or they do you buy the reports? What is the idea about a trade up?
I mean, I think that they are trying to explore every single avenue possible. That they are going to make calls to all the teams ahead of them and see if there's a chance to move up. I don't know that they have that appealing an offer. Maybe they're able to talk to Philadelphia and make that move up, but I don't know if they're going to be willing to give up 18, 6 and 18 together to move to 3 feels rich. Are you taking on a bad contract from Philly? Are you giving up a player like a Marcus Smart or a Corey Kispert in such a deal? Again, it's pretty variable at this point in time, but I would be shocked if they're not trying to at least exploring moves up.
Varun, I want to ask you about Ace Bailey, who you mentioned. Just this is the eye of the beholder. I mean, I'm still scarred a little bit from the ghost of Nick Young setting records every night for the world's longest contested 2. But obviously he's a little bit taller than Young, and Ace Bailey has all sorts of game, and yet it just sort of leaves you frustrated sometimes. Is it diamond in the rough, get him to the right place? Then there's this whole not working out for anybody deal. I just don't know what to make of it. At 6, it would make sense to me. So I understand why he's fallen out of maybe the top couple, but just kind of give me your read on him and where teams are at.
Yeah, I think that with Bailey, I've been calling him the I can fix him prospect.
Yeah.
Because every team that brings him in is going to do so with the understanding and the hope that their coaching staff, their infrastructure, their player development team will be able to rewire his basketball brain in a way that becomes more conducive towards winning. Because right now, he has a lot of tools, the shot making, the size. I think there's some defensive upside, but it's not turning into a productive player right now. And there's a decent way to go.
Varun, thank you, buddy. Wednesday's coming quickly. We appreciate you.
Appreciate it. Have a good one.
Round 1 Wednesday night. Wizards with the 6th pick. Follow his coverage. Thank you for the time. Let's keep the blitz moving. Earl Forsey, you hear him getting you up to speed every 30 minutes right here on the Fan. Earl, Commanders quiet period leading up to training camp. Do you think there's another starter added before camp at any position, whether that's someone like a Noah Brown at wide receiver after his injury or maybe an edge?
Yeah, I'm guessing if it's someone, Grant. By the way, good to talk about the winning team in town, huh?
Yes, of course.
One of those like minor moves at under the radar things. I don't think we're seeing anything big. I mean, I don't think Trey Hendrickson's going anywhere. All those contracts are going to get done with marquee players. The marquee thing here in the next month is to see if something gets done with Terry McLaurin. Right now, look, he's under contract for this year. You don't have to worry about this year, but they want to take care of their guy. He wants probably something more than they want to give him. This is a smart group, so you have to trust in them. And this thing the last time kind of got done right at training camp, early training camp. The next few weeks, you probably hear something now and here and again about what's going on, who wants what the money is. The report last week of mid-30s for him per year. I can't see that happening. You can't pay him top 5 money in the NFL. Something's going to get done. So I think that's kind of where you are the next month. Everybody takes a break. We're getting John Harbaugh weightlifting videos out of Baltimore. This is where we are right now, this time of year, right? And we're 25 days away from when rookies report. I mean, we're tight. We're inside a month from when the veterans get there and about 6 weeks away from the first preseason game. So, let it effing rip, as Dan Quinn would say. It's getting close. I think the McLaurin thing is going to probably settle in and around the 30-31 range. Here's the deal. That was a Norv, by the way. That was the Norv Turnerism. Here's the deal. I don't know where that came
Norville
from.
Eugene.
Here's the deal, okay? It was a little Ron, too. All right?
Okay.
The 30-31 range, you're looking at the problem here is the DK Metcalf deal. He gets 33, but all these guys are younger than McLaurin. And I know that's probably not a factor here in the end, because he probably wants loyalty money, and I can understand that, for being the guy to hang around, through all the bad, and now take advantage of the good. But 30-year-old receivers are 30-year-old receivers. He'll be 30 years old, I think, third week of the NFL season, mid-September, coming up. You can't ignore that. And the other factor, if one of these reports we're hearing about him with the length of the contract, maybe he wants 4 and they want to give him 3. This is a good forward-thinking group now in charge. They're already looking ahead. You know what 4 years is? 29. That's when Jaden Daniels gets paid. So you already have to start thinking about that too when you're talking about these deals, these contracts. But that'll get done, and we'll get on with football very soon here once the summer ends. And it's pretty close. Or it just started and it's close to being over. How about that?
Or let's say when you hang up with us, you get a phone call, unidentified number, and you do your normal level of vetting, and you realize
I would not answer it if it's unidentified.
No, but this is a good call. Like, you could tell it's a good unidentified number.
This is the fun ones.
Yeah, it's Adam Peters and Lance Newmark. Listen, we want to pay you a consulting fee. You just answer the question about will they? If they ask your advice as a consultant, hey, should we be dipping our toe into one of these veteran defensive ends or a veteran running back or anything to improve the football team? Should we be doing that now, or is life passing us by? What would you tell them?
I would love them to do that. But the problem is, I think, if you have to give up, players, if players are involved here, and probably if one of those guys were to be available, at least a player would have to be involved with, obviously, the draft picks. I would like to see it happen. I think, now is the time, Danny, with this rookie contract and the quarterback. This is where we are with this team now. This year, next year would be the time to do it. So that's why I'm a little surprised it didn't happen. Maybe there was other stuff that was going on that didn't come to fruition with them. I thought it was going to be a little more bold, aggressive of an offseason for them with that, because this is the time to take on. If you make a commitment and a big contract, now's the time to do it. Because of the rookie deal for the QB, one of the best players in football already. So, I would say, if the timing is right. But, Joe Witt, when he talked at minicamp a couple of weeks ago, said basically the same thing I think I told you guys the last time with the pass rush and all this stuff. Look, they were a top 10, or 11, I think, in sacks in the NFL. And, talking about the loss of Dante Fowler and trying to replace him, he said, no one expected him to have 10.5 sacks. We brought him in last year. Basically, we'll find somebody. We'll get it done. We have to trust them, I think, with what they did, everybody top to bottom last year. You trust that they can improve, because that's the thing. You're no longer now going to catch anybody under the radar. You've got a much better schedule. Everybody's going to be watching because everything's in prime time now. Your quarterback is a toast of the NFL, a top-tier guy. So if you stayed still, you're going to be losing ground. This team has to improve to even match what they did last year with the schedule and everything else. And that's the kind of the trick in this, that you got to just keep things going. You can't rest on what they did last season.
Earl, thank you, buddy. Good catching up.
Yep.
Listen to Earl Forsey throughout the day right here on The Fan. Next, I want to get into the passing of a former minority owner for the then Redskins and how instrumental he was in having Dan Snyder end up being forced to sell the team. It's next on G&D. Hey guys, it's Grant. FanDuel, because nothing says summer fun like adding excitement to the game while your friends are getting sunburned at the beach. Yuck. Summer sports are calling your name. Baseball under the stadium lights, golf on the pristine green fairways, soccer matches with world-class goals and all the action-packed moments in between. You were going to spend all day following your favorite sport anyway. You're going to be staring at your phone, looking at the numbers. You might as well make it a little more thrilling with FanDuel. Open the app today to see the daily promotions. If you're new to FanDuel, good. New customers like you are going to get hooked. $5 to get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP, FanDuel.com/GP. Must be 21 in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued non-withdrawable bonus bet expires in a week. Restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. With the NBA season wrapping up last night, it's all about baseball the next month until we get on with the NFL season. Training camp, as I mentioned, with Grant Danny starting up just about 25 days from now, late July for the Commanders. So baseball, the Nats continue their West Coast swing tonight. They dropped 2 of 3 in L.A. That road trip continues in San Diego tonight, 9:40 first pitch against the Padres here on the Fan. Nats have split their last 4 after that 11-game losing streak. NBA, we know now that the Oklahoma City Thunder, the NBA champs, getting set for a parade. Off-season business getting done. Shams Charania of ESPN reporting today that 3-time All-Star Chris Middleton, who was dealt to Washington by Milwaukee at the trade deadline last season, is picking up his $33 million player option for the upcoming season. Of course, the NBA draft is coming up Wednesday night. Wizards with the 6th and 18th overall picks. Brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice from the Crop Metcalf 5-star Sports Desk. I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Grant and Danny, welcoming you back on the Fan. So I drove down to the Navy Yard today. We're here in our Half Street studios downtown in D.C. And there was more hustle and bustle around the ballpark than there almost always is. I get closer to Nats Park, and it is packed over there.
Oh.
People lined up outside of the center field gate. There's a huge line of people down the side of the ballpark on South Capitol Street, where you and I huff it, to go to our media entrance behind home plate.
Uh-huh.
And I mean, there's this line of people from the home plate entrance at Nats Park all the way down past the ballpark toward like Walter's Sports Bar on South Capitol. Like, we're talking 6-7 blocks.
What is going on?
And I'm like, okay, a couple of weeks ago, they had the congressional softball game or baseball game, whatever that is. And it was kind of, there was a lot going on and there was heavy security. But it felt to me like it was some type of a rally or some type of people are getting together to protest something.
Oh.
I couldn't really gather.
But they're going to Nats Park to do it. That seems
Nats
weird.
Park rally, protest, something.
Okay.
Maybe there's something in the ballpark today. There's an event. And I was like, I don't know what's going on. So finally, I was able to grab somebody who's walking around and ask, take a guess at what is over there today and why there are going to be about 40,000 people there today.
It's got to be a concert of some kind.
It is a concert. It's a K-pop concert.
All right.
And it's a band called Stray Kids. It's a boy band.
Okay.
The band is called Stray Kids. I've never heard of this. And what happened while I was over there was just the people that are there for the VIP sound check at, I guess it was like 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock. Now, mind you, this was hours before that. But there were lines of people for the VIP sound check, which is 3 or 4 hours before the concert. Mind you, it's 95 degrees outside or whatever it is today.
Yeah, that's very hot.
I mean, it was hot as baseballs out there that are flying around normally at Nats Park.
Right, thank you.
And people are just chilling. Like, I don't know what your plan is. So you get down here hours before the VIP check. You go in and listen to them do their practice for the concert. I'm not a big practice guy, so I don't know, but I guess they walk through everything and you get to be there as a VIP. Then they stop, and there's still several more hours until the actual concert, which you're going to. So you're just committing to being outside all day in 90 plus degrees. Maybe you're going to duck into a couple places for a drink or some food in the Navy Yard. But again, close to 40,000 people are descending upon Nationals Park. I'm told it's sold out tonight. Secondary market, hundreds of dollars for tickets for this K-pop band called, I forgot it.
Stray Kids.
Stray Kids.
Now, were you upset when Wu Yin left the band in 2019? Like, the circumstances around are still mysterious.
Actually, yes. This guy I talked to, his 14-year-old daughter is like a mark. So she was in line. By the way, the line for the merchandise, okay? They had like a couple little tables set up, it seemed like, down by, I keep referencing the center field area, or the home plate area where we walk in. Well, like, there's a few tables and some merch set up down there. I'm going to roughly say 5 block, 6 block long line for the merch. And people are just lined up. And I guess over the weekend, it was worse. People waited for hours to buy the merch. Wow. Now, I don't know if they're doing a residency where they performed multiple days in a row, but assuming that wasn't the case, they just set up the merch Sunday for like a Monday concert potentially. And people came just to get the
waiting
merch
around the block.
for hours and hours and hours. But I'm telling you, it looks over there right now like it looked at 3:00 a day of one of the World Series games against the Astros. It is a show.
That's
and I just couldn't believe
just
it.
Different place,
I
man.
just kept asking people, I'm like, so what is this? And they're like, oh, it's Stray Kids. And I'm talking to like a 45-year-old lady, and it's this like boy band. And I'm like, so what's the deal? And she's like, oh, I just love them. They're just so good. I'm like, do they sing in English? Or she's like, somewhat. Some of the guys are from Australia, and they'll do some Spanish and some English, and but it's apparently one of the biggest followings. I've never heard of it. I've never felt more like I didn't know anything. Stray Kids. And I'm telling you, Danny, if you drive by Nats Park when you leave here today, you will be blown away. There's just lines of people everywhere.
So I like a lot of stuff, always have, right? I'm a fan of certain things. I grew up with certain things, whatever. I have never been that kind of fan for anything. I'm a little bit jealous of it.
What do you mean by that? Like the stand outside?
I'm going to be outside for hours in 100-degree heat, risking health to buy a T-shirt.
And then again, you don't. That's actually good. Like a lot of times, you're not going to stay at the Nats game when it's super hot after our show. You're going to roll out. Like, yeah, even for sports, you're not really going to.
But even as a fan, like growing up for stuff, I mean, I've gone above and beyond. I've like waited for tickets, right? The midnight release of a movie. I mean, I've done plenty of those things, but I don't think I've ever had that kind of passion for anything. You know what I mean? Where it's like, this is what you're stopping in the middle of your day. Like it would have meant leaving, not going to work. It would have meant leaving school or some sort of obligation.
All right, let me ask
to just be outside for 10 hours.
Me being at training camp all day for 2 days back in the day. Is that the same? I think that's probably similar.
I did that. I did some of those.
But even still, I'll be at training camp in the sun, outside doing all that stuff. But I'm getting something out of it from a work standpoint. I'm not a fan standing there.
Yeah.
Which I'm not.
So I guess maybe that's not true then, because I mean I did that. I did some of those training camp things.
Our thing is a different thing. Our thing is sports.
I got one. Danny, have you ever done say like a midnight release for a video game?
Yeah, I've done that.
So it's kind of in the same category. Probably not as egregious as what these kids are doing over here, but yeah.
By the way, not kids. I mean, some of them are. It's a lot of grown-ups. It's
on behalf of their kids, or they're just the grown-ups who like them too.
Yeah, I mean, but it's. I'm not joning. I'm just saying I don't know what I don't.
So
know.
then maybe rephrase it. I outside of a sporting thing, I've never had that kind of passion. Right? I mean, I waited in line at Best Buy like everybody else did for 20 minutes or something like that for a midnight release, but never like this.
Elijah's in DC, says he just passed by Nats Park. Did you see what I'm talking about, Elijah?
Man, what's going on, fellas? It is absolutely crazy.
It's bedlam, bro.
My parents, they're out of town, and they was like, hey man, just water the flowers. And I was outside burning up in like 20 minutes, dousing myself as I'm watering flowers. So I can only imagine, like, people have umbrellas. Like, if I could be like, there's one guy super smart. He's like, he's selling ice cream. Like, there's an ice cream truck out there. I'm not surprised there isn't like a row of ice cream trucks like National Mall. Like,
totally.
This guy is like, he's got to be racking up, because the line is almost like almost like in the desert. There's people like, oh my goodness, there's an ice cream truck. I'm going to go stand over there.
There are thousands
crazy, man,
of people lined up for the merch and to get in. And I'm just going to say the same thing again. The show is tonight. Like 7-ish, I'm guessing. Now the VIPs got their little pregame show too, but that's a long day in the sun. It just is. That's a really long time. So I think it's just that I'm not a music guy that I can't relate, but I hope everybody has their fun. I want them to go enjoy themselves.
I mean, you had to do the bit back in the day where you waited for tickets for like HF Festival or some kind of thing, but still, I don't know what I'm trying to say. Other than it doesn't seem like that, where it's you're literally waiting hours for a T-shirt.
Well, at this
the day
point of your
before.
life, you're saying you're past that. You're not going to do it.
Maybe
And
just that.
To that, I would say I don't know if that's true based on your kids. Like, I do think most of the people over there are doing it because of their kids.
Mhm.
So like I talked to a few people just in passing, and they're like, "Oh, my daughter's running around here with her friends," or like, "Yeah, I'm just." They came in as an example
Right.
to get a drink out of the sun, and they're like, getting a beer and something to eat, and they're like, yeah, I got somebody standing in the merch line.
Yeah, like my pops had to go with my sister and wait for hours for the opening somewhere so she'd get a My Little Pony when like a certain thing came out, or like a Rainbow Bright doll, or a Cabbage Patch Kid. I can't remember which the craze was, but there were those things, so I get that.
So two things came to mind though about this. Number one, again, almost 40,000 people. That's like 4 Nats games at this point of people that are just steamed up for Stray Kids.
One Savannah Bananas game.
I would kill to just have that environment one time for a Nats game between now and the end of the year. If I could get all of those people to vote for James Wood to go to the All-Star game just once, maybe I could get him at a 9th in balloting among outfielders.
You could be up to like 8th or something.
If they did it a few days in a row, maybe we could start to make some headway. And 2, keep telling me that stadiums don't benefit a community, by the way. I mean, all of these bars and these restaurants are just getting flooded by these people who are hot, as 40,000 people are descending upon a ballpark in the middle of the season for a concert. Give me a break. But we'll do that another time. Or anytime you guys want.
Anytime you guys really feel like it. Yeah.
Next, I want to talk about Fred Smith, who passed away over the weekend and helped force Dan Snyder to sell the then Redskins. You're listening to Grant and Danny. Hey guys, it's Grant and Danny for our friends over at CoPair. CoPair is the old EMP 180 who helped us lose so much weight, and we're back on the program making smart decisions again. I went home with the kids. They were hanging out at the pool at my parents' house, and we were cooking out this weekend. I was just making good decisions. Everyone's cooking out burgers and dogs, did my burger without a bun, and just doing the things I'm supposed to do because I get coaching every single week. I work through some of the issues I'm going to have, and got to weigh in every single week I've got to be accountable for.
Those little milestones are what's cool for me about it. Like I haven't seen somebody in 4 or 5 weeks, and someone tells you, "Hey man, you look great," and those little things just validate the process, right? I'm doing it for me, but it's nice to hear those sorts of deals. And Grant mentioned it. The coolest part about it to me is the check-ins and the ability to stay accountable, right? You understand that you've got challenges. You've got different things in your life, the obstacles for you to getting to the weight and getting to the level of health that you want. That's where CoPair comes in. They're going to help you navigate those challenges, right? And the accountability, again, that Grant mentioned of those weekly check-ins have helped me to kind of stay on this journey. Do what we've done, and so many of our listeners have done as well. 855-888-0180. That's 855-888-0180 or copairhealth.com.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. So I saw that Fred Smith passed away over the weekend. Fred Smith was a minority owner with the Redskins during the Dan Snyder era and also was the founder of Federal Express. Interestingly, Danny, this is Arthur Smith's dad, Arthur Smith, who started his career in the National Football League in Washington, not coincidentally, and who became an offensive coordinator and a head coach with the Atlanta Falcons and is now calling plays for the Pittsburgh Steelers. But Fred Smith, founder, revolutionized the livery industry, died at 80. And I was thinking about his life and kind of his career and the fact that when he really became front and center in D.C. was when he and the other minority owners got into a massive fight with Dan Snyder that resulted in Dan having to sell the team. Now, it's not one-to-one. It's not direct. Just nothing is really, right? There's a lot of heroes in that story, including the women that were harassed who came forward and the pen being mightier than the sword with columnists and writers like Liz Clark of the Washington Post and so many others. But I really genuinely believe, knowing what I know about that whole situation, that the minority owners falling out with Dan Snyder and their hatred for him was one of the biggest driving forces of him being ousted. And they basically, in this feud, in this war, decided we're not going to lose. And the only thing this guy wants is to keep his team. And it's going to not happen if we have anything to say about it. So I tweeted about this and I said, Fred Smith passed away. There's very few people as instrumental as the minority owners were in getting this thing sold. You wouldn't believe the responses from people who know him more synonymously with basically the end of the Redskins name, because at Federal Express, remember, FedEx threatened to pull the branding off the stadium if the team didn't change their name. And that was the first company that did it, that led to a bunch of other places where they sell uniforms and jerseys and all this other stuff. So he was also instrumental in the name being repealed. There's no doubt about that. But it was kind of part and parcel. Dan doesn't sell the team if the name never changed, in my opinion. And the changing of the name was like the first
major crack,
in the war against Dan Snyder, so to speak. And so I really believe that if not for Fred Smith and Shaw and the other owners, remember, wasn't there like a lawsuit at one point in time between Dan and these guys where he's basically saying they're the leaks on some of these stories? I 100% believe, without guessing sources for every different individual report, that all the stuff you saw that took down Dan Snyder, these guys were heavily involved in getting the information out to the media and undermining Dan. And they're a huge reason why he's gone. I really believe that. But a lot of people had very negative, awful things to say posthumously because they're like, this is the reason why the name's not Redskins. And I found that kind of sad that the right after his passing, that's your anger. But I just wanted to bounce that off of you and see what you thought about that, where I actually got to thinking, I didn't want to do the topic. I know the Junkies talked about it today. It almost seemed like there's more animus to him that the name's not Redskins than there is thanks to him for his involvement in getting rid of Dan Snyder.
Yeah,
which seems a little backwards to me.
Well, here's what I think about that. I think the majority of the folks that tune into the game on Sunday, right? Like, all you've ever done is love the team. And if people want to paint that guy, this hypothetical fan, as a villain for that, have at it, Hoss. I guess my point is, though, we forget, I think, on our side, how not necessarily totally plugged in to every machination that average fan who watches the game on Sundays might be. They may not know about that lawsuit, or that Snyder accused Shaw of trying to extort him, or the money that Snyder allegedly, in terms of credit, that the other minority owners didn't approve of, and
that
the
whole
infighting.
Van Natta story about the minority owners and all the laws and things that Dan had broken and done wrong.
I mean, we're reading it like doing the Wile E. Coyote eyes on it, and again, the regular rank and file probably don't care, right? And so the only thing they do know him for is the old team name. So I to me, I empathize. I don't want to say empathize with that, but I guess it doesn't shock me. Like, to me, there's a balance sheet. Right.
Here's how I'd push back. A lot of people said, "Oh, give me a break. They weren't that big of a deal and all that."
Right, because they don't know.
I would agree with that. I think there is an ignorance possibly as to how important the minority owners were. And basically, when they went to war with Dan Snyder, it wasn't about territory. It wasn't about land. The winner of that war was going to be whether Dan Snyder ever owned the team or not, after they were done. And I really believe it got to a point where Fred Smith and Dwight Schrute and whoever else in that minority ownership group just kind of decided we're going to take this thing from him eventually. And they felt like it was worthy and warranted, and I think a lot of us would agree. But if you want to be upset that he was largely responsible for or instrumental, let's say, in the name no longer being Redskins, I think that's probably true. But I think that was a microcosm of the fight to get Dan to sell the team. It was basically a casualty in that war, if you will.
Yeah, it was a big salvo, right? Where that was, as you said, kind of the first inescapable domino. I mean, to me, the biggest thing that happened, and this isn't to disrespect, as you said, the brave people that came forward, the victims here. But the most important thing for the NFL to finally get off its duff and actually do something was ultimately this sale to buy out the minority partners. Snyder blocked Shar from this potential sale. That leads to lawsuit. That leads to discovery. That leads to Snyder being allowed to take out this huge line of credit and then not being able to turn it around and get cash back. So the league and these minority owners are basically playing three-dimensional chess, backing Snyder into a corner where he quite simply didn't have the money anymore, which sounds crazy for a billionaire, but he wasn't going to be able to pay. He wasn't going to be able to fulfill the debt obligation.
There's a reason you've got minority owners.
Yes.
Josh Harris needs Mitch Rails and
It's
Mark
the cash
Ryan
influx.
and Magic Johnson and company.
Look at the Lakers, where, and I'm not saying that the Buss family's doing poorly, but you basically do nothing different. And now you got, I'm making up a number, $5.5 billion in your bank account. Your net worth was always a huge amount, with the Lakers being worth $10 billion, and everything that you have is tied to that. But instead of just the net worth on paper, you have in that little column, when you open up your little your Merrill Lynch bank account, it says $5.5 billion in there because they got minority ownership to pay the cash. And so that's really what happened. There is no way to tell the story of Fred Smith, Rothman, and Shar, but Fred Smith again, probably one of the three leaders here, and not basically say here are the direct links to Snyder not owning the team anymore. And I think a lot of folks are generally, I don't say unaware of that, but not really clued in to the outweighing or outsized import that process had to move Snyder off of this organization. And I think that's so people go, what happened? What did Fred Smith do? Go rid of the team name. Maybe. I mean, instrumental in that, but the big picture stuff, I don't think they are as clued into. That's my reaction to that.
You guys want to react to any part of this, you can. 800-636-1067 is the number. We could take some calls next. Also, there's been a lot of blowback from the fan base to an outlet that didn't rank Jaden Daniels in the top 10 among quarterbacks. Is it too early to get upset over something like that after just one Daniels season? Or did he do enough last year that it's an outrage that you wouldn't rank him in the top 10? You're listening to The Fan.
I'm Earl Forsey. This update is brought to you by the Fredericksburg Tattoo Invitational. Even though the NBA season ended last night with the Oklahoma City Thunder winning the title, there's plenty of NBA news today. Some of it here in D.C. Shams Charania, ESPN, reported earlier that three-time NBA All-Star Chris Middleton is picking up his $33.3 million player option with the Wizards for next season. Not considered a surprise that that's being done. Middleton dealt to D.C. by Milwaukee at the trade deadline this past season. He'll be entering his 14th year in the NBA. Also, Charania reported earlier that Pacers star Tyrese Halliburton does have a torn right Achilles tendon, suffered in Game 7 last night, the loss to OKC. So it's an injury that could keep him out, obviously, all of next season as well. NBA draft is coming up. That'll be Wednesday night, 8 p.m. in Brooklyn. Wizards have the 6th and 18th overall picks in the first round. And baseball, the West Coast swing for the Nationals continues. Nats in San Diego tonight to take on the Padres. They dropped 3 of 4 in L.A. First one against San Diego tonight, 9:40 first pitch here on the Fan. Mark your calendar. It's the Fredericksburg Tattoo Invitational, June 27th through the 29th at the Fredericksburg Convention Center, hosted by Black Horse Tattoo Studio. Live tattooing, contests, and family-friendly fun. Get your tickets at fxbgtattooinvitational.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Welcome back, and thank you for listening to the show. Brought to you by Condori and Murata Law Firm with a Fairfax office. Check them out. Estate planning, elder law, real estate, transactions, and probate admin. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with the team today. Their team will take care of you, and if you mention us, they'll also give you a discount. kmlawyers.com. Before we move on, I want to talk about a quarterback ranking I saw and the reaction within the fan base, bristling that Jaden Daniels wasn't involved. But we got some calls first on the passing of Fred Smith, the former minority owner of the Redskins, who really was massive. You want to do like a pie of how Dan Snyder was forced to sell the team. I think you can make the case that the biggest slice of the pie was the fight he got into with the minority owners and Smith. This is a guy that started FedEx in 1973, delivering small parcels and documents more quickly than the Postal Service could. Now it averages 17 million shipments per business day. He was a 1966 graduate of Yale University, Marine Corps veteran, created a delivery system of coordinated flights centered on a main hub, became known as a hub and spokes system. Pretty amazing career, just a really special businessman. But if not for him, I genuinely believe, if not for the minority owners as a trio, as we sit here today, Dan Snyder owns the team. And a lot of people don't care because their point is, well, without him, we would still be named Redskins, and that's all that matters, which I'm fascinated by. But let's go to Joe in Arlington on the Fan. Hey, Joe, how are you?
I'm okay. Yeah, I have to take exception to your take here. Let me explain this. There is a significant segment of the Redskins fan base. I don't know what percent, but it's a lot of people out there, of which I'm one, who once the name changed and the legacy was lost interest in the team. I don't follow them anymore. I used to be a season ticket holder. I had club seats. I spent a lot of money. I used to go to all the games. I was really into it. I don't care about the new team, the commies, whatever. And there are a lot of people like me.
There are, yeah.
To us, Smith is the guy who was one of the primary causes of that. He's a bad guy. I don't care whether Snyder still owns the team or not because it's not my team anymore. And I think that's where a lot of this,
right. But so I guess the point would be, Joe, that you'd rather Dan Snyder still own the Redskins than Josh Harris own the Commanders.
I would rather have a team I cared about. So I guess the answer to that would be yes.
Yeah,
I mean, the losing I could deal with. It was my team,
right?
And now I don't have a team. So anyway, that's my take on it.
Well, I appreciate
it. I get it. Yeah,
yeah.
I'm not begrudging that or belittling that. By the way, there is a. He mentioned it. There's a percentage that we probably underestimated of fans that feel exactly that way.
Right. So I can tell you that my fandom has negatively been affected by the name change, as I've said on the air many times, in a way that I didn't fully anticipate, that I didn't expect, and I didn't think was possible, that I was not going to care any differently about the team or the product when they changed the name. The analogy I used all the time is I love Coca-Cola Classic. I think it's delicious and wonderful. And if you change the name and you make it something else and you put it in the same type of can with a different look on it and you call it something else, as long as it tastes like Coke, it wouldn't change anything for me. And I don't know if that would be the case with that drink, but I know that with this team, the Commanders as it's currently constructed, and maybe it's just all of the changes in a short time, whether it's the uniforms and the name and every person that you know from the organization that's all gone, it has affected me in a way a lot more than I would have thought. But I do think that there's still a big difference between me acknowledging that and like someone who just called in suggesting he would literally rather Dan Snyder have owned the team in perpetuity as the Redskins. Never a chance to win, toxic workplace, horrendous human being, all of the awful things that were happening. He would have preferred to continue that, whatever that is, over
because it was his, so to speak.
A good organization run correctly by decent human beings and a quality ownership group, but the team name has changed. You're in the minority on that. I'm not suggesting those people don't exist. I know that they do. That's stunning to me, but those people are out there.
Yeah, as he said, there's a significant percentage. I don't know what the number is. I don't know that we'll ever really know, right? And I don't know if any of those people claim to have never watched. I don't care. It's not me. Maybe you saw the Hail Mary. Maybe you saw the playoff game against Tampa. Maybe you watched them beat Detroit. You see what I'm saying? Like the guys that claim they're out, that aren't watching, that are actually tuning in on Sundays or Mondays or whenever they're winning. So I don't know. But I do know that I underestimated, I think we've talked about this a million times, how dramatic that would be, that change. I underestimated that. I probably shouldn't have, to be honest with you. But that shrunk this fan base in a way. And they're now trying to build it back, this new ownership group. I think kind of aware with their eyes wide open how much of a challenge that was going to be. But to me, the balance sheet is Dan Snyder's gone, weighs way, 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 way more by factors of 10, 20, 1,000, whatever, than the tool he used to poke Dan Snyder, which was the name change, which inadvertently hurt a lot of us, right? Or a lot of this fan base, rather.
I guess the question that I will ask is, could they have forced the sale without the name change? And I don't know the answer to that. But the name change was a part of the sale, pretty obviously, right? Could they have been able to, as a group, Fred Smith and company, the minority owners, forced Dan Snyder into the corner that he ended up in when he had to sell without him ever having changed the name? Like, was that just a low blow at Dan Snyder, knowing how much it meant to him to not change the name, that maybe was not necessary, but was just something that happened amid this fight? And maybe that's what people think. Well, yeah, the thing that he did that was great was get rid of Dan Snyder and helping us to do that. But man, he changed the name. And for a lot of people, like, that's a worse issue, like the guy that just called. By the way, the Junkies actually asked this in their poll of the day today, which is kind of comical. The poll that they put together: would you rather have the Redskins Dan Snyder or Commanders Josh Harris? And as you'd expect, 84+% of people said the Commanders and Josh Harris. About 14.5 or 15%, it looks like 15.5% actually, said they'd rather have the Skins and Dan Snyder, which is crazy to me. But again, those people do exist. I just think it's a very small group, a minority of the fan base. But what do you make of that? When I say the sale was like the first shot across the bow, well, not the sale, rather. The changing of the name was the first way to like hit Dan Snyder where it hurt.
Yeah.
To kick him in the you-know-what, to start this war that ended with him having to sell when they get in cahoots with the NFL and, in my opinion, the media and they're feeding ESPN and the Post and all these other people that need the intel that is necessary on the goings-on and how awful Snyder is to get him out. Could they have accomplished the amazing part without the part that everybody's mad about?
Potentially. But I don't know that you could know that at the time. I don't know that you could know that in 2018, 2019, or 2020, whenever this process begins.
Like, do you think Fred Smith wanted the name change because he thought it was an evil, terrible name? Or do you think he wanted the name change because he knew that him and Dan Snyder are in a fight, and it's the thing Dan Snyder cares the most about in the world.
And maybe even an other category where that's where all the headwinds were going in terms of every company and everybody that's in business had to be on the correct side of things because there's public outcry about everything. So you know what I mean? So maybe that was part of it. I don't know. I mean, you saw how many companies are participating in whatever the sort of the cause of the day was, wanting some of their social credit without actually having to do much of anything. So maybe it was part of that. Maybe it really was, because he thought it was the right thing. I doubt that, to be honest with you. I think it was probably, if I had to make a pie graph, 75% get Dan Snyder, sort of sorry about whatever happens because of the cascading damage to the fan base, and then kind of the rest of the stuff with where corporate America was.
Let's go to Boyce in North Carolina, listening on the Odyssey app. Boyce, you're on Grant and Danny. Fred Smith passed. I made a comment about how much he should be revered because without him, Dan Snyder probably still owns the team. And the amount of blowback I got from people who are angry that they blame him for the team name not being the same, as if the other part doesn't matter or isn't a bigger deal. I was surprised by it, but what do you think about this?
Yeah, I think that last caller, I understand. I was upset too when it first happened, but we don't need that generation anymore. We got enough young people now. Let's go Commanders. I mean, I missed the name, but I want to win. We've been losers my whole life. I want to win. I'm 25. We got Jaden Daniels. We got all these young kids. I mean, come on. You don't want to win?
Right. Yeah. I mean, that guy literally just said he would take the old way of running things where they lost all the time. And he said he was okay with that as long as the name was the same. You're saying, call them whatever you want. Change the name every single year to something dumber. I mean, Commanders was a really good start.
It's certainly dumb, yeah.
It's going to be hard to top that one because it's pretty stupid. But let's just keep having dumber names and change the colors if you want to.
But the guys,
as long as you're winning 12 games.
Again, which I understand everybody's fandom on this, and I mean that. I find myself arguing against everybody, as it seems to be my normal place. But when you watch them in their all black uniforms win a game as a team.
To the topic at hand today with Fred Smith's passing and this idea where I'm going, man, this guy, without him, we don't have, Josh Harris. We don't have the new ownership group. And everyone's like, all that matters is he got rid of the name.
Look, let me say this, Grant. I agree with you. I'm with everybody else. Look, this team has been losing for almost 30 years, okay? So them winning the way they are, I understood where they were coming from. Dan had to go. Dan just had to go. Okay, there's no ifs, ands, buts about it. Dan had to go. I understand that. I'm not knocking that. but I do see the other side of this too.
Totally. Yeah.
Grant. I mean, I agree with you. I agree with you guys. You know, look, Grant, you're in the millennial generation, and Danny's in my generation, Gen X, which, by the way, is the greatest generation of all
Thank you
time.
very much for
It's a
saying so
pretty
much.
good generation, I'll say, Mark. It's a pretty good generation. The millennials, I'm not even going to advocate on our behalf.
Yeah, the millennials are also a generation.
Right? We are a generation as well, if I could beat up on us just a little bit. But yeah, no, I'm not saying I don't agree with the other side of it. When people go as far, which a lot of them do, I mean, it seems like on social media with me, a lot of people have, the caller a few minutes ago saying they'd rather have Dan Snyder still here in Redskins than a high-functioning, non-toxic, legitimate operation where people are treated well and you have to have a different name. And I don't even know if it's an either or. That's the question I asked a few minutes ago. Could they have had their cake and eat it too? But here's the question. How do you remember Fred Smith from a Redskins standpoint? A lot of people are going, he got rid of the name Redskins.
There it is. That's the fundamental.
No. You should remember him by saying he got rid of Dan Snyder, and a really crappy thing that happened while they were fighting and in that war.
Collateral damage.
One of the buildings that fell over in one of the attacks, so to speak, was that the name Redskins was lost. But the whole point of waging a fight with Dan Snyder was to make sure that one day he wasn't owning the team anymore, knowing what he knew from the inside. That's kind of how I view it. And I'm not acting like he single-handedly took him down. That minority ownership group, though, you want to do a pie of how we got here, it might be the biggest piece. Let's go to Adam in Purcellville. What's up, buddy?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
What's up, buddy?
Well, I'm a millennial, so I will say that back in 2014, there was a Facebook page called Save the Name. Not sure if anyone's familiar with it.
There's
I was
probably
a very
been a
big
few
advocate.
of those pages along the way, I guess.
Yeah, Save the Name was a big one, and I was a big part of advocating to keep the name. I purchased a shirt. I did as much, speaking out as I could. I don't blame Smith, though, for the name. I know a lot of people did, but as time went on, now I disagree with it as much as everybody else does, but I felt like the name change was coming eventually. That's just the society that we're living in. I don't agree with it, but I understand fans still being upset. I really do. But what I don't understand is that caller earlier saying that he would rather have Snyder back in a losing team than having the Commander's name with a great owner and winning ball games. Those people, I can't wrap my head around. I don't understand that.
Thanks, buddy. Let's go to Jason and Chantilly on Grant and Danny. Jason, Fred Smith passes away. How should he be remembered?
How are we doing, gentlemen?
Hey, man.
Hey, so to me, the name is a horrible name. I'm from California, but I've traveled the United States, and nobody outside of D.C. wanted that name. The gentleman who called in earlier about the Chiefs and about the Florida State team that still have those racist names, that's because they're in red states where they don't really care to change anything. The NFL got liberal because they wanted to reach more people instead of keeping these horrible names that have been sticking around. If the Chiefs weren't any good, their name would be changed too. I'm happy that you guys have the new ownership here.
I disagree, Jason, with the last part, that their name would change if they weren't good. They weren't good for a long time. They never were winning Super Bowls until Patrick Mahomes. I think the reason the Commanders' name changed from Redskins was that Dan Snyder was loathed, and they did become one of the butts of jokes in sports. I mean, otherwise, you haven't really seen names have to change. The Indians weren't forced to change their name. Their owner decided to change it to Guardians. They got pressure along the way. They had to get rid of the Chief Wahoo logo. And by the way, I think there's middle ground here. Like, it sounds like you think that the name absolutely had to change and it was a terrible word and a pejorative. For a lot of us, that's not what it was at all. But I got to a point where I said change it because I was tired of having conversations like this one, to be honest, where I have to defend myself for the team that I grew up with and the team that I loved. But even still, beyond all of that, I do think you could find a way to understand why that is frustrating for people to watch, the Braves do the tomahawk chop or the Chiefs do their thing on Sunday Night Football when your name got taken away. I think you can get that.
Well, and see, I absolutely hate those two things that you just mentioned with the tomahawk chop. I just think it's all incredibly racist. I'm not a local person, and like I said, I'm a little more liberal. I'm from California, and I am 17% Native American, and all the Native Americans I know don't like that. So when you're shutting out a whole community, I just think it's bad. But I think it's great that you guys have new ownership that has done a great job for you guys. And hopefully someday you'll be almost as good as the Steelers.
Appreciate that.
You keep having Russell Wilson and Aaron Rodgers as your quarterback. I think we'll get there. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, more playoff wins this past year than you've had in a while. But anyway,
last year as an example.
A-Rod will go great for you. No, but I appreciate the phone call. Yeah, we've done that one too. Honestly, I know we're getting off the beaten path here, but I'll never understand how some stuff is okay and other stuff's not. All I've ever wanted, and this isn't just sports. This is the old Randy Douye book of life.
Right.
Balls and strikes. I want what's a ball in one ballpark to be a ball in the next one. And somehow when it's not, I can't get past it. I can't get over it. And I never will. But to the Fred Smith point, I think your question fundamentally is the right one. When you said, what's the first thing you bring up when you're telling someone who doesn't know who Fred Smith is? What did Fred Smith do?
Right. FedEx is the thing, right? Change the
game.
I
mean, in our football ownership
exactly,
space.
As a former owner of this team, a minority owner of this team. Oh my God, he was a minority owner of the Redskins. No kidding. What's his football legacy? Do you lead with those guys took Dan Snyder down, which is for me what I lead with.
That's what I lead with.
Or he's the reason Redskins isn't the name.
He's the biggest reason I'll have the name.
He was the first guy leading a company to put his flag in the ground saying, unless you change the name, we're not giving you any money and you could take our name off your stadium. No doubt about it. That was a big, big blow and a big, big deal because that was during what year was it during the pandemic or around then? Maybe it was 20, but the year of like a lot of what was going on with I would say a social awakening in the country and, rallies all over the country and marches and everything. And all at the same time, there was just a lot of activism. And at the same time, simultaneously, essentially, he came out and did that. Then, it wasn't Fanatics yet, but Nike or whoever said, well, we're not going to sell their jerseys anymore. And then the next group says, well, actually, we're not going to have Redskins jerseys at Dick's. I'm making this up. But basically, in the span of like 2 weeks, it was like, well, if you can't sell your jersey,
every domino nobody
can buy. This was always going to be how it happened, and it happened like that.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, I think it is reality to say he is a big reason why the name did get changed. And my point is, I think he did that because he knew if he could take out that stronghold for Dan Snyder, it was over. That would be like the first domino to fall. That would lead to the last domino, which was the Josh Harris press conference.
Because I remember in I think it was March of 2021 when this sale of the buyout of the minority partners action ended up happening, right? Where Snyder got quote unquote complete control of the team. And I remember ranting and because I didn't understand it yet. They were playing 3-dimensional chess. And I'm sitting there going, so all this guy does is ruin everything at all times, and now he has complete control? Now he has complete control? And these dudes are sitting there going, just you wait.
Oh, they whooped him.
And I didn't see it at the time, but they saw the forest for the trees.
Yeah, it was death by paper cut in a lot of ways.
Because he had to pay back hundreds of millions of dollars that he wasn't going to be able to get.
It was brilliant.
Yeah.
What they did. It really was. Let's go to Pablo in Woodbridge on Grant and Danny. Pablo, how are you?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, buddy.
Hey, so I just don't understand this. Like, we rather lose than win. Like, I don't understand these people at all. Like, I've been a Redskins fan since forever. I mean, I've been watching the '88 Super Bowl. I mean, I think that's when Wonder Years came out. That's the reason why I love Wonder Years. Like, we rather lose.
What
we rather lose than win. Like, I don't understand this mentality. And it's a name. Who cares?
A lot of people do, though.
So
I hear you. Yeah, I appreciate you.
The "it's a name, who cares" thing. I get what you're saying.
Yep.
It's just that is not the reality for a lot of people. And as someone whose fandom has been hindered some by the name, I make the choice every day not to allow it to be hindered as much as the caller earlier in the segment who basically has checked out. But it is a real thing. My memories, my mom, my dad, my family, me at Christmas asking for Redskin stuff.
Yep.
This is not the same thing. It's a different looking thing. It's a different sounding thing. It's just a different thing. I'm sorry. And you could say, no, it's not. And I could say, okay, for me, it is. So I understand that.
Fandom is personal. And I for so many years tried to be like, when I was younger and like so gung-ho, they're like fan police. It's like, you can't do this. Fans need to do that. You can't do the wave at games and all these kinds of things I used to care so much about, like etiquette and behavior. And you got to be a better fan than the Philly guy or whatever. I now have come to realize as an adult that everybody's fandom is it's tied to your own senses and your memories and your experiences with it. It's such a personal thing. So everybody like absorbs their fandom differently. For some people, yeah, again, call them whatever you want. Call them the Grasshoppers. For other people, that was part of the identity. And when you rip that away, they don't feel the same about it. I get it.
I remember being told about Dan Snyder selling when we were wondering, is he actually going to do it? Is he not going to do it? Is he going to fight tooth and nail? Somebody telling me, who had some pretty good intel and everything, he will not fight to the death over this team to keep the team when it's not named Redskins anymore. They've taken his thing from him. Like, he was the guy that called in 30 minutes ago. You know, he was the 60-year-old fan somewhere that's going, I'll watch, but it's just never going to be the same because it's not Redskins. And so when they took the name and they made it something else, his scratching, clawing, put it in all caps, I'm never going anywhere and I'm never changing the name, that died. And I think the minority owners knew that, and they knew it was the first and maybe the most important move to a life without Dan Snyder as a team. 800-636-1067. How do you remember Fred Smith? How should Redskins fans remember him? This is The Fan.
I'm Earl Forsey. This update driven by Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Lots of NBA news the day after the season ends. Some of it in D.C. Shams Charania at ESPN says former All-Star Chris Middleton will pick up his $33.3 million player option. Why wouldn't you? With the Wizards for next season. So Middleton stays in D.C. He was traded for, dealt by the Bucks to Washington right before the trade deadline last season. Also, according to Shams Charania, Pacer star Tyrese Halliburton does have a torn right Achilles tendon, so an injury that could cost him most, if not all, of next season as well. Baseball, after dropping 2 of 3 in L.A., the Nats West Coast swing continues in San Diego, 9:40 first pitch here on the Fan. For over 65 years now, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area. Hands down, Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for life. Lifetime vehicle coverage and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is the Fan. We're taking you up to 6:30 tonight. The Nats are in San Diego to take on the Padres. Kind of cool, Danny, to roll up to San Diego. Yes, a bad baseball team. I grant you that. But with Mackenzie Gore, an all-star.
Yeah.
James Wood, one of the best players in the sport. And C.J. Abrams playing at an all-star level as well. All three of those guys should be in Atlanta. I'm not convinced Abrams will make the all-star game, but I do think Wood and Gore will. But all three come over from the Padres in the Soto deal, and now you go back to San Diego this summer.
That's where you guys would have been playing.
Yeah. 3 stars. I mean, if you're a Padres fan, as you're taking on a little water, you're trying to catch up to the Dodgers and the Giants in the West. I'm not saying they shouldn't have made the trade because you had a chance for a couple postseasons with Soto before you shipped him off for some pieces. But damn, man. Those are really good players.
It'd be nice to have, is what I would say. Like right now, it'd be nice to have those 3 guys on your roster instead of nobody from that deal. See what I'm saying? Like if you're doing a balance sheet.
We're talking about Fred Smith, who passed away sadly at 80 years old this weekend. This is Arthur Smith, the coordinator of the Steelers' father. Arthur, who started his football career in D.C. Fred, the founder of Federal Express. Of course, FedEx Field for years, his sponsorship on the side of the stadium. And it was the minority owners, Fred Smith, among 3 of them, who helped take down Dan Snyder. And I tweeted about how just involved he was in that process and in the oustering of Dan. And I got a ton of blowback from people who were very angry that he was also instrumental in having the name changed. And so we're asking you about his legacy. Let's go to Mike in Fairfax on G&D. What's up, Mike?
Hey, guys. So a couple things. For me, I think for Fred, it was more of a business decision, even though we all know that nobody liked Dan, and for, good reason. And so for me, when you've got your name up there of your company that you've built from the ground up, and, you're starting to get a lot of blowback from, the terminology redskin, which, is derogatory in a lot of fashions. I think it was part that and part getting rid of him. The other piece for me is that, people that are making the argument about Seminoles. Seminoles is not derogatory. There are tribes called the Seminoles. Chiefs. There are actual chiefs. So again, for me, it's not necessarily the same.
I agree with you, but
as redskin.
Mike, just to jump in real quick, I'll let you react. But I think what a lot of people take issue with is this idea that, a group of people shouldn't be a mascot is what you hear. Whether we could discuss the pejorative nature or if it's a slur or what have you. And I've always made that case that the word redskin and the word brave or the word chief is not quite the same. I do agree with you on that. But the argument has always been like that it shouldn't be it's a group of people, they can't be a mascot. And then Florida State, who actually did a deal with the Seminoles, which maybe the Redskins should have done a long, long time before. But, they've got a Native American in headdress on a horse riding around, throwing a spear. The Braves are literally doing the tomahawk chop. So there is a little bit of hypocrisy to that, I would suggest.
No, I get that. But when you say group of people, are you only talking about from a racial standpoint?
What are you referencing? What do you mean?
So, for instance, let's go Cowboys. That is a group of individuals, correct?
Cowboys, sure.
Yeah. So it's one of these lines that you got to keep going back and forth. And full disclosure, and don't let Danny cut me off here. So, being a Cowboys fan living in Redskins country for almost 30 years, it's one of these things where, when you have that back and forth all the time and you're so used to the Redskins name and the Cowboys name, I get it. I get it completely. If the Cowboys changed their name for some reason, I would probably disown them. But, at the same token, Jerry Jones is nothing more than a taller Dan Snyder. The only difference in the two is that Jerry Jones actually acts like he cares about his fans. He gives them something. He gives them an experience, at Cowboy Stadium.
Appreciate you, buddy. We're off the beaten path here a little bit. But initially, I guess his take was, see, now the problem when we have these conversations is we get back into re-legislating if they should have changed the name.
Yeah, we're doing name stuff.
That's not the goal here.
I mean, I was respectfully to everybody. I was tired of that in 2011.
Yes.
Like the latest column or the latest lobbying effort to this marketing group or trademark thing. I had enough of that a long time ago.
And I get that there's going to be some bleeding into those types of dialogues when we have this discussion, but I think we could do it if we kind of remind ourselves what we're talking about. And if you just jump in your car, that's the passing of Fred Smith, who was huge in forcing Dan to sell the team, the former minority owner, and was also pretty big in Washington having to change its name, and kind of what we should lead with as his legacy. Kenny, Charlottesville, what's up?
Hey, what's up, y'all? Okay, let me. I was in the middle of something I was going to say, and then the last guy said something that kind of bugged me a little bit. First of all, I'm a Cowboy fan too, and if they changed the name, I'd still be a Cowboy fan because we have 5 championships. And if he dropped them all at once because of that, then you might as well just quit when they got rid of Landry when he went 1-15, whatever it was.
All right,
so,
you got to call Dallas radio to go over the Cowboys' history.
Well,
what else you
no,
got?
I know that. That's full disclosure.
What else
my
you got?
thing is okay, what else do I have? The whole Redskins thing versus the Commanders thing. I'm an old school fan. The name never bothered me. I think ugliness comes from the inside out. So if the name bothered you, then you had a problem inside of yourself, not in the name itself. Y'all had 3 championships under the Redskins, and y'all got really close last year. God bless y'all. Y'all had a great team, and I'm a football fan, not a fanatic, so I don't hate anybody.
We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Specific to Fred Smith, let's go to Patrick in D.C. Patrick, how are you going to remember Fred Smith?
I'm going to remember him for getting rid of Dan Snyder. And I at first I got to say, I'm 55. I'll be 56 this year. So I remember going back to Jack Pardee. I remember Joe Gibbs coming in. I remember loving the Redskins, loved that name. I remember when Dan Snyder was going to buy the team. I believe it was the Milstead brothers or what have you, and they had a bad rep of destroying professional franchises. So when I heard Dan Snyder was going to buy the team and he was from the area and he's a Redskins fan, I was extremely excited.
Us too, yeah.
Even in the early days when he did the fantasy football thing, bringing in all the names, was still excited. But as time went on, he destroyed the organization. And I actually stopped going to the stadium. I will still watch games on TV. I was still a fan. Even when they changed the name to the Commanders, I refused to use the word Commanders. This year, for the first time in maybe 15 years, I went to the stadium to the Cleveland Browns game, and it was a completely different atmosphere. My son, who I was actually trying to become a Redskins fan, became a Redskins fan. We ended up buying season tickets.
Whoa!
I'm telling you, the atmosphere in that stadium is what I remember growing up as a kid. It wasn't quite RFK, but I will trade that feeling for the name Redskins any day.
And I think that it took a minute, but that's where I think we were going here is like, I get it, it's not the same thing, but now your kid is in, right? Like the whole point of this exercise, right, is to get that.
Bobby in Alexandria, how are you?
Hey, what's up, man? I'm here in Georgetown. I got reservations, but I waited to get on here. My son met you guys actually at the B-Dubs thing, but
oh, cool.
Here's all I have to say, man. It's really painful. It's really hard for me to let go of the name. I'm like Grant's age, but at the end of the day, we're winning. You know, we're winning. My son went to a game. We went to the Cleveland Browns game at the end of the season. We lost on January 1st. It was like 2-3 years ago. We lost.
That was the Wentz 3 interception game. We could be eliminated.
We could be eliminated.
It was that day.
Yes. My son, that was his first Redskins game.
And he went back.
And now, man, and I went to 3 games for RG3's rookie season, and they were all wins. Right? So I take him and you know, we got a chance. We're going to get into the playoffs. and we just, it's a dud. His first game, we see that wire thing for Sean Taylor, horrible. And now we're winning. I still say the Redskins, but at the end of the day, man, we're winning. I'm a DC fan over everything else. I'm a sports fan over everything else. So, I mean, we're winning, man. It is what it is.
Let's go to Gerard in Arlington on the Fan. Hey, Gerard.
Hey, guys. First time in a long time. I can't believe I finally...
Something's up with your phone, buddy. Sorry, it's really, really distant.
Like his fingers
quiet.
over the speaker.
Something, yeah. Let's go to Carlos in Maryland. Hey, Carlos.
Hey, Grant Danny.
Hey, buddy.
So because I'm only 16, it's in my dream to talk to you too. Because I'm only 16, I'm saying I'm going to remember Fred Smith more for changing the name. Just to me personally, as I've seen both the Redskins and Commanders names, and I just remember the Cowboys, because I'm a Cowboys fan. Unfortunately, I don't feel like I'm safe on here, but
Well, apparently you're in good company.
Oh, yeah, with none but Cowboys fans this hour.
Appreciate the call, buddy. We're up against the clock.
Thanks, dude.
I mean, we got nothing but Cowboys fans on the phone. If you're a Commanders fan and you want to talk about the Commanders topic, you are allowed to do that as well.
I suppose we'll open the phones up for you.
I mean, who knew? Good Lord. Coming up next, what kind of year's Dak Prescott going to have, and will we be able to replace Tony
Can I get a Micah Parsons deal done or what?
Grant and Danny on the Fan. We're going to debut a new segment on Grant and Danny coming up in 10 minutes. We're going to go sizzling and fizzling at 6 o'clock tonight. Excited about that. That is 10 minutes from right now, so make sure you are listening at that time. You see Brad Marchand got linked to the Washington Capitals this weekend?
Yes, but no. See what I'm saying? But then I couldn't read it or look at it.
Do you know how hard that would be for me?
I had a tough time with a couple guys. We met Hunter Strickland, nice dude, was gracious with us and answered every question. That was tough to get over. Like the guy waited for years to throw at Bryce Harper. Cool, I guess. Like you rock and roll. There have been a few different guys that have been tough to root for. I don't know that I could do that.
Brad Marchand's been my least favorite player in the National Hockey League other than Sidney Crosby for a decade. He is a great hockey player.
Oh, he's terrific.
And so if he became a Capital, it would be a huge deal for Washington. It would make them a lot better immediately. He was a Stanley Cup piece for a great Bruins team for many, many years. And this past season got traded to the Florida Panthers. And without him, they don't win the Stanley Cup. He was great in the Cup final. But the notion that I would have to possibly root for him would be the hardest welcoming of a player that I've ever had to do in my entire life. And I'm a grown-up and I could figure it out. But the amount of bad things I've said about Brad Marchand over the years is pretty much higher than any other player, to be honest. It's like LeBron, Sidney Crosby, and Brad Marchand. So if the Capitals were to acquire him and bring him in, and Elliot Friedman, it's not like this came out of nowhere, the number one media guy breaking all the news in the NHL suggested the Capitals as a fit and a possible landing spot for him this offseason, that maybe they would be the team to acquire a 37-year-old winger for the last couple of years of his career who's still got some game left. That stopped me in my tracks, and I was like, oh, my God. I mean, there's not enough, crow for me to eat. There's no, how big of a foot? Who's got the biggest foot?
Washington Capitals goal scored by Brad Marchand. Assist Alexei Protas. Dun, 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 dun. Assist number 17, Dylan Strome. Are you ready for that? I can't do that.
I don't think it's realistic, and I don't think it's going to happen. So as of this moment, Danny, no, I'm not ready for it. But come up with another version of that. In baseball, I don't think there's one. Because I don't think guys in baseball are hated in the same way as you hate people in hockey. Brad Marchand who's slew-footing people, who's licking people's face. I mean, his actual job is so good. I'm acknowledging this.
Again, it's a great player.
But his actual job is to annoy the opponent and to get under their skin and basically make them hate him to the point where they do something they're going to regret so they get penalized. Like take a shot at him or whatever. He is just such a jackass of the highest order.
Yep.
And yet one of the best players in the league over many, many years. I don't know. The only comp I can give you is I've talked trash about my buddy's ex-girlfriend for 6 months in a row.
Mm-hmm.
And then he texts me and he's like, we're getting back together. And I can't take all the stuff back.
It's just out there.
He knows I said it and she knows I said it and everyone knows I said it. Dude, I don't know if I can do this. I mean, that would be ridiculous. Like LeBron to the Wizards, I think people would be excited about that. That'd be easy enough. But there's a lot of past.
There's a lot. I've said some things. Don't check the podcast. Yeah, in my hatred prime, if John Runyon was a free agent from the Eagles, not long after spearing LeVar when he was on the ground or cheap shotting people or with his dumb neck beard, my least favorite player of all time, and it's like Redskins announced signing of guard John Runyon to a 3-year deal for grade that road, John. Open up those holes, buddy. Disgusting. I hate that idea. Again, an excellent player. I hate his guts.
That's a good topic for tomorrow. Who would be the hardest player for you to welcome? And what has been the hardest process you've had in the past? About a guy that you hated coming to one of our teams. And Donald Brashear's probably that guy for somebody. That was a little bit before my time. I remember rooting for him, but I didn't hate him. But, if Ryan Reeves signed with the Capitals, same thing.
Oh, God.
I'd be like, are you kidding me? This gameless buffoon? No, thank you. I just couldn't do it.
Yeah, even not even that caliber of player, not like on the Goon squad, but like even a great player, but like a longtime Penguin, where it's like Capitals announced the signing of Chris Letang, like right in the mouth a little bit. I throw up.
Brad Marchand option for the Capitals. Oh boy, stay tuned on that one. All right, we're debuting a brand new segment on Grant and Danny next. We'll take you up to 6:30. You'll want to be here in about 5 on the Fan.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening with the NBA season ending last night. Not an end to NBA news. We've got some today. First, Shams Charania reported on ESPN that former All-Star Chris Middleton will pick up his $33.3 million player option with the Wizards for next season. Of course, he was dealt to Washington by Milwaukee at the trade deadline this past season. Middleton heading into his 14th year in the NBA. He's been limited by injuries, played only 14 games when he came to the Wizards late last season. Also, Charania reported earlier today, Pacers star Tyrese Halliburton did indeed suffer a torn right Achilles tendon, cost him a legit shot to win Game 7 last night, and now an injury that may keep him out all of next season. Baseball, after dropping 2 of 3 in L.A., Nationals West Coast swing continues tonight. They are in San Diego, 9:40 p.m. first pitch against the Padres tonight for Nats baseball here on The Fan. Getting closer day by day to football season in D.C. and the NFL, only a month away, actually less than that, from rookies reporting to Commanders training camp. That's July 18th. Veterans report July 22nd. Some NFL news in the last 24 hours. The second overall pick in the NFL draft, wide receiver, defensive back Travis Hunter, signed his contract late Sunday evening in Jacksonville. A 4-year deal, $46.6 million, the last of the top 10 picks to sign a contract. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Yeah, Monday. What's up? And welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. The stretch run tonight. Late night Nats in San Diego taking on the Padres, which means we're live until 6:30, and then you get some overtime. Live and local, taking you up to Nats baseball tonight. Linnell Willingham stops by in about 25 minutes. The show's brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad.
They do it all over there. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
All right, new segment we're going to debut. We're going to try it on for size. I think it'll be successful. I think it'll be fun. We're going to call it Sizzling and Fizzling. Basically, it's a thumbs up, thumbs down. It's a hot or not kind of scenario. Something that has caught your eye positively, something that has caught your eye negatively. We're going to sizzle. We're going to fizzle. We'll go round the horn here. So I will start us off, Danny. Sizzling, I've got 2, as a matter of fact. I will give you 2. For sizzling, number 1, I'm going to go with Sam Presti, the general manager of the Oklahoma City Thunder, who I think is one of the best executives in sports. Joined the Spurs as a video intern way back in 2000 as a 22-year-old. Was a front office prodigy, Seattle, Oklahoma City Thunder GM at 29 in 2007. His draft run with Durant, Russell Westbrook, Serge Ibaka, James Harden from 07 to 09 is iconic. He built the second youngest finals team ever in 2012. And he just over and over again has kind of reinvented himself and the Thunder. And you look at his tree that's starting to grow now with guys like Will Dawkins here in D.C. You can't really find people in the NBA that have negative things to say about him. I think he's really sharp with his eyes as a scout, but he's also really good with the data and the intel as well. And the Thunder became the first team to win a championship without paying the luxury tax since the Lakers, and that was in a bubble season that barely counted back in 2020. So, Danny, Sam Presti, I'm going to go sizzling. Guy needs some love.
Yeah, hot right now, right? I mean, everything he's touching turned to absolute gold. So that is a pretty good one for the sizzle reel.
I'll give you one more. Sizzling. The Crunch Wrap has turned 20 years old. Now, you'll note that I have never eaten at Taco Bell, and I'm not familiar with the Crunch Wrap, but this is apparently a big celebration for fast foodies here of late. 2 decades to the day, this was, I believe, over the weekend, since Taco Bell debuted the Crunch Wrap Supreme. Are you familiar with this
I
item?
am indeed, yes.
It quickly became one of the fast food chain's best sellers, inspired copycats, according to the New York Times. There's a dive bar in Queens, New York called Aunt Ginny's that serves a crisp wrap ultimate, which is their own version of the wrap with slow roasted pork. And then Blue Hour, a Brooklyn restaurant owned by Afghan Americans, has a wrap of their own with halal ground beef and homemade queso. But these are all over the country. Apparently, everyone's just trying to basically make the Crunch Wrap because it's so popular. But it turned 20 years old this weekend.
I would not have guessed that, by the way.
The Crunch Wrap sizzling.
Works for me. The Crunchwrap's very, very good. It's not the double decker taco, which is my number one menu item at Taco Bell of all time that they just won't bring back. They brought back modifiers, but not the original gangster. But the Crunchwrap Supreme, terrible pun coming, reigns supreme.
Should we go with my fizzling, or do you want to go around the room with all the sizzlings first, like good and then bad? How do you want to do it?
Do your fizzles.
This
Do
is
your
our
fizzles.
maiden voyage, after all.
I say you take your turn.
Okay.
Do your fizzle.
Very good. Fizzling, thing that I'm not so fond of. In fact, the entire reason why we're debuting this segment today, if I could say that, it's been in the holster. We're like, at some point I'd like to do this. And then I watched the College World Series over the weekend, and I just could not believe myself.
When was that on? I saw an umpire show.
Yeah.
When was the College World Series on?
There you go. Angel Campos is the name of the home plate umpire at the College World Series who tossed out the head coach of a team in a World Series game in the first inning for arguing on balls and strikes. He had already gotten off to a bad start, balls and strikes. By the way, the head coach who came out, Kevin Schnall, who's respected in college baseball, Coastal Carolina's head coach in the World Series, the only thing he said to him was, "You've missed 3 calls already." And he put 3 fingers in the air, and the umpire threw him out like it was February. Even in February, I'm not sure that you can throw him out,
Please
by
don't
the
do
way.
that, yeah.
But a College World Series game, this guy, Angel Campos, who, based on my research last night, was a former Major League Baseball umpire who's not anymore, based seemingly on performance, best I can tell. Now umpiring in college, who's had a couple of run-ins and snafus in last year's College World Series with different people he showed, threw a coach out in inning number 1 of the decisive game of the College World Series. Give me a break. This was the telecast on ESPN from this weekend when Schnall gets thrown out in the first inning.
Count. He throws that curveball, the slider, roughly 50% of the time.
Oh, my goodness. He just threw Kevin Schnall out of the game. Wow. In the bottom of the first inning, the home plate umpire throws Kevin Schnall out of this game, and down goes an umpire who had come in to get in the middle of things.
I mean, they couldn't believe it on the telecast. Now, by the way, that was the goofiest moment ever. This unathletic umpire comes running in and trips on his feet or somebody else's feet. And then they acted like the coach bumped him.
Yeah, and then he immediately holds up 2 fingers for a 2-game suspension. I'm going, you buffoons.
I mean, it was just so embarrassing.
Clown shoes.
This was Schnall post-game talking about being ejected in the biggest game of his career in the first inning for saying you've gotten 3 calls wrong.
There's 25,000 people there, and I vaguely hear a warning issued. As the head coach, I was an assistant for 24 years, and as an assistant, you're almost treated like a second level citizen, and you can't say a word. Now, as a head coach, I think it is your right to get an explanation of why we got warned. And I'm 48 years old. I shouldn't get shooed by another grown man, right? So when I come out to ask what the warning is, a grown man shooed me. So at that point, I can now hear him say, it was a warning issued for arguing balls and strikes. And at that point, I said, because you missed 3. At that point, ejected. If that warrants an ejection, I'm the first one to stand here like a man and apologize. 2 words that define our program are own it. And what does that mean is you have to own everything that you do without blame, without defending yourself, without excuses. If you guys watch the video, there was a guy that came in extremely aggressively, tripped over Campos's foot, embarrassed in front of 25,000, immediately goes 2-game suspension and said, bumping the umpire. Immediately does that. There was no bump. He was embarrassed. I shouldn't be held accountable for a grown man's athleticism.
That's a great one.
Perfect.
He goes, they'll retract it, though, because now it's excessive. And the reason it was excessive, because I wasn't trying to say anything and I didn't bump him. But you can't eject a coach without really good reason in a championship. Your job as an umpire is to keep control, is to manage the game. It's a national championship game. Do it with a little bit of poise and a little bit of calmness. And as Schnall would say, with a little bit of tolerance. And that is my, Danny, definitive first ever fizzling for Sizzling and Fizzling. I'm going to go with Angel Campos, the manager, College World, the umpire who threw out a manager in the College World Series.
I'm going to start quickly with my sizzle. Danny Rouillet, 106.7 The Fans, Grant and Danny Show. I have a new watch band on. I figured out how to change it myself.
Wow.
I was so unbelievably excited that I figured this out. My son found like a video and he came in to help me. I'd already done it. That's how good I was at it. A comes back from injury, gets himself a little DFA.
Chalk that one up for the Nats as well. Going and getting Kevin Mate, I believe, is the second piece with DJ Hurst. For Jamer Candelaria.
Yeah.
Sizzling and Fizzling. All right, Darius, your first ever crack at this thing. Sizzling and Fizzling on Grant and Danny.
All right, let's see if I can do this. I actually think I have two sizzlings here. The first one, Commanders did a cool thing today. They announced that their remade draft room was named after longtime legendary GM Bobby Beathard. I just think that's awesome.
That's very cool.
Yeah,
so
really
the
cool.
Bobby Beathard draft room?
It's the Beathard draft room. And
That's
his
very
grandson works as a scout for the team.
Yeah, and it's I'm sure it's a part of all their remodeling that they're doing at the facility, so it looks cool. It's got a new look, so we're not going to look like an embarrassing team on TV in future drafts when they go to our war room and say, let's look and see what Adam Peters and the Commanders are doing, and it's not just a plain blank white room. It now looks like a cool room, and it now has representation by Bobby Beathard. So I think that's really cool. My other sizzling, West Coast baseball, man. There's just something about I know the team stinks.
Darius,
I get it. I get that the Nats aren't that good.
Late night Nats.
When they're on the West Coast, I love everything about it. This week is my wheelhouse.
Guy.
Now, I would prefer to go to a game over at Nats Park. That'd be cool, to go see the team play at Nats Park. But when they're on the West Coast and I get to watch them start with a 9:40 first pitch or a 10:10
How
first
psyched
pitch.
were you for Joe Davis on the call of Nats baseball?
Great. Well, I mean, I was listening to our home broadcast, of course.
No, you weren't.
But I did sneak over occasionally
I bet
and listen
you
to
weren't.
Joe Davis.
Respectfully. And by the way, Dan and Kevin, they're my guys, okay? They're going to be okay with it.
They'll have to understand.
I get 3 days to listen to Joe Davis talk about James Wood. I'm going to have to do that, okay? So good. He's like, the worst infield defense in baseball strikes again. Joe Davis with the golden pipes. By the way, now you
so
get
good.
Orsillo tonight.
Oh, see, you just stole my thunder. I'm gonna get 3 days of Dan Orsillo. I mean, how great is this? I love West Coast baseball. Love when the Nats are on the West Coast playing these teams, and then we'll get 3 games against the Angels later on this weekend.
You know what you're gonna hear tonight? You ready for this? It's gonna be
something about the Chrome Zone.
Like at the end of the sixth inning, it's gonna be like Lyle, Ruiz, Young, all down via the K. The side struck out down the way of the K on the way to the commercial break.
Yeah. Or when Jake Cronenworth takes Jose Ferrer deep in the 7th inning. He threw it into the Crone zone or something like that. My fizzling, this heat stinks. I was out at Barbecue Battle this weekend, went on Sunday, had a good time, couldn't stay too long because it was just so hot outside. Tonight's low, you want to guess what the low temperature is tonight?
Overnight. This is fun. I'm going to say, because you're bringing it up.
Right. It's not going to be 38.
I'm going to up it. I'm going to say 86.
It's 80.
I think it's 80.
But it might as well be 86. But yeah, it's going to be a low of 80.
Oof.
That's so low. Please, that's the Derek.
Please take summer
That's
away.
The
Nathaniel. Is it? But is it the
I like
Lau?
that you went with the obscure red sock from 15 years ago. I mean, around these parts today,
right.
you got Nathaniel Lowe, 3 homers over the weekend, staring you in the face, and you go Derek. That's just a choice. That's all I'm saying.
It was a choice, but I mean, there's multiple Dereks, right? Wasn't there a slugger, Derek Lowe?
I know Derek Lowe, the sinker baller for Boston.
Yeah, the hard throwing sinker baller for Boston.
I don't remember a Derek Lowe who's a slugger.
Now I'm racking my brain. I know there's a
Derek
Lowe.
Bell?
No, played for Houston. There's a Lowe and a Lau in the same order, which is infuriating in Tampa.
That's Brandon Lau, and that's Nathaniel Lowe's brother.
Josh Lowe.
That's him.
Right. Yep.
Lowe.
It's Nathaniel's brother.
Lau.
Those are very good. Sizzle and Fizzle.
Thank you.
Well done.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody gets the assignment here. Clary, we got a good first ever round here going. You're up.
Yep, batting fourth here. What's sizzling for me? This is going to be off your guys' radars, but Love Island USA. This is a show that I would never watch alone. I have never been into the dating shows. I have never watched The Bachelor, but I'm into this because my girlfriend got me into it. And I got to say, the drama is incredible. I mean, it is The Bachelor on steroids, I feel like. That's what I feel.
What's the performance enhancing drug there?
Steroids.
The Bachelor is doing what exactly? It's shooting something into its arm through a syringe. What is it shooting?
Steroids.
Sammy Sosa and Mark McGwire hit a lot of home runs in 98.
Allegedly took
steroids. But this show is incredible. And honestly, because we have to watch a lot of Nats baseball. It's what I do. And so this is kind of like her sports. This is her thing. This is her time to shine, her time to break it down and tell me everything about Love Island. And I'm kind of in on it. I am in on it. It is exciting. There's a lot of drama. There's drama that I'm into. I'm like kind of going back and forth. I'm like, well, I think this guy's in the right. I think this girl's in the wrong and vice versa. It's incredible. You guys are not going to watch it, but the listeners out there, I think some people might find some entertainment there. It's a great show.
Danny, when I think I'm about to say, oh, you know what? I got to come down on this. I remember that Clary's just me 10 years ago.
Yeah.
He's just me literally 10 years ago. Now, I would never would have watched this disaster. However,
that's what it is.
I watched The Bachelor with my wife.
For
I watched
years,
The Bachelor.
you guys did it.
Also, I think my takeaway here is I'm going to choose to be positive. Clary is the best boyfriend in the world. You know, he is just along for the ride. Whatever needs to happen for you to have a good day, he is going to do it.
So 2 things. One, I was thinking of the slugger Derek Lee, which doesn't help the conversation now because it's like 7 minutes ago, former Cub. Second of all, which doesn't help the low part of things, right? So I messed that up really badly. So that's the thing that happened. Second of all, I think you nailed it on the head. I think he's just such a people pleaser, talking about corporate Ryan Clary.
Right.
That's what this really is. I don't think he really likes it. I think he, if he had to take a lie detector, he would know that it's reprehensible and so stupid. And it's a great mile marker for how far we've all fallen.
Well, he's the kind of guy, seriously, if his girlfriend said to him, I want to go walk around old shops with other people's old junk in them outside of Leesburg all day on Sunday, he'd be like, awesome, babe. When do we leave? He is just the greatest boyfriend in the world.
Right.
Everyone should be.
Do you want some
lucky.
matcha tea? Because it's required by law for you to drink it because you're in your 20s.
Right. So, any hoodles, I hope you have fun tonight. That should be, what are we having for dinner? Salmon or something like that?
That we're still trying to figure that one out. But if I had to bet, probably steak. So I might cook something. We'll see.
Steak.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Things are looking up.
Steak and Love Island?
I mean, I've got a sizzling and fizzling for Ryan's night. Fizzling, what's on the TV?
Steak.
Sizzling, steak off the grill.
There you go.
All right, what else you got, Clary?
For what's fizzling for me, it's West Coast baseball.
Thank you.
For all the morning people out there, I'm a morning person. I am up at typically around 6:30, 7 a.m. just naturally. That's just how I am. I like to go to bed early. I like to be in bed, ready to go to bed by 10 p.m. First pitch tonight is 9:40 p.m. for the Nationals. I'm going to stay up. I'm going to watch it. I probably won't fall asleep till 1 a.m. No, I'll probably wake up at 7 a.m.
Will you watch the whole game tonight?
Of course. Of course.
See, that actually does surprise me because you stay up. You do not like staying up
I
at
do
all.
not like staying up. I like to be in bed, like asleep around 10:30. That's the way that I like it. I like having an early dinner at 5 p.m. and I like falling asleep early and I like waking up early. And
5 p.m.
5 p.m. stuff. But we have kids. It's what time, when I'm not doing this thing, that's what time we eat around the Hooray house.
That's the time I like to eat also. And so West Coast baseball is kind of taking away the joy from an early dinner, number one, but also number two, an early night, because now tomorrow morning, I'm going to wake up at 6:30, 7 a.m., just like I do every time, because I cannot sleep in, and it's going to suck.
You know what else takes away the joy? Is how the Nationals play.
The losing.
Exactly. That also.
I stayed up for this.
Boy, Clary, there's a good sizzling and
Yeah,
fizzling.
we did that.
What do you think? Nice little round.
That's a keeper, I think.
I think it's got a shot.
Hold on to that one. That's as good as money.
Sizzling and fizzling on Grant and Danny.
Crowd liked it. They haven't tripped out anything today.
Seems like they're very excited.
Yeah.
There's that one guy scurrying out the back door right now.
He's got to go to the bathroom.
The show's not even done yet. Yeah. Do you ever call attention to the guy that's leaving in the middle of your stand-up?
That's a great question. I try to vibe it out. So there's like built-in things that are funny that you can say, but like if it's someone who's
what do
like,
you mean? Give me an example.
So like number two, like you just say it real quick as they kind of stand up if they're awkward. If they're clearly trying not to disrupt the show and they're like embarrassed about doing it, if they're going to get another beer or whatever, then you don't call it out. But if somebody's sort of like buffoonishly getting up and it's like, yeah, this seems to be a table where this guy gets made fun of and it's fine, then you can do it. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
But a lot of hack comics will just do it automatically.
It seems like it's a thing that's happening more based on the sets that I watch or crowd work in general seems to be the new it thing.
Oh man.
And I don't find that funny or interesting.
Don't get me started.
Like Matt Rife, this like this guy, this super handsome young
I've
guy.
seen it,
Yeah. He has some funny zings along the way. You got to sit through a lot of stuff for a good zing here or there. But like whatever that is, it's not my thing.
Well, there are people that are very good at it. They're very and he's talented. Don't get me wrong. And he's obviously very handsome.
But
and that's
couldn't he just do a good set, writing and timing and everything? Why does he have to sit there and interview people in the crowd?
Because it's the laziest, lowest common denominator thing. And I apologize if you like it. You're allowed to like it. Like what you want. But what's up, sweetie? How you doing? What's your name? Really? How long you been dating him? And it's like the answer's 2 years. And he's like, you haven't popped the question yet? And now they're awkward. They have to have like a define the relationship on the way home because you just embarrassed them all. Because that's what you're capitalizing on is the public shame or a little bit of that like shared communal embarrassment. You're dipping into that with your ladle and you just pour it out. And it's very, very easy to do. Now, there's some comedians that are amazing at it. Like if you look at watching Ari Spears set, he can riff off of somebody's their shoelace isn't the right color or their pants are weird. He'll go for 15 minutes and say hilarious stuff, but it's not my thing. It's a little bit less craft.
Am
than
I
it was
wrong
before.
though that it's becoming more and more prevalent?
It is. It's how you get noticed.
I feel like it's
heckler
an entire
comedian destroys heckler, like or whatever.
It's like a whole industry now.
Yes.
It's like a type of comedian. It's like an offshoot. Like, are you a real comedian or are you one of the guys that just does the crowd work the whole time? It's like a whole different faction of comedian.
Yep.
All right, tomorrow's show promises to be a pretty good one. We're excited about this. Nick Shook of NFL.com is going to be on with us at 3:25. He thinks the Commanders are one of the most improved teams in football this offseason. And Austin Eckler, you remember him, our weekly guest all season long from the Commanders, stops by at 5 p.m. tomorrow to link back up with the show. We're excited about that. So Shook at 3:25, and then Eckler at 5 o'clock. Linnell's got overtime deep into the evening, and then late night Nats baseball in San Diego tonight, right here on the Fan. For Darius and Ryan, Grant and Danny saying so long. We're back at 2 o'clock tomorrow.
Thank you for coming.